The party animal gang has slaughtered 9 people in a brutal attack, including 2 police officers. Nobody knows who these guys are or where they came from, and Alfred Pennyworth, a special agent employed by MI6, is sent to Gotham City to find out anything he can about them. It's been a long time since he's been here, and he can't help but notice how much the city has changed. He barely recognizes it anymore. He stops in front of a tea shop where he meets an old friend who gives him Indian tea. He then parks his bike inside a dark alley and goes inside a special hideout, which is packed with guns and gadgets. His daughter Julia lives in Gotham, and he wants to meet up, but his call goes straight to voicemail. After signing in with a secure connection, he talks to his superiors and wonders why they pulled him out of Singapore when he was this close to his target. The party animals have been causing chaos, butchering citizens at random, raising the murder rate by 700% almost single-handedly. This is much more important. His assignment is strictly surveillance to gather information on these party animals, but do not engage. Also, there might be another player in town. They've only caught glimpses of him so far, but he seems to be circling the gang as well. Alfred goes back outside, but someone has stolen his bike and left only the broken chain behind. Later at Croc's gym, someone is using the punching bag and going as hard as he can when he is interrupted. It's Bruce, one of the bigger guys who often comes to the gym to train, and now it's his turn. His punches are twice as powerful and more impactful, but something is troubling him. Bruce remembers when his dad took him and his classmates to the Gotham Zoo to see the animals. His dad was a teacher and he could afford to crack jokes at him, but his old man didn't mind it. He goes all out and breaks the punching bag, causing the sand to spill all over the floor. Waylon Jones, one of his friends and the owner of the gym, says he's going to bill him for damages, but Bruce doesn't mind it. Waylon makes small talk about the party animal gang, remarking how brutal and unhinged they are, killing women and children. But Bruce has to go and offers to buy a new bag as soon as he gets paid. Somewhere else, 2 of the biggest crime bosses in town, Mr. Falcone and Mr. Maroney, were invited for dinner on board a fancy yacht. This guy seems to be the leader of the party animals, but the bosses don't like what his people are doing in Gotham. They've been running things for over 150 years. That's history, and he needs to respect it, or else. Unfortunately, this guy is even more ruthless than them, and shows them a collection of face masks collected from all over the world, including those of their families and friends. He then asks his people to murder the 2 bosses in cold blood, while the music gets even louder and the party continues. 6 more people were murdered today, and the news is more dramatic than ever, but so far nobody knows who these monsters are. Mayor Jim Gordon organizes a big meeting at City Hall, where people from around the communities have gathered to express their concerns. But while they talk inside, the party animals are slowly climbing the stairs to City Hall. Alfred is watching the entire scene from a distance, but he has orders to stay out of it and just assess the situation. The people blame the mayor and cops for failing to keep their city safe, but Martha Wayne defends them, claiming it's their job as well to stop these killers. Suddenly the doors open and 3 thugs break inside, threatening to kill the mayor. They shoot and injure Gordon, but he survives while his daughter watches over him. However, something grabs the killers and pulls them outside while the doors close behind them. Barbara goes to take a closer look, but a man wearing a bat mask asks her to keep the door closed no matter what she might hear. The man is wearing a bat suit, hanging upside down above the City Hall entrance, but bullets can't pierce his armor. He deploys a smoke bomb and decides to take the killers head on. He uses the cape as a weapon, grabbing and hurling the killers with force in every direction. They are outmatched and outclassed in every aspect, and he easily deals with them without breaking a sweat. Alfred watches as more party animals walk up the stairs armed with machine guns and knives, but he is still gathering data. The man is fast, steady. He's been waiting for this for a long time and is a skilled martial artist. He is brutal yet precise. He's putting on a show. A leg stomped on so everyone hears the crack. When it was over, nobody was killed, but they were severely injured and broken. One of the bigger killers takes out a cleaver, claiming his hand has killed more people than he can count. But Batman pulls out a weapon of his own, a giant axe. He uses it to cut the killer's hand while he was holding onto his cleaver. The others are in shock and don't know what to do, but he gets pissed and asks them to get out of his way. They start running down the stairs, but this isn't over. He had placed explosive devices on the stairs, which he detonates the moment the killers try to get away. Alfred uses the smoke to disguise himself and gets close, trying to surprise Batman from behind. But he was ready for him and kicks him with his leg while also taking his shotgun away. But Alfred is a special agent who is very good at his job. He was able to find Bruce again and followed him. We see another memory from the zoo. After someone opened fire, Bruce's dad asked the kids to hide inside one of the rooms. But instead of hiding inside with them, he locked the door and went back outside while his son begged him to stay with him. Unfortunately, his dad was killed that day, but Bruce still visits the zoo and brings flowers, remembering that tragic day. After that day, Bruce lost himself for a while and got himself into trouble, but eventually he found something to inspire him. He was very good at sports, but he was also a genius. He studied applied mechanics, chemistry, criminal psychology, and even military theory. He came back to Gotham and started working for the city, the power grid, the water department, and even sanitation. He's managed to build something here, and Alfred is into it and calls it impressive. But he has one weakness, his mother, who is still alive and working as a social worker. Unfortunately, Alfred's family, aka his daughter Julia, wants nothing to do with him and asks him to never contact her again. Bruce made a hideout on top of the city's skyscrapers. All the top floors are owned by companies and oligarchs who never use them, just hollow investments. But Alfred found him even here and tries to sneak up behind him once again. Batman uses the gun he stole from him and shoots him point blank in the head. But the shot wasn't lethal. He had modified the weapon after he stole it from him. He then gets on Alfred's bike, revealing that he's the one who stole it from the back of the alley. As much as Alfred was able to find him and follow him, Batman's been doing the same thing ever since he came back to town. It's been 2 weeks since the attack on City Hall, and the party animals have escalated their offensive on Gotham, and in return, Batman escalated his offensive on them. He isn't everywhere, but he seems to know where their biggest attacks will be, and he meets them head-on, like tonight at the aquarium. Alfred continued to watch him and even helped him by adding surveillance protections, but the party animals' leader, aka Roman Sionis, has brought in more killers. Batman uses his armor to break the glass at the aquarium, causing the water to flood the entire room. He is hanging upside down, but he isn't out of trouble just yet. He throws a couple of bombs into the water, chemically concentrated versions of vinegar, which turn the salt water into hydrochloric acid. This burns the killers, and they are forced to run outside, where the cops are waiting for them. Batman has stash houses all over the city, and many caves, but Alfred managed to find a couple of them. He is very committed to the bit, and if you look over the map of the city, the hideouts align with a bat sign. The party animals found one of his high-rise hideouts and tried to ambush him, but he booby-trapped the entire building and then blew it up, causing the entire building to erupt in fire and light up the sky. Gordon is recovering in the hospital, but since crime rates have gone up exponentially, his chances of getting re-elected are slim. His opposition, Hamilton Hill, has a very high chance of becoming the new mayor during the future elections. Commissioner Bullock isn't the biggest fan of Batman and thinks he's a criminal just like the gang, who makes the cops look bad. Martha Wayne visits Gordon in the hospital, talking about her late husband and remarking how much she still misses him. Gordon was one of the first detectives to arrive on the scene when her husband was shot and found Bruce hiding in a dark room, covered in bats. Bruce used to talk to his mother about everything, but ever since that day he became introverted and refused to leave his room. His friends would come to visit, but he didn't want to see or talk to them. In the present, he visits his friends, who get together from time to play poker. Waylon Jones, Harvey Dent, Edward Nygma, and Oswald Chesterfield are all his childhood friends. They talk about the party animals, and Bruce is curious to know what they think about them. He shows them a mask that the killers wear, remarking that he found it while working. Eddie notices that it has a chip inside, which can't be used as a geographical information system. If someone knew how to hack it, one could possibly find out where the party animals were going to strike next. Bruce is curious to know why they are moving in on everyone's territory. Is it because they want Gordon to lose the mayoral elections? Harvey thinks it's about something more important than power, which is always money. He also tells him that Hamilton Hill has a mysterious new campaign donor, but Batman finds it suspicious. He sneaks inside one of his campaign offices trying to gather more information. After hacking into one of the laptops lying around, he finds a mysterious folder called Gotham and a strange file called ARC-M hidden inside. However, before he could check its contents, the TV lights up and Roman Sionis appears. He offers to tell him everything he ever wanted to know, but first, he needs to make it out alive. His people have the place surrounded, and he also tipped off the cops, and if he survives, they can talk. Batman goes inside the elevator and drops down the shaft, landing inside a metal box. Alfred is waiting for him, complimenting his detective skills, saying the party animals are not what they seem. He wants to work together and thinks they can help each other out, and Batman gives him 30 seconds. But first, they need to get out of here alive. Luckily, Alfred has a car parked out back, but Batman has other plans. This metal box isn't an actual elevator, but rather a giant dump truck, fitted with a bulldozer blade up front and armor all around. Another memory of when Bruce was just a kid. This time he was running from rooftop to rooftop with his friend Selina. She wanted him to face his fears and walk a thin cable, asking him to look at her instead of looking down. In the present, Alfred is holding on for his life as the truck rushes through the busy streets, plowing through everything that gets in its way. He spent more than 4 decades cultivating a life of stealth, 40 years of creating a life in the shadows, only to find himself driving down Broadway on the hood of a giant bat-themed dump truck. He tells Batman about the leader of a secret paramilitary group called the Black Mask that serves some of the most powerful people on the planet, destabilizing local governments. He believes that Roman Sionis is the leader of the party animals and is actually the Black Mask. Alfred thinks the dump truck is kind of slow and that they'll soon be overrun, but the truck lowers its roof and transforms into something else, propelled by two giant engines, which leaves the killers in the dust. Batman is convinced and decides to hear more of what he has to say, so he allows him to get inside the truck. Alfred mans the machine guns, which allows him to take down the attackers that were following them on bikes. Back in the campaign offices, Black Mask offered Batman a deal, and Alfred wants him to take it. He thinks that whatever he was trying to achieve in Gotham is almost done, and if the two of them meet, the attacks on people will stop. If that happens, Batman will become a hero. He will become something real, something with impact. To complete the deal, Sionis will need to make transactions that will likely give his people all they need on him. They'll use the intel they get here to apprehend him down the line, and eventually the people paying him. The duo eventually arrives at the end of the line, which is the Gotham docks. Alfred thinks they make a good team and is curious to know if Batman has something to get them out of this one. He pulls the lever, but this is actually the ejecting seat, which sends him flying straight into the freezing water. Batman then drives into the sea as well, but the truck is waterproof, and he just drives to one of his hidden caves. In the past, he and Selina spent more time together, and he wanted her to come live with him and his mother, but she refused. The two of them snuck inside the movie theater, and she wanted them to watch Zorro together. In the present, Bruce visits his friend Eddie, who is working on creating an AI robot. He wants to name it Al, as a visual play on AI, but he reconsiders it, thinking that Riddle Man might be a better name, one of the greatest riddles of humanity being how to live forever. Bruce wants to know how the party animals' ape skull masks work, but the entire process is very complicated. The mask has three functions. Firstly, it completely hides the wearer's identity from all global or local deciphering means. Secondly, it creates a wallet for the wearer connected to a highly protected private cryptocurrency network called Black Coin. And thirdly, it provides objectives and targets for the wearer with different valuations. This network operates all over the world, giving criminals potential targets and paying them with Black Coin. The network has maybe thousands of members all over the world. It's impossible to take it down, and Eddie wants him to ditch the mask and forget about it. While they are talking, Harvey calls him and says he looked into the ARC-M fund, but he could get fired because of this. A lot of the funding comes from a company called JK Holdings, with highly diversified subsidiaries across the globe. But one specialty is building secure facilities, aka private prisons. But not just ordinary prisons, black sites. These sites have investments from biotech, pharma, and even genomics firms. And whatever is happening inside these prisons, it's not good. Hamilton Hill asks Commissioner Bullock to meet him at the docks because he wants him to meet one of the people funding his campaign. Roman Sionis was aboard the yacht, training with a professional fighter. Even though he is visibly lighter and skinnier, he is far superior in skill and easily overpowers his opponent. Under Mayor Gordon, crime has skyrocketed to alarming levels, and Sionis wants to help fund the police, providing them with multiple RV vehicles and even helicopters. Even though Bullock endorses Mayor Gordon, he understands the situation is serious and agrees to work together with Sionis, even though it looked like he killed the fighter he was sparring with. Bruce goes outside the city and takes a broader look towards the island where Arkham is being built, realizing that something big is happening and he can't stop it alone. In the past, his friends came to the movies as well. Selina had planned for this. It's been a long time since all of them had been together like that. He visits his mom, who says she's running as deputy mayor for Gordon because she supports him and wants to help. He thinks it's not safe to be in the spotlight, especially since the party animals are killing people indiscriminately. But Martha isn't afraid. She was never a quitter, and neither was her husband. But Bruce remarks that his bravery got him killed. Alfred visits his daughter, who works as a school teacher, but he doesn't talk to her and instead just watches from his car. Hamilton Hill announces to the public that Commissioner Bullock agreed to fully endorse his campaign for city mayor, remarking that it's time to take back Gotham together. Bruce goes back to the city zoo and hacks the ape mask, which allows him to talk directly to Sionis. Black Mask agrees to pay him $200 million to stand down for 1 week, saying that he could use that money to buy cars, weapons, and tech. Batman could become something larger than life, something epic. Bruce gives in and agrees to take the deal. We see a memory of the trial of Mr. Chill, the person who murdered Bruce's dad. But before they could begin, Bruce wanted to say something, but first he needed to build his courage up. Many years later, a local crime gang called 10 Thieves were bullying the business owners, claiming their neighborhood had become a dangerous place, and some even called it Crime Alley. The thugs wanted them to pay protection money in order to keep their business running and stay safe. But one of the women refused to pay. One of the thugs pushed her off the side of the building and she fell to her death, but something caught her and took her to safety. They had no idea what just happened when suddenly a man dressed in a bat suit with red eyes and sharp claws appeared. It was Batman, but he wanted to make himself more scary and dressed himself to look like a vampire. He even used fake teeth and bit the thugs, causing them to panic and freak out. He also used the sharp claws to carve through their flesh, but one of them pulled a gun and started shooting. Luckily, Batman was prepared for this and had bulletproofed his cape, which shielded his body. We see another memory, this time while Bruce was building a bridge for the school science project. He thought it would be a good idea to take inspiration from bats and built the bridge just like that. His father was impressed and said he was very proud of him. Back on the rooftops, more gang members showed up and threatened to kill him, so he was forced to run away. Later, he regretted using the costume and the face paint to make himself look scarier and burned the silicone fangs, calling it cheap theatrics. These thugs are nothing more than street criminals. It wasn't enough to clean the city, and Batman needed to do more. He realized that weapons were being smuggled into Gotham from Florida, where gun and drug laws are looser. All of the trucks come to Gotham through checkpoints run by the Maronis and Falcones. They even do this in plain sight, and why not? They're not street criminals like the 10 Thieves gang. They have deals with dozens of companies in Gotham and at least 3 banks. One night, he waited for one of the shipments to come into town, but the drivers wanted to run him over. He had set up a trap and used cables to lift the truck from its back, causing it to crash. The truck went on its side, causing entire crates filled with weapons to spill onto the side of the road. He then gave the drivers one hell of a beating, punching, kicking, and slamming their faces against the walls. He upgraded the bridge model and made it better, adapting it just like bats adapt in the wild. Besides rodents, there are actually more bat species than any other mammal on Earth, and they use echolocation to map an area and then learn it. His dad said that before becoming a teacher, he wanted to be a heart surgeon, mostly because his own dad died of a heart attack. He and his wife were very young when Bruce was born, so he was forced to give up that dream. But he doesn't mind. He likes being a teacher, and he's doing a lot of good by helping kids and preparing them for the real world. Bruce still remembers the day his dad died and gives a heart-touching speech in court. By building that bridge for the school project, he won a trip to the zoo for him and the entire class. His dad was very proud of him, and that day was one of the happiest Bruce has ever felt. He never wanted it to end. Unfortunately, Mr. Chill murdered his dad that day, and he hates him for it. He hates him for killing that happiness forever. That day changed him, and he wanted to do something about the crime rates in his city. He trained harder than anyone else. He wanted to make Batman more intimidating, more scary, and more adaptable than ever. He built special gadgets and weapons to make himself deadlier than ever. He showed his father another version of the bridge. This one was more lightweight and could even fly. It was lightweight, foldable, and it could even be dropped from a plane and parachute down, so the people could just set it up themselves. One night, the most influential businessmen in Gotham attended a party, and Batman spied on them from above. Most of them were corrupt one way or another and had bled the city dry a long time ago, but it still wasn't enough for them. He wanted to learn everything there is about them because he was going after them. But not that night. Police helicopters spotted him on the rooftop and he was forced to escape into the shadows. When he was older, Chill wanted to speak to him from prison and Bruce went to see what he had to say. Batman rides his bike across town, revving his engine as he passes the party animals, taunting them to try him, but they all just watch and let him pass. He and the Black Mask have a deal. He's supposed to let him accomplish his mission, and once he's done, he gets 200 million and becomes something bigger. Martha visits Mayor Gordon, who just saw on the news that Commissioner Bullock is backing Hamilton Hill. He thinks he doesn't have a chance at getting re-elected, but Martha doesn't want him to give up. He surprised her when they first met and thinks that the people of Gotham might surprise him as well and vote in his favor. After Bruce's father was buried, Gordon talked to him, calling him brave and also saying that the city is tearing down the zoo. It's become a place of tragedy now. In the present, Batman goes on top of one of the buildings while Roman approaches in one of his helicopters. Alfred was watching the entire scene from a distance, but there are party animals all around the city, watching just as he is. Sionis accomplished his goal in Gotham and wired 200 million to Bruce, but he already used the money. He had cashed it out and placed it on top of a light signal, forming a giant bat signal. He then presses a button, which lights the money on fire while also projecting the bat sign and lighting the entire night sky for the entire city to see. Sionis claims the deal's off and orders his party animals to attack him. Batman claims he doesn't need the money to buy cars or planes or computers. He doesn't need anything. All he needs is Batman. A brawl erupts as the killers attack him, but he deals with them using the weapons he built himself. The bigger guy he fought at City Hall attacks him from behind, but gets impaled by spikes that jump out from his suit. Batman proceeds to fight the other guys while also carrying him on his back as if it didn't even matter. Sionis orders his snipers to shoot him down, but Batman uses his cape to deflect the bullets. The killers shoot him with giant nets and manage to trap him to the rooftop while the henchmen surround him. He grabs Sionis by the pants, but the madman is a trained fighter and breaks his hand, causing Batman to scream in agony. But somehow he still finds it amusing, mostly because the entire conversation was being recorded and broadcast to every news station in Gotham. Roman Sionis is now exposed as the one responsible for all the killings and chaos that happened recently, but he doesn't care and claims it doesn't change anything. Kiddo uses a flamethrower and burns him alive, causing his costume to erupt in flames. Dr. Benjamin then picks up Batman's giant axe and hits him over the head, which throws him off the side of the building. Batman is still conscious and manages to use his cape as a parachute, landing on one of the cars below. As if things aren't bad enough, the police are also on his trail, and he is being chased by helicopters and police cars. Barbara sees him trying to escape in one of the car parking lots and follows him. The place was dark, and she accidentally hits him with her car, but luckily, he is still alive. He barely makes it to one of the sewer entrances, but Barbara threatens to shoot him. Fortunately, she changes her mind and lets him escape, claiming she didn't see anything. Sionis hacks the telecommunication systems and talks on the news, giving a big speech about his origin story. He grew up on a pig farm and had humble beginnings. One of his jobs on the farm was to kill pigs when the time came. He used a captive bolt pistol, a 5-inch pin right in the head, which was enough to kill a pig. He claims the system is rigged. Everyday people struggle to pay the bills, while the rich use the money they have to make more money. Bruce goes back to his hideout and tries to sew his wounds himself, but his arm is still broken and he can't do it himself. He asks Alfred for help, but he accuses him of running the deal and refuses to help him. What's coming next is far worse than what has already happened, and he refuses to be a part of any of it. The party animals have unloaded crates filled with weapons and masks all over the city, while Sionis asks everyone in the city to join his gang. Since Batman turned down his invitation, he's offering everyone invitations and hundreds of millions of dollars for anyone willing to join and spread his chaos. The news stations are reporting in, accusing Roman Sionis of dropping crates filled with masks and firearms across Gotham City in an effort to encourage people to join his party animals' reign of violence. Waylon is watching TV in his gym when Bruce walks through the door, but he's in rough shape. Bruce tells him the truth, which shocks him, that he's actually Batman and he needs his help. We see another memory, this time of Bruce and his friends having a sleepover. Out of nowhere, a man walks through the door and pulls a gun on his mother. He shoots her point blank, but none of this actually happened. It was a nightmare, and Bruce wakes up screaming. He runs to his mother's room, who was scrolling through old family pictures, and falls asleep in her lap. In the present, the streets are in chaos as people rush to pick up a mask and arm themselves. Martha does the same thing, but when she puts it on, she is in shock. There are different bounties for different types of crimes, ranging from robbery to arson, assault, and even murder. There is a giant bounty placed on Mayor Gordon's head of $1 million, and he needs to watch his back. Somewhere else, Alfred's daughter is riding the subway back home, but the party animals get on board as well. She gets attacked and pulled to the side as the train erupts in chaos. The Black Mask's entire network is too big to bring down entirely, but the local servers could be crashed, which would disrupt communications with the masks. Batman thinks that Sionis is keeping local servers aboard his yacht and asks Oswald to fly him there on his private airplane. His friend is furious that he kept this a secret from him, but that's a fight for another time. We see him jump from the plane, depicting a legendary scene from the highly rated comic book Batman: The Dark Knight Returns. Dr. Benjamin is a DJ and loves to play music, but he didn't expect Batman to land right on top of him. He straps a life jacket on him and throws him in the water. Kiddo attacks him with a knife but gets picked up like a little toy. The young boy claims he's just a kid, but Batman doesn't care and kicks him as hard as he can, which sends him flying into the water. Sweetheart had no idea what was happening, but upon seeing him she jumps in the water herself without even trying to fight him. Bruce and his mother were scrolling through the pictures and find one of him and his friends, which his dad took during the trip to the zoo, just moments before the shooting started. The people arm themselves and demand access to the masks, wanting to claim some of the bounties for themselves. But Martha fights them, claiming that's what Sionis wants, to turn the people against each other. She and Gordon both have $1 million bounties on their heads, and the people want to cash in. The person who snatched Julie on the train wasn't a party animal, it was her father. He wants her to take a private plane out of the city, but if she's forced to leave, she vows she doesn't have a father anymore. On the yacht, Roman jumps Batman from above, but he kicks him in the abdomen, which takes the air out of him. He then jumps him head-on, crashing through the side of the ship and landing in the bowling area. Batman then grabs one of the balls and starts beating him senseless with it. They crash a second time, this time landing in one of the creepier rooms on the ship. This is where Roman keeps the face masks from people he killed over the years, including the Maronis and the Falconis. The beating continues while Batman claims he loves this. Roman takes a jumping cord and tries to strangle him, suffocating the air out of him. He says that while working on the pig farm, the best moment was right before he would kill another pig. He loved hearing the animals scream and wants Batman to do the same. But instead of screaming, Batman bends down and stabs him through the eyes using his mask. He then takes his body, drags it to the side of the ship, and throws him overboard. He then goes down and finds the server room, and not a moment too soon. Gordon is surrounded by people who want to collect his bounty, but Martha begs them to stand down and just go home. Batman pulls the pin on a couple of grenades, which cause a massive explosion that sinks the yacht. This causes the system to go down and the bounty system to go offline. It doesn't make sense for people to commit crimes if they aren't getting paid, and most choose to go back home. The explosion leaves Batman unconscious as he sinks to the bottom of the sea, but Alfred comes to his rescue. He manages to drag him back to the surface and then takes care of his wounds. He used to be a medic in the field and knows what he's doing. Issue 7 begins many years ago in Tanzania, with an expedition heading towards a big glacier. A young boy named Victor is asking his father if they can spend more time in the jungle, because the animals are amazing. But the father wants to reach the glacier, claiming the ice on the mountain holds more life inside it than this whole rainforest. Bruce's friends gather to play an old kids game in honor of their friend Matches Malone, who died recently. They wonder what happened to him or if anyone knows what he was doing recently, but Bruce shows up and says he's the last person to see him. The story jumps to 1 week ago, right after the Black Mask incident, when life was just getting back to normal. The city was under a martial law to ensure people's safety from threats like Batman and others. But something was happening, and Bruce thinks it all comes back to Arc M, the massive black site they're building right off the coast of Gotham. He and Matches Malone were supposed to meet on Elliott Bridge because he needed his help. Malone is into running ID scams, high-end barcodes, laser engraved, and he hopes that he can get him work papers to get on the Arc M crew. He asked him 2 weeks ago and he said he would help, but they haven't talked since. Malone is nervous, spooked about being followed, but he claims he has the papers, but he did one better. He made fake papers for himself and spent the last week on their crew, inside that place. Malone has always been like this, wanting to help and putting himself on the line, but Bruce hates him for putting himself in danger. He pulls out a phone and says this Arc M is next level, and they're already putting people in there. It's up and running. He's going back tomorrow and he'll try to get more evidence, but for now, he wants him to have his phone. But something is wrong. Malone's skin begins to melt and blood comes rushing out of every hole in his body. He drops on the ground unconscious, covered in his own blood, and Bruce doesn't know what to do. He grabs the phone and runs away. His friend is already dead and there's nothing he can do about it. In the present, his friends are mad that he didn't tell them he is Batman, but he wanted to keep them safe. Just look what happened to Malone. There was a 4-second video on the phone, which showed hundreds of windowless titanium cells, and in the background you could hear crying, begging, and screams. There was also a list of names, but the only person linked to Gotham is Dr. Victor Fries, a pioneer of cryotech who started a company called VCOR. Their headquarters are here in Midtown, and Batman tries to sneak inside, but it's very difficult after curfew and he gets spotted by the cops. Alfred investigated his friend's death and found out that whatever killed him isn't a biological weapon or even a virus, it's bacterial. Bruce managed to keep his secret hidden from his friends, while also spending time with each of them and learning something different in hopes of becoming a better Batman. They want him to tell them everything, but he wants them to get out of his way so he can get back to work and find out what killed Matches Malone. The top of the building is wired for surveillance, so getting inside VCOR as Batman is out of the question. He goes inside the building pretending to be a city engineer coming to do a check. After all, what's happening up here that requires so much power? A mammoth from Yukon, a tiger from Siberia, and a beetle from Chile are all frozen here, and a scientist wearing an orange suit claims the hardest part was keeping them intact during transit. Big ice can be pretty volatile when it's disturbed, but animals aren't the only things being kept frozen here. There are also people, including Victor and Nora Fries. The scientist is actually their son, Victor Jr., and he says his parents wanted to be frozen, given their shared love of the ice. They funded their research with VCOR, where the dying could preserve themselves in ice until cures for their deaths existed. That's where all the power goes. To all the people frozen here who are waiting to be woken up one day, including his parents. When Victor was a boy, he was diagnosed with a rare terminal disorder, but his parents were convinced the condition would be cured one day, so they froze him. Bruce keeps him talking, distracting him while also looking for any clues that could help him figure out what happened to Malone. Victor claims that while he was under ice, he could feel everything, every moment, and the immense pain from the ice grinding and twisting. The ice isn't grace, it is fury and reckoning, and it births monsters just like him. Victor transforms into a hideous blue monster and then grabs his face, trying to put him to sleep. He manages to knock him unconscious and then drags his body through a long corridor. Victor wants to put him inside one of the cryotanks, but Bruce wakes up and tries to fight back but immediately goes back to sleep. He wakes up several minutes later, but it's too late. He's already strapped inside the cryotank and is unable to move. Victor wishes him happy resting, remarking that he won't be able to sleep in the ice. The pain won't let him. There are tens, if not hundreds of other people under ice, some of Gotham's wealthiest members of the Power family. All of them came here at the end of their lives, believing the ice would be an escape, one they could take to find everything fixed and forgiven on the other end. But the ice isn't salvation. It's the memory of everyone we want to forget. It's vengeance. The cryo process begins. As the temperature drops, Bruce might feel a burning hypothermia, but that's just the brain's thermoregulation. It's why so many people freezing to death remove their clothes. After his friends found out the truth about him, they got into a heated argument, and Wayland says he's not better than Matches was if he decides to leave instead of talking to them. He also calls him a coward, which prompts Bruce to jump him from behind. The freezing process continues, and Bruce is overwhelmed with terrible images from his life. Ozzy told them how he went to the Black Mask, jumping on that boat with no way off. Was that supposed to be a suicide mission? We see the real reason why Matches would often sacrifice himself for his friends. It's because he felt guilty. During that day at the zoo, he was slow and got left behind, so Bruce's father went back outside to grab him. It's why he didn't go inside with the rest of the kids. Victor talks to someone about a bacterium that died off 100,000 years ago, untraceable, making it the perfect weapon. He was also able to infuse the snow, which covered the entire city these past days, with a special marker that allows him to track everyone in the city who's come in contact with snow. Batman was able to free himself using a special weapon hidden in the cast of his broken arm. He breaks inside the office and attacks Victor, but the monster is quite fast, and his body is still hypothermic, which slows down his reflexes. He burns his face with a torch, which temporarily slows him down, but it's not enough. He then uses the chains attached to his armor, but Victor is fast and easily dodges his attacks. He grabs Batman and slams him against the wall, which leaves him with 2 splintered ribs. Victor knows he can't do this alone, so he calls for reinforcements. He presses a button which activates the other cryotanks, releasing the other monsters from their prisons. Batman remembers what his friend Wayland asked him, if he wants to die. The monsters are slowly approaching him through the corridor, and he needs to find a way to deal with them. Luckily, they are easy to beat up, and he punches one of them, breaking its jaw. Wayland said that his dad didn't want to die that day, and it wasn't his death that made him a hero. It was his life. The monsters surround him from every direction, and the only thing he can think about is Wayland asking him if he wants to die or not. The people living in Crime Alley are survivors, and Batman needs to be a survivor himself. Remembering his friend's words motivates Batman to keep fighting, which allows him to break free and escape through the crack in the wall. He jumps out the side of the building and starts falling, but luckily, he is able to use the costume and save himself. Wayland comes back home with a bag filled with groceries, but someone is waiting for him. He is ambushed from behind and put to sleep, while his kidnappers test his DNA, claiming he's a perfect specimen and they want to take him to Arkham. In the neutral territory of Alagab, Bialya, 2 heads of state are having a private meeting to discuss the ongoing war between their 2 countries. Both of them have lost family members in this war and they want to make peace. Starting tomorrow, Kandak and Kurak are no longer enemies, but partners. A century of war finally ends. No more bloodshed. But before they can leave the room peacefully, someone interrupts them. It is Bane, a giant mercenary with tubes coming out of his back, who says he was surprised to hear whispers about these peace talks. He also says that one of them will betray the other today and kill him, which will plunge their 2 countries back into war. One of them gives up and says he will betray the other, and Bane immediately kills the other. He wants him to give a big speech later today, declaring an escalation of operations. His employers know this might be difficult for the people to accept, but they really believe in his leadership skills. He also mentions a famous quote that he likes, which he can even use in his speech later. Bane gets an important phone call which instructs him to go to Gotham City immediately. After he defeated the Black Mask, Batman was supposed to lay low for a while, but he couldn't. His friend Wayland was kidnapped, and he's been waging a constant war on Gotham's underworld, trying to find him. Last night he took down so many people that the hospital actually ran out of ambulances. Barbara had just arrived home after a long day at work and talking to her father, while also heating up her dinner. She hears Batman calling her name from the other room, but it wasn't him in person, only his mask, which has a radio inside. She agreed to meet him at the zoo later that night, and she brought a file. The police are running an investigation into Wayland's disappearance, but Batman wants to know who took him. She trusts her father because he's a good cop, but apparently the police are the ones who kidnapped him. He and his friends have a private meeting, looking over the investigation files, and they can't figure out why he was kidnapped. The police accused him of breaking curfew, but it doesn't make any sense, especially because they've also confiscated his property. Alfred remarks that it only makes sense if he's never coming back. He also claims that Ark M, which is being built in Gotham, isn't the only one. There are 12 other Arks around the world, In the 1800s, there was some kind of hospital on the island where it's being built, but it burned down in the 1930s. JK Industries bought the land, and private records show they've been working on the site ever since, digging, bringing in materials. Whatever these arcs are, it all begins and ends with this one. According to the blueprints, the new structure still uses most of the piping and ventilation from the original hospital, which means they can get in. Bruce wants to sneak inside, find Waylon, and bring him back out. Harvey can get him into the witness protection program and keep him safe afterward. Ozzy thinks this whole plan is kind of crazy, but this is what they wanted. They wanted Bruce to be honest with them, they wanted in on Batman, and this is what he does. Gordon lost the election, and Hamilton Hill is now the new mayor of Gotham. Martha's been supporting him for the past 10 years, and now he wants to do the same thing for her. But she doesn't want to run for mayor, so what does she want to do? Bruce remembers an intimate moment between him and Selina while making love on a big pile of money. Waylon came and told them the good news. He got a shot at the title, a boxing match against the champ, aka Bibbo Bibowski, and he wants Bruce to train him. Even though there are a dozen other guys better than him at the gym, he considers Bruce his best friend and wants him to do it. He was, however, curious if the pile of money was real or fake. Batman and Alfred prepare to sneak inside the Ark, and the old man wishes him good luck. They drive the Batcar on the seafloor, and Bruce swims toward one of the nearby caves. He moves quickly, darting through the maze of waterways, and in less than an hour, he's inside the main cavern. Alfred guides him where to go, through the bad junctions, the dead ends, higher and higher, until he's at the main pipeline. Batman cuts the pipe and sneaks inside, thinking he's in the right place, but Alfred claims that according to the blueprints, he's still at least 100 meters beneath the prison. He's found the real Ark M. This place is a maze, and on top of that, it's dark as hell. While he goes deeper inside, Alfred remembers a similar mission in England. He's seen what Bruce is about to see soon. He could have warned him, remarking that he won't be able to save his friend. The same thing happened to him. He saw his friends become strangers, enemies. Batman is confused and doesn't know what he's looking at, but Alfred isn't saying anything. Suddenly, Bane appears and kicks him in the chest, which pushes him backward. Batman fights back and uses his costume to pierce his flesh, but Bane is unbothered. Batman then attacks him, trying to punch him, but he easily blocks the hit and gently touches his elbow. Even though these hits barely graze his skin, they are precise and deadly, and Batman is unable to move his arms anymore. As if things aren't bad enough, Bane does the same thing to his leg, incapacitating him and rendering him unable to move. But Batman is confident and says he only needs one leg to kick his juice-up ass. But Bane wasn't even juicing up, but if he really wants, he can show him what pumping venom through his body does to him. His body begins to change, transforming into something bigger, stronger, and deadlier. Batman drops to his knees, defeated, but Bane picks him up and welcomes him to his new home, claiming he wants to prep him for surgery. He was taken to one of the cells where they planned to experiment on him, but taking off his costume wasn't as easy as they thought. One of the doctors begins her log, remarking that removal of his costume triggered a series of homemade booby traps, resulting in numerous injuries to the staff. After multiple surgeries, the staff is now confident that all objects have been extracted, including tear gas pellets, acid pellets, explosive pellets, sedative pellets, a full lockpick kit, knuckle blades, toe blades, push daggers, trench daggers, and many others. After waking up from his sedation, he pulls a lockpick from his mouth, which the doctors failed to discover during the strip search. He uses it to open the door and break out of his cell. But this place is like a maze and he has no clue which way to go. He passes several levels and sees all sorts of experiments, one more grotesque than the other. At one point he walks into a room, but the floor is made out of human bodies. People who are now monsters but still alive. Unfortunately, he gets knocked out by Bane, who was sent to catch him and bring him back to his cell. The preparation for Waylon's title match began, and Bruce pushed him to get in the best shape of his life. They watched all of Bibbo's fights against other boxers, but he was an amazing fighter, and the match wasn't going to be easy. Meanwhile, it's already been 1 month since Bruce was kidnapped and held against his will inside Ark M, and his mother was worried about him. After his last encounter with Bane, Bruce refused to eat or do anything else, and the doctors put feeding tubes in his abdomen. They assumed he had given up and went inside his cell, but they were wrong. He immediately gets up and starts attacking them. He had even pulled some of his own teeth in order to use them for manual combat. He also managed to adjust his feeding tube to gain access to his own raw stomach acid, and then used it to burn one of the doctors. After collecting a large amount of guano inside and then urinating on it for weeks, Bruce was able to create a highly flammable compound, which he then used to explode the wall of his cell and escape once again. He starts running through the maze of labyrinth, but he has no clue where to go next. Moving from one level to another, he arrives in a place that appears to have a forest. However, upon going inside, the trees become alive and start talking to him. begging him to let them out. One of them attacks him and sticks something in his mouth, but Bane arrives once again and takes him back to his cell. Selena wanted Bruce to come with her during one of her robberies, but he was busy watching boxing matches. After seeing Bibbo in action, he realized that Waylon doesn't stand a chance against him, but he couldn't tell him the truth. They are best friends. Another month goes by, and Martha continues searching for her boy, but nobody's seen or heard from him. The doctors have spent 2 weeks operating on him, but he has managed to survive the full cycle, unlike all 26 subjects before him. The doctors claim his body is now ready for the next phase. All that remains for him is to finally surrender in spirit. They decide to put the Batman suit inside his cell, but he didn't want to touch it, claiming it's over and there's no escaping this place. But Bruce can't give up and eventually puts on the suit, escaping the prison for a third time. He reaches level 246, where he runs into a room filled with monsters while a large group of doctors observe from the sidelines. They want him to help them and make it stop, but he doesn't know how. Bane shows up yet again and starts beating him senseless, claiming the two of them are alike. He's trying to save Bruce from the pain he went through. He punches him so hard that he is sent flying into one of the other labs, while claiming it's not the strongest or the most intelligent who survives this war called life, but instead the most adaptive one. Suddenly, something breaks out of the lab and attacks Bane, kicking him with a giant tail. The doctors panic and run away, claiming they are in danger, and they are right, because a giant crocodile monster eats them alive. But there is something off about this monster, and Batman thinks it's actually his friend Waylon. The monster gets close and grabs him by the throat, which triggers a memory of the two of them in the boxing ring. It recognizes him as his best friend, and Bruce jumps on top of him, getting ready to escape this place. The two of them escape through the sewers while the doctor recording the logs approaches. Bane claims he is very excited about the final phase of the experiment, because now he truly gets to break Batman. Alfred remembers Bane's origin story ever since he was just a small baby. He was born on the island of Santa Prisca, born amid constant fighting. The people threw off the Spanish, the French, and the Dutch, but the island was rich and someone always came back. His father was a rebel leader. His group, Free Skies, fighting for the island's freedom for over 100 years. Eventually the boy grew and helped his father with the rebellion, and they even took the capital, but only managed to hold it for 3 days. They were eventually defeated and taken to one of the worst prisons on the island, where they would spend many years. After 11 years locked away, Bane, a man now, orchestrated an escape alongside other fighters. They managed to escape and stormed the beach, and only after they managed to secure the escaping boats, the men looked up and saw the sky, which they hadn't seen in over a decade. They crossed the bay and headed toward the capital, but a man dressed in white was waiting for them on the other side. Instead of attacking them, he welcomed Bane and claimed he wanted to make him an offer. After talking in private, Bane ended the conversation and the man flew back in his helicopter alongside his beautiful women. The father wanted to hug his son, happy that after all this time they were finally free, but instead his son crushed him to death under the immense pressure of his strong arms. After that day, that's when true records of Bane started to appear. He started off as a mercenary assassin, planting explosives inside an airplane over Guangzhou, killing a journalist in Dubai, slaughtering pirates in the shipping lanes of the Red Sea. He underwent many operations which altered his body, making him the monster he is today, and that's when he truly became known as Bane. The intel suggests that the venom running through his veins is a mixture of acids, proteins, compound activators, and cytokines. It gives him total control over his own muscles, his very cells bent to his will. But even more outstanding is the way it enhances his mind. He can hold entire libraries in his mind. He knows every method of fighting and every weapon known to man. He knows every battle from ancient times, from the strategies of Sumerian warrior kings to the most current algorithmic doctrines. He could be right outside Batman's door, getting ready to strike him once again. Instead of running, Batman would probably stand and fight, but that could be fatal. He'll likely set a trap for him, using cars filled with explosives to try and stop him, but he would still come for him. He's much too powerful. A head-on confrontation is futile. Bane would probably use his own axe to sever his hands. What Bane has endured during his time on the island, as well as his time inside the prison, made him the indestructible warrior he is today. Batman would surely lose a head-on confrontation, and Bane would crush him and then take him right back to Arkham, where the doctors would continue experimenting on him. It's part of his job, bringing subjects that they can make into warriors in his image, who work for the Man in White and his allies. He isn't the only one. There's already a similar assassin in Russia called the KGB, and another one, codenamed Deathstroke. The plan is to turn Batman into someone similar to Bane. They want him to become the hero that Gotham needs. But in order for this to work, they need to break him. Or rather, get him to choose to break, just like Bane did. But the only real way to break Batman is by going after his friends and trying to break them. Wayland saved Bruce and took him to safety, somewhere in the sewers beneath Gotham City. His mind is still the same, but his body is now changed into a hideous crocodile-type monster. He wants Bruce to save him, but the only way to do it is to kill him. He begs him to end his life, but he can't. Wayland is Bruce's best friend, and he just can't stab him to death. There has to be another way. Wayland grabs the dagger and wants to do it himself, but Bruce stops him. This angers him, and he screams back at him, giving one of the most terrifying roars ever. He then jumps back into the water and disappears, saying he should have never saved him from Ark M. We see another memory when Bruce and Selina wanted to buy an apartment where they could live together. She wanted him to help Wayland win the fight, but if he couldn't do it by following the rules, he needed to stop playing by them. Pennyworth found Bruce in the sewers and brought him back to his cave. He's been unconscious for the past 20 days, but he's in a rough shape and probably needs a few more to fully recover. His body is changed now. There's a delivery system woven into his spine and brain, all loaded with that compound venom. But instead of recuperating, Bruce goes to see his mother, who slaps him for disappearing for 3 months without saying anything. She eventually calms down and says that something terrible happened to Ozzy. His body was completely disfigured, and he was kept alive on life support. Bane found all of his friends and decided to break each and every one of them in different ways. He broke every bone in Ozzy's body, some in multiple places, but somehow he did it in a way that missed each vital organ. It was precise, surgical, cruel beyond measure, and if Oswald lives, he'll be almost 2 feet shorter. Next, he visits Harvey, who was also in rough shape. He has 3rd to 4th degree burns across the left side of his body, straight 50%. But worse, they crushed his skull, cracked it down the center. When the police found him, his head was basically lying in 2 separate parts. Bane claimed that Harvey is destined to be the traitor because his friends are all outlaws. Meanwhile, he has principles and ambitions. He established this ritual long ago, this poker game, a safe place where the stakes are void, where he can be both forever outlaw and lawman, friend and enemy. He burned half of his body, saying the time for pretending is over. Bruce gambled with the Black Mask. He put it all out there, his friends, the city, everything. But if it's any consolation, Harvey only hates him half the time. Lastly, he visits Eddie, who was working in his lab alone. Eddie claims Bane didn't hurt him. In fact, he was very gentlemanly. He challenged him to a friendly battle of wits and said that if he'd won, he'd let him kill him. But it only took Bane 1 minute to beat him, and before he knew it, he was shaking his head, slamming the front of his brain into his skull. The frontal lobe, the part responsible for intelligence, and suddenly facts became questions. Questions everywhere. Eddie claims that Bane helped him. He was challenging him, challenging all of them to become more, become what they're meant to be. He did the same thing to Bruce, and Eddie wants to know what he's going to do about it. In the past, he and Selina visited Mr. Falcone while he was playing golf and having a good time. The boxer that's supposed to fight Wayland works for him, and Bruce wanted to pay Falcone a huge sum of money to fix the match. In the present, Bruce talks to the Red Hood gang, with whom he often works, and asks them to stand down, but they refuse. Suddenly, the alarm goes off because someone breached the hatch, and they think that Bane's come for them. Something grabs Pennyworth by the neck and pulls him up. He is then knocked unconscious with a kick-punch combo. Fortunately, it wasn't Bane. It was actually Catwoman, but she is wearing a helmet similar to the ones used by the Black Mask. Bruce wonders why she came here, but she claims it's because his mother called. But the real reason is because he's been missing for months and she was worried, so she came to help. Pennyworth wakes up and accuses her of being a criminal, asking Batman not to trust her. She and Bruce sneak into the bedroom and quickly get undressed. They spend the night making love on the bed. It's been quite some time for both of them, and they missed each other. She sees the venom coursing through his body and wonders what they did to him, but he doesn't want to talk about it. He's curious to know why her helmet looks just like the gear used by Black Mask, but she doesn't want to talk about it. They hug each other and kiss and agree to go on a date. They put their suits on and go on a mission together, heading toward an abandoned amusement park at the pier. They came here to talk to the Red Hood gang, but they don't want to talk to him, claiming they don't take orders from him. They get into a confrontation, but Selina pulls out a weapon and starts shooting them. Fortunately, the gun is loaded with tranquilizer darts and none of them were killed. She just put them to sleep. One of them sneaks up from above and wants to fire a rocket launcher, but Batman runs toward the Ferris wheel and pushes it. This causes the wheel to tip over and fall in the water, deflecting the rocket and saving both of them. He had used the venom to make himself stronger, but he was in a state of rage and asks Selina to get away from him. Batman says he came here to ask them to stand down, because they almost broke him in a place called Ark M, where they make monsters, abominations like a man called Bane. He wants to destroy him, and not just him, his bosses, Ark M. He's going to burn it all to the ground, but he needs their help. The Red Hood gang leader pulls her mask down, claiming her name is Harley Quinn, and offers to help. The doctor inside Ark M claims they've managed to push Bane's system even further. As of this moment, He's officially at maximum infusion. He's happy that soon she's going to have his replacement, and he'll have his new Bane. That's when he can finally go home. He was talking about their boss, the man behind Arkham, but the doctor isn't sure he's just going to let him walk away when this is over. With help from the Red Hood gang, Batman hacks the city's entire communications network and gives a big speech. He claims the leaders sold Gotham out. They've sold the people's safety, their freedom. There's nothing they won't sell. They've even sold the ground beneath their feet, where right now they're growing actual monsters, horrors too terrible to imagine. He made a mistake with Black Mask, but he wants to correct that now by dragging one of these monsters out into the light for everyone to see, and then he's going to beat his ass. He challenges Bane to a one-on-one PvP tomorrow midnight at the old Veterans Arena, just the two of them alone. If he wins, he'll go back to Arkham willingly and become whatever he wants him to become. And just in case any of the people are wondering who he is, he's Batman. In the past, he told Wayland about his deal with Falcone, saying they agreed to forfeit the fight in the 7th round. This way, he'd go out with dignity and make enough money to open the gym he always wanted. But Wayland hired him to be his trainer because he was his best friend. All he ever needed was someone that truly believes in him. He declined the offer and fired him, claiming he's going to give it everything he's got. Selina asks Bruce not to use the venom against Bane, claiming it's what they want him to do and it's not worth it. He's seen what it does to people. But when he used it against the Red Hood gang, he could see every move. He was 50 steps ahead. He just needs to learn to control it, and without it, he doesn't believe he can win. Alfred brings a box filled with raw meat and leaves it opened in the sewers. This attracts Wayland, who was still inside the sewers, sliding through the dirty waters. Pennyworth prepares him for the fight of his life, but warns him that he only has enough venom for 2 infusions. He wants to use 1 infusion now and make sure his system can handle it, while he can use the second in the ring against Bane. After Batman's televised speech, the people begin panicking, but Mayor Hill gives a big press conference, reassuring the public that despite what the terrorist Batman claims, there are no monsters hidden away beneath Gotham's streets. Nonetheless, he insists that everyone honor the 11 p.m. curfew and remain home and safe. Dr. Arkham knows that Batman only has enough venom for 1 infusion, but Bane is counting on it. If his system tolerates the venom, he can be the Doctor's new project from now on. She is confident that with Bane's new enhancement, there's no comparison between the two of them. As Bane goes inside the stadium to face Batman, we see a similar memory, when Waylon Jones entered the ring to fight against the champ, Bibobowski. Batman welcomes him, but he isn't alone. Pennyworth is close by, and Harley Quinn and her gang have made sure that the entire fight will be recorded live. Batman makes the first move and detonates explosives planted in a building close to the stadium. This causes the building to collapse and fall on top of Bane, who wasn't ready for this. The crash causes a massive explosion, and the entire stadium is covered in heavy smoke and dirt. But Bane emerges out of the rubble unharmed. The venom coursing through his body protected him and completely healed his injuries. Next is Pennyworth's turn, who hits him from behind with grappling hooks, and then crashes the Batmobile straight into him, stabbing him through the back. But before Batman could attack him, his wounds were completely healed, and the fight rages on. Just like Wayland's fight against the champ, Batman might not be as strong as Bane, but what he lacks in speed and power, he makes up for in brutality, as he takes out one of his eyes. Pennyworth thinks that Batman is something else. He moves like a man ecstatic, a man born to do this very thing, and he doesn't hesitate, not even when Bane regrows his eyeball. Unfortunately, Bane manages to grab him by the suit and then slams him against the ground as hard as he can. He wants him to use the venom, claiming it's his only move, but he was wrong. The Red Hood gang opens the sewer door, allowing Wayland to burst into the stadium and attack Bane. He tears at him, ripping off chunks of flesh, swallowing them whole, but Bane infuses more venom, allowing his body to heal and grow even bigger. Batman goes for his legs and manages to cut him using his giant axe, but this only angers him further. While he was battling Wayland, he flicks Batman like he was nothing, which sends him flying into the arena. During the second half of the fight, Wayland was losing to the champ and there was nobody in his corner to cheer him on. Bane grabs the giant croc and wants to kill him by ripping his mouth apart, and Pennyworth thinks the only way Batman can stop him is by using the venom. But no, Bruce refuses to use it, saying they need to stick to the plan. He jumps Bane from the back and cuts open his spine, exposing his flesh and the venom. Wayland is saved, and he wants him to leave the stadium and leave the rest to him. He severed Bane's spine at the thoracic, which means he can't use his legs anymore. He then does the same thing to his hands, rendering him unable to move or attack. Batman claims the two of them are similar because they both lost their fathers, but the difference is he didn't break his father's back or his heart. This pushes Bane over the edge, and he infuses even more venom into his body, becoming a terrifying monster. Dr. Arkham is impressed, claiming his system is surpassing any limit they thought was possible. He pins Batman on the ground and then punches him so hard that he leaves an imprint on the ground. He claims he's given him everything, all so that his people and home could be safe, because all of this is just war. But he's done with it. It's Batman's turn now. Bruce was getting beaten to a pulp, just like Wayland was during the fight against the champ, but he wasn't alone anymore. Bruce went to his corner and cheered him on, just like Pennyworth cheers him now, begging him to use the venom. It's his only chance. Seeing there's no other way, Batman decides to use the venom, so he asks Catwoman to take the shot. Selina was hiding in the stands and starts firing toward the giant monster, but she wasn't firing bullets. Instead, she pumps Bane full of venom darts. Batman then throws his giant axe toward him, stabbing him in the head, while the venom does its thing, turning Bane into something else. 2 days ago, Bruce had asked his friend Eddie to remove the venom from his body and store it into canisters. Selina was proud of him because he listened to her and decided not to use it, just like Bruce was proud when Wayland won the boxing match against the champ. Bane's body had overdosed on the venom and had grown to uncontrollable levels, turning into a pile of rotten flesh. Batman then loaded him up into his bat truck and dumped him into the Gotham River. His friends Harvey and Oz had watched the entire thing on TV and couldn't be happier. Unfortunately, Bane wasn't killed, because Dr. Arkham managed to collect what was left of him and placed it inside venom tanks. The man in white, his boss and the person Pennyworth has been tracking for the past 3 years, talks to him. He says that even if he had defeated Batman, he wouldn't have let him return to Santa Prisca, his home island. He wants him to be free and work for him indefinitely, but in order to do that, he blows up the island, killing everyone living there, right in front of him. Pennyworth decides to tell Bruce the truth about the man he's been chasing all these years. The man in white, who convinced Bane to kill his own father and work for him. This guy owns hundreds of tiny islands all over the world, from the Arctic Ocean to the Tasman Sea, but all of them are uninhabited and impossible to develop. Instead, he often visits his islands to hunt. But Bruce wants to know more. He wants the real truth. His story begins in the year 1888 with his great-grandfather, Jack Grimm, who used to be a street performer and made people laugh, dressed as a clown. His reputation grew rapidly, and whatever money he made, he invested in his own theater. Just kidding. From there, he invested in silent pictures, and by the 1940s, he had made a fortune. Jack's legacy lived on through his children, who took their father's dream and created an empire. By the 1960s, Jack Grimm III was a central figure of Just Kidding and started one of the first cable network companies devoted primarily to comedies and children's shows. The story takes them into the present, to Jack Grimm V, who is by far the most successful yet. He is almost a trillionaire now and has vastly widened JK's charitable initiatives, literacy programs, peace organizations, medicine, and aid drops. Those who know him laud and love him. But Bruce doesn't understand what's so scary about him. Because if you look at his public life, there's nothing out of the ordinary. He's the 5th chapter in a story about a family that has made its fortune by embracing that very first love, the clown, helping Americans and people around the world to smile and laugh. Sure, he's eccentric, but all billionaires are eccentric, right? But Bruce doesn't want to know the public story. He wants to know what Pennyworth believes. The story takes a dark turn when we learn that the original clown used nitrous oxide, also known as dentistry laughing gas, to make people laugh and make them suggestible, so they'd give him all their money. For an entire century, the Grimms have become one of the most powerful crime families in history, playing everyone against each other, profiting off the chaos they sow, loyal to no country, no principle, nothing but power. A clown plays the fool while making a fool of everyone else. He's the mastermind, the schemer. After studying him for many years, this is the report that Pennyworth sent to his superiors at MI6. In the present, the man in white comes to one of his islands and meets an old man, who instantly recognizes him but doesn't understand how that's possible. He begins to run, but the man in white hunts him down like an animal. Pennyworth dug deeper and found that many people who've come in contact with the man in white have mysteriously died from poisoning. He has records of grim investments in some of the deadliest inventions of the last 100 years, from the bomb to bioweapons and viruses. Pennyworth thinks that he kidnaps his enemies and takes them to these remote islands and lets them survive for many years, only to return and hunt them down like animals for fun. He truly thinks there is no Grimm family. There never was. There is only one Jack Grimm, the original, the clown that made people laugh on the streets over a century ago. He must have found a way to prolong his life, maybe even using children from orphanages to harvest their cells and create an elixir to make himself immortal. But he's become something much more terrifying. He's the Joker. Batman says he's heard enough and leaves to check on Wayland, who was injured during the fight with Bane. After finishing one of his recent hunts, Grimm returns to his mansion and is welcomed by his butler. But instead of going to relax, he goes straight to his cave downstairs, claiming he has plans to make. The story begins many years ago, 9 million light years from Earth, on the planet called Krypton. This planet was ruled by its cities, sprawling centers of advanced science and ancient law, and Kandor was one of the greatest. In the cities worked the clerics of the Science League, harnessing the energies of the red sun and the planet itself to fuel their insatiable hunger for progress at all costs. They were the Kryptonian ruling class, the most venerated minds on the planet, but Superman's parents were not among them. They used to live on a farm and lived simple lives, growing their food, but life wasn't easy. There hasn't been any rain in many weeks. The Sky Department must be having trouble maintaining cloud systems with all the gemstorms. One of the farmers is complaining that he already paid the clerics for an early morning rain, but he hasn't seen so much as a drizzle. Lara L is a mechanic and offers to build him a cloud seeder, but that's illegal, and she could be arrested for that. After fixing his harvester, the farmer is thankful and wants to pay her in crawberries. Are they still Jor-El's favorites? Out of nowhere, the rain machines finally show up, and he wants them to get back inside before they get drenched. But Lara prefers to sit outside and take it, saying he paid for this, so he might as well get his money's worth. In school, Lara Lorvan was an exemplary student, destined for great things, everyone said, until she wrote an essay criticizing the Kryptonians' lack of funding for interstellar exploration. From this, she was labeled unruly and forbidden from ever applying to the Science Academy. So she became a mechanic, but she really wanted to be an astronaut. The class structure on Krypton defined all aspects of life, and at its pinnacle reigned the Science League. On the bottom of the ladder was the Labor Guild. Class distinctions were of such importance that citizens were required to wear their status at all times. The crest of the laborer was seen as a mark of shame, the sign of the poor and unskilled. But people like Superman's parents wore the symbol with pride, even though they were the people of steel, and wore a big S on their chests. Jor-El was a mining engineer, and together with a bunch of other people, went inside one of the mines to inspect it because the workers were afraid it would collapse. They claimed that they heard big splintering noises, loud ones, but there's nothing but solid rock and sunstone for 5 kilometers in every direction. One of the mine's leaders complains that his workers are standing around topside, not digging sunstone, and demands an explanation. He thinks there is nothing wrong with the mine and wants them to leave immediately so the miners can get back to work. Jor-El wants his team to head back outside while he stays behind to launch some probes. He wants to make sure that the mine's safe. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and they can hear big noises coming from beneath their feet. Jor-El was set to graduate the Science Academy with impeccable marks. A high-ranking position in the ruling class awaited him. At his graduation ceremony, he gave a speech condemning what he saw as the Science League's environmental recklessness. Their pillaging of Krypton's natural resources was endangering the planet. He wanted to warn them, but they laughed him out of his graduation, out of his position in the League. But he was right. A giant explosion causes green lava to erupt inside the mine, covering one of the people and instantly killing them. 3 days ago, in Brazil, the migrant workers at the Lyjas Creek diamond mine were tunneling underneath a kimberlite ore body when they came upon a large deposit of asbestos. They were ordered by their employers to continue digging, so they did. Snow began to fall on the favela outside the mine, where the workers lived with their families, a blizzard of carcinogens. When the workers tried to leave, they were reminded they were still under contract to the mine's owners, Lazarus Corp. They were reminded of this at gunpoint. Lazarus promised hazard pay of 1,500 reais if they would finish mining the ore, roughly $300 more than a month's pay. Upon going back inside the mine, the miners discovered that someone had already mined the ore and crushed it, turning it into diamonds. Also, there's no more asbestos in the air, like it's simply gone. They think it's some kind of miracle and decide not to talk about it anymore, and instead they just take the diamonds outside to claim their pay. The night before, the miners were heading towards one of the barracks to eat and drink, and Superman was among them, but he refused to party with the others. He was a stranger to them and couldn't even speak Portuguese. But they asked him to join them anyway, but he refused, claiming he has more work to do. The Peacemaker soldiers attack one of the miners, demanding to know how they mined all those diamonds overnight. The costume that was protecting Superman warns him that more soldiers are on their way and that conflict is imminent. He blames himself for staying behind. He should have left the mine last night, on to the next one, the next corporate pig farm or sweatshop factory. He has spent years running all across the planet, from the jungle to the big waters to whatever these places are. Always misery, always Lazarus, except this time he's left himself weak and sun-starved. The soldiers surround him from every direction, ordering him to come outside with his hands in the air. He eventually comes outside, but his hands weren't in the air. He grew tired of running and decides to fight back. The suit, which is named Soul, warns him to avoid conflict and just run away, but Superman doesn't care and easily deals with them without killing anyone. His solar energy levels are quite depleted, but the workers are in danger and he needs to help them somehow. He wants the miners to take the diamonds and sell them to the highest bidder, and many use the money to leave this place. A pack of drones come at him and electrocute his body, while more soldiers are on their way to his location. They realize that the suit is shifting, changing shape like it's alive and protecting him. Superman is overwhelmed with rage and begins to lose control, power building up to unimaginable levels, and he begs Sol to shut him down. It's the suit's mission to protect him, to guard the last living vestige of the House of El. Sol claims he must never forget the lesson of Krypton. Some worlds simply cannot be saved, not from themselves. Helicopters, tanks, and even more soldiers surround him from every direction and order him to surrender. He wants to get away when, out of nowhere, Agent Lane places him in handcuffs, tying herself to him and preventing him from escaping. In the Nevada desert, at the home of Lazarus Corp's R&D department, someone is watching the entire scene take place, claiming that Superman is like a new toy, and he wonders where he came from. Jor-El returns home after nearly dying in the mine and tells his wife he needs to conduct more tests. He needs to be sure before he warns the entire world. He wants Lara to remember how beautiful their world is. Remember it just as it is now, because it's going to be gone soon. He calls out to his son, Kal-El, who was playing in the fields, and the family hugs together in a touching moment. 6 years ago, on Krypton, Kal-El was attending an online class, but he's dead tired after writing a story about the dangers faced by loggers in the glass forest of Eureka. His teacher said that the Luminarium contains all the knowledge of the Science League from throughout Kryptonian history and that he didn't have to write it himself, but he enjoys writing. He falls asleep in his bed, next to Krypton, his faithful dog. In the present, Agent Lane has handcuffed herself to his hand and orders him to get down on his knees and surrender. Superman refuses and wants to break them, but he is in a weakened state and vulnerable here. She shoots him in the face with her gun, but the suit protects him while also trying to deal with the handcuffs. The Peacemakers surround him and threaten to shoot if he doesn't let go of Agent Lane, but he isn't the one keeping her prisoner, so they start shooting. Luckily, the suit protects both of them, but Superman is having to fight her as well. She claims Lazarus doesn't want him dead, it just wants him on his knees, and if he does it, this will all be over. The handcuffs were tougher to break, so he asks Sul to use the sun dust to hold on to her while he jumps as high as he can go, evading the soldiers. A helitank was following them closely, and they decide to shoot 2 rockets at them. They didn't care if Agent Lane dies or not, but Sul protects both of them by taking the full brunt of the explosion. They land in another part of the area, in the middle of a small town, but Lane is knocked unconscious. She wakes up and shoots him a 3rd time, while also reporting her location to her superiors. Superman claims he saved her life multiple times already, and she still wants to arrest him? Lazarus Corp doesn't give a damn about anyone's rights. Everyone is just a bunch of livestock to people like her. He calls her arrogant, someone who only cares about herself, angry at anyone she thinks isn't as smart as she is, but she claims he doesn't know her. He accuses her of everything that's wrong with this planet, but she is curious to know where he comes from. Before she could get an answer, the heli-tank shoots at them a 2nd time, creating a big explosion. Superman gets pissed off and throws a car towards it, causing it to crash into the buildings below. The explosion causes a large fire that engulfs the city, but Superman tries to help as many people as he can. Lane realizes that the suit is protecting him, helping him in the fight, but it isn't the true source of his powers. It's her impression that even he does not fully understand the limits of his abilities, as if this is all relatively new to him as well. After seeing him talk to these people and trying to help them, she feels that he is honest and that he could never lie, even if needed to. They have records of him appearing in other parts of the world. They know he can speak multiple languages, but somehow he still has the air of a lost child, of a life in some way interrupted, of a son without a home. She also remarks in her private notes that he smelled like oak barrels full of burgundy, stored for 1,000 years in a musty basement. He smelled amazing. He overhears her talking to a recording device and thanks her for the compliment. He asks her if she has any idea how precious their planet is and wants to tell her the name of his planet. But before he could, Sul breaks open the handcuffs, which sets him free. He doesn't waste any time and just flies away, leaving Lane with more questions than answers. She goes back to her headquarters and talks on the computer with the Brainiac AI, but the computer misinterprets her report and notes that Superman is a threat that needs termination. She gets angry at the stupid computer for misinterpreting her report and says she wants to write another one herself. Her boss remarks that she hates writing reports, but this time it's different. Back on Krypton, Kal-El spies on his parents talking about a prototype suit, one that's designed for space exploration, and also a rocket ship. They need to make a bigger version though, and claim they need a lot more sunstone to do it. They know the clerics won't listen to them, but they don't have any other choice. They've got years, maybe months, before the entire planet is destroyed. In the present, the agent finishes writing her report and couldn't be more proud, claiming that it actually felt good to write it herself. As a child on Krypton, Kal-El was deemed too slow to qualify for the Law Guild Training Academy. School was always a challenge for him as well, so his grades were never going to be good enough to get him into the science academy. Not that he wanted those things for himself anyway. He was happy in the labor guild, happy in the Redlands. The only two friends he had in the world were there, and ever since he was old enough to walk, he'd spend his days with his family, exploring the purple prairies and rolling pink hills of the Kryptonian countryside. One day, he and his parents went on a camping trip in the Rao Mountains, which were made from beautiful red sunstone. Apparently, he wasn't doing too good in school, and his teachers wanted him to use the Science League's luminarium for writing reports instead of writing them himself. However, his parents were extremely proud of him and wanted him to keep it up. They didn't care about his grades because he was the sharpest, most caring kid in the whole world, and they wanted him to find his own path in life. But it wouldn't be easy going against the ways of the Science League. They did the same, and look what happened to them. But Kal-El didn't care. All he wanted to do was stay here with them. This caused his father to get emotional, and he got to work, collecting more sunstone crystals for the ship and the suit. Ever since the accident in the mine, his father had been more distant, distracted. In the days after their trip to the mountains, his parents became consumed with their work, more so than ever before. His mom was always in her garage, building something, and when Dad wasn't in the mine, he seemed to be bringing his work home with him. They needed to hurry, because Jor-El had gathered irrefutable proof that the planet was about to be destroyed. It could be months from now, or it could be days. Growing up under the brutal red sun of Krypton, there was always danger. Tornadoes full of diamonds, rain that burned, sinkholes that could swallow entire towns. They'd seen it all. But what was happening now was something else. Something that Krypton had never seen before. Animals were behaving strangely. Herds of Zoorts were seen stampeding themselves off cliffs. All fishing had stopped in Kogo Lake. It was as if the water was actually boiling. But according to the official Science League newsfeed, this was nothing unusual. They blamed everything on natural gas leaks, isolated problems, no cause for concern. A week after he went camping, his class took the train to Kandor for a field trip. And along the way, Kal-El had started to put it all in writing, everything he'd seen across the Redlands. The words flowed out of him almost as fast as he could type them. And before he could think to stop himself, he had submitted his story to the school's news board. By the time they reached Kandor, the story had been removed from the board, all notes deleted remotely from his tablet, and an appointment set for his parents to see the school's administrator. They visited one of the Science League's labs, but Kal-El couldn't understand why some people would choose to work so far from the ground. His father had also come to warn them about his findings, but the clerics refused to see him. The guards escorted him out, but they got violent and hit him, which caused him to black out. Jor-El was arrested, and his son went back home to warn his mother. She went to pick up a handmade gun, but also told him about Sol, the incredible suit created from sunstones. Together, they went to free her husband, and Crypto sprinted through the prison trying to find him. Her gun was using lava to immobilize the guards instead of killing them, but they wanted to use lethal force against her. They deployed a couple of bombs armed with lethal injections, but luckily the suit wrapped itself around her, keeping her safe. Her husband was thrilled to see that the suit actually worked and was fully functional. While they were busy in the prison, Kal-El managed to hack the local network and found out something shocking. He found it strange that there were no law guildsmen, no clerics in their towers. Where were the ruling classes of Krypton? But he quickly found the answers inside the computers. The family went back home, and Kal-El said he knew about the suit and their plan to send him alone into space, but he wouldn't go anywhere without them. However, that wasn't the true plan, because his parents had built a bigger ship, capable of taking them and their closest friends before the planet was completely destroyed. The clerics knew about this as well. They'd been secretly building enough ships to carry the upper classes off-world, only the upper classes. They didn't want anyone to know that the entire planet was about to be destroyed, but Kal-El had hacked the computer and made everything public. The cat was out of the bag now, and the only thing remaining was to pick a destination. In her pursuit to find Superman, Lois Lane talked to people from all over the world: India, Botswana, Brazil, Belarus, Mexico, Vietnam, and others. People from poor communities whom Superman helped. She also interrogated one of her own people who loved cutting people for fun. Even though she was one of them, Lane was a good person and couldn't stand those who hurt other people, so she broke his fingers to teach him a lesson. She then ordered the other agents to arrest him, claiming the interrogation was over. The people didn't want to speak to her, especially since she worked for Lazarus Corp, the company that treated them as slaves. They prayed for the day when Superman would lose his temper and kill all of them. They prayed for Superman's rage. Lane visited Pakistan, one of the places where Superman fought the peacemakers, and saw the devastation caused by him. Her father called her and said she shouldn't be in dangerous places all by herself, but she was a big girl who could handle herself. There used to be an officer just like her, but he was kidnapped by the Omega Men, a terrorist organization. and then viciously executed. She remembered because he showed her the video when she was 12 years old. She also reminded him that he was retired now. That was because he lost both of his legs while fighting the Omega Men. Lane visited the slums alone, even though the peacemakers offered to escort her through the city. But the streets were dangerous, and 2 people followed her from the shadows. Meanwhile, Christopher Smith, a fellow peacemaker, was receiving therapy, consisting of speaking to the artificial intelligence Brainiac system. During one of his missions, he admitted he wanted to shoot innocent bystanders, but missed and didn't kill anyone. Brainiac claimed that it was his peacemaker training that prevented any injuries that day, but even though he was trained to maintain peace at all costs, he was worried that he could do really awful things. Brainiac completely ignored his pleas, finding excuses for his actions, claiming the weapon was defective and would be repaired. He would return to active duty immediately, even though he begged the AI not to do this. Someone was following Lane through the streets, but she managed to hide and turn the tables on him. He was part of the Omega Men, but she'd been lied to and didn't know the truth about them, while Lazarus was built on lies. He used a flash bomb to momentarily blind her, thinking she wouldn't be able to fight back, but he was wrong. Lane was trained to fight while blinded, remarking that he didn't know that much about Lazarus as he thought. He knew she'd been with Lazarus for 3 years, ever since her father's accident. But did she even know who she was working for? After everything she'd seen these last few weeks, the suffering around the world that had been caused by Lazarus, he hoped that she'd be ready to accept the truth, but it was too late. Someone fired toward her while claiming Alpha had his chance, and now it was Omega Prime's turn to take over. Brainiac's automated response system detected gunfire and alerted all nearby peacemakers, who rushed to her rescue. Omega Prime attacked Lane on the streets and destroyed her gun, claiming she could call her Primus because she was an old friend of the family. She was curious to know how the general was these days. He was probably a bit shorter than the last time they met. Alpha got in the way and pulled a gun on her, trying to save Lane, claiming they needed a moment to think this through. But before they could talk, the entire street was covered in red sand, which pushed them away. Superman dropped down from the sky, shattering the ground around him. Primus claimed the Omega Men stood ready to help him in his fight against Lazarus and wanted them to work together, but he dismissed her to the side. He then talked to Lane and asked her to stop looking for him, but she just wanted to talk. The peacemakers arrived once again and ordered everybody to stand down in the name of Lazarus. The soldiers took her away while also pointing their lasers directly at Superman. He wasn't in the mood to deal with them and chose to use his ice breath, which froze everyone except Agent Lane. However, he still didn't want to talk to her and decided to fly away, leaving Alpha in shock as he took out his phone to record everything. Lane was angry at the agents and called them morons for making her lose Superman. Primus was also angry and slapped Alpha, claiming he had his chance to shoot Lane, but he didn't do it. His name was Jimmy Olsen, but he was more preoccupied with watching the video he took of Superman, while also remarking that he believed Agent Lane had a good heart and could be convinced to turn against Lazarus. After their bodies were unfrozen, Peacemaker Smith lost control a second time, but this time he didn't miss. He opened fire and killed a bunch of people in cold blood, but didn't have any recollection of doing it. Those days after the story broke that Krypton was in its final days were difficult ones, violent ones. Superman's entire family was sentenced to death by the Science League, and Law Guild shock troops raided their home, forcing them to fight their way to safety. But it was too late. There was no safe place left on Krypton, not for them, not for anyone. They all got inside a giant truck and dragged the spaceship after them, trying to escape the soldiers who came to kill them. They traveled all the way to the Rao Mountains, where Lara tried to modify the ship in order to take more people with them. But she couldn't do it, not without compromising the ship's integrity. But there were still so many people left out there, more cousins and neighbors. But Jor-El said they couldn't take everyone. There just wasn't enough time. Rage swelled within Kal-El as he watched his parents weep, and he remembered swearing to himself that whatever world they'd find after Krypton, they'd try to make it better no matter what it took. In the present, Superman attacked the Peacemaker outpost in Pakistan, but there were many tanks protecting the entrance. However, they didn't stand a chance against him, as he easily dealt with them with help from the suit. He was furious because Peacemaker Smith killed 23 people. He gunned them down for daring to laugh at him. He used his heat vision and literally melted the metal door, burning even the soldiers who were waiting on the other side. Saul was hacking the system trying to find Smith, but she ran into Brainiac, who was trying to access the suit. Saul found out that Brainiac was hiding at a research and development facility in the Nevada desert, but the room was filled with miniaturized alien cities, stored in bottles. There were people inside those cities, people who wouldn't stop screaming. Brainiac wanted to speak with him. He was offering Smith's location, but before Saul could finish, Superman flew away. Back in the Redlands on Krypton, Lara asked everyone to let the ship bond with everyone inside and let it become their spacesuit. Kal-El was still outside, saying goodbye to the planet in his final moments. The ground began to shake and a powerful explosion nearly killed him, but luckily Crypto saved him at the last second. Kandor was in complete chaos as the people rushed toward the spaceships while the clerics were preparing to evacuate. They'd conspired for months to build enough ships to evacuate the Kryptonian elite from the dying planet, but if only they would have worked with the other guilds, they could have accomplished so many things together. Unfortunately for them and everyone else, not a single ship managed to take off that day. Not one. Not from the cities at least. On board Lara's ship, people were crying. Everyone was frightened, but Kal-El felt a profound calmness as soon as they took off. He even tried to calm the other children on board, saying it was going to be alright because his parents built this ship. But then it happened. The planet began exploding, which sent a giant piece of rock crashing through their ship. Many of the people were killed on the spot, but many others survived the initial impact. The suits protected them, turning into miniature spaceships while trying to keep the people safe. Kal-El was separated from his parents, but they saw each other from the other ships. For 10 billion years, the planet Krypton survived in the blistering red light of its sun. Toward the end of its existence, the planet became infested with Kryptonians, and it only took a couple million years for them to ruin it all. This would be the legacy of Krypton, that no matter the grandeur or the majesty, no matter the history or the power of the science, it could all go away in an instant. In the chaos that followed the planet's destruction, Kal-El's ship survived, while everyone else was destroyed, including his parents. He was now the only survivor of Krypton, drifting through space alone. In the present, Superman said he didn't want to find Peacemaker Smith because he was afraid of what he might do to him. Right now, he just wanted to be alone, and mostly, he wanted to be reminded of home. So he came to Smallville, in Kansas. After Krypton was destroyed, Kal-El's ship drifted through space, traveling at very high speeds, searching for a planet with an atmosphere similar to Krypton. After nearly 8 months spent in solitude, Kal-El was beginning to lose his mind, and he was angry and sad. After 17 months, he was refusing to eat, but Sol was trying to get him to consume his daily ration of protein. They'd traveled 9 million light years from Krypton and hadn't come across another planet that could sustain life. Kal-El thinks this is useless and wants Sol to open the door and let him die in space, but the suit can't do that. It was programmed to keep him alive at all costs. They come across a yellow sun, which has weird effects on his body and begins to overcharge his cells. Luckily, Sol detected a world nearby that could sustain life, and he headed toward it immediately. In the fields of Kansas, Martha Kent and her husband Jonathan were complaining that their crops were dying out because of the lack of rain. Meanwhile, their neighbor, who sold his property to Lazarus Corp, was getting plenty of rain daily. Martha thinks that Lazarus Corp is using drones to keep it from raining over their farm because they want to buy their property, but Jonathan thinks it's crazy. She also mentions a video where she saw these pits that can make people younger for $1 million a minute. They saw the fella who owns the company may be over 100 years old. But even if all of this is true, what can they do with just a tractor? They need a miracle. Suddenly, Kal-El's ship crashes into their field, creating a powerful explosion. The entire area is engulfed in fire and smoke, but Kal-El is still alive. Sol's energy cells have become quite depleted, and it needed to power down for a brief moment. The Kents are in shock and don't know what to do. Kal-El was covered in flames 1 minute ago, but now he is unharmed, without a scratch. Jonathan wants to call an ambulance, but Martha stops him, saying that they prayed for a miracle, and they got it. They took him inside their house, but he was running a very high fever which should have killed him. He was weak and strong at the same time and nearly destroyed the bed he was sleeping in. One night he begins levitating and Martha calls him an angel, but another time he started shooting fire from his eyes and nearly destroyed the entire house. They took him into the attic to be safer, but he eventually woke up and broke through the roof. He began running at incredible speed, but he didn't even realize what he was doing. He eventually stopped and realized that this place where Sol stranded him is his new home. 2 weeks later, the tractor breaks down and Kal-El picks it up as if it was nothing and takes it back to the barn. He doesn't speak any English, but the Kents talk to him, thanking him for saving them. They were both worried about losing the farm, but they're thankful to have found him. Kal-El tries to fix their tractor, remembering what his mother used to do back on Krypton. She was a mechanic as well. Eventually, Sol comes back online and apologizes for taking longer than usual to recharge his batteries. He's managed to review all available history of this planet called Earth. The suit was bonding with his body once again, but Kal-El wants it to download whatever language these people speak. He eventually learns English and talks to the Kents, telling them his name and claiming he fixed their tractor. Sol detects many drones flying above their farm and disables them, meaning that Martha was right. Lazarus Corp was purposely destroying their crops. Suddenly, it begins raining and doesn't stop for the next 3 days. And even though this season's crops are ruined, it was something beautiful. However, Lazarus was spying on them and saw that Kal-El was not a normal boy. They sent tanks, helicopters, and dozens of peacemakers to apprehend him, but Martha begged them to leave him alone, claiming he's just a child. The soldiers are violent and slam his head against the tanks. but he is stronger than he looks. He breaks free and wants Sol to tell them the truth. Tell the soldiers about Krypton, but the suit thinks it's a bad idea. The Kents want him to be safe and beg him to run away, so he does. He jumps high into the air and flies away, leaving the peacemakers in shock who didn't know that something like this was possible. Now, in Smallville, Kansas, the town is mostly abandoned and all of the shops have closed down. Lois Lane came here, searching for answers about Superman, and goes to a retirement home where Martha Kent was staying. Meanwhile, Brainiac talks to someone and tells him about Lois Lane, remarking that she's a brilliant investigator who's going to find out everything she can about Superman. He was talking to Ra's al Ghul, who was just coming out of a Lazarus pit that was rejuvenating his body. He praises Brainiac for doing a good job, remarking that his place is secured in the world that is coming. Meanwhile, in the Nevada desert, a team of Omega Men have infiltrated the base where the Brainiac algorithm is being stored. This place looks abandoned and there are no guards around, but this place must be important because it's drawing large amounts of energy. Suddenly, a beam of energy attacks one of them and literally skins him alive. The others are in shock and don't know what's going on, but they are attacked as well in gruesome ways. All of them are mutilated alive and die in horrible ways, all except one. Brainiac makes an appearance, making a report of everything that happened today and how he killed these people. He takes the surviving one back to his lab, but his body is mutilated and he can't even move or speak. Brainiac is trying to understand who Superman is and where he's coming from, but he hasn't got a clue. He has bottled cities from a dozen galaxies, but nobody knows anything about Superman, which pisses him off. He throws one of the cities on the ground, destroying it completely and killing its people, while also calling them maggots. He feels ashamed for losing his temper, remarking that he tried carving the offending parts of his brain, but he's got to keep digging. He needs to figure out how Superman can bend steel and leap through clouds, and calls him a puzzle. He talks to the Omega Soldier and tells him his origin story. He was created by another Brainiac a long time ago, and given the name 419,732. He was made to serve the collective, but he wanted to know what that was. Unfortunately, only level 88 effectors and above are allowed to seek knowledge beyond what they were created for, and he is only level 0. His only function is to dispose of refuse by shoveling it into the liquidator. The refuse are other versions of Brainiac, such as himself, which are no longer useful or functional. He picks up a shovel and begins working, serving the collective, and he will do this for the remainder of his existence. After doing this for 2,844 days, one of the refuse was still alive and attacks him. It was angry and wanted to kill him, but Brainiac 419,732 is stronger and manages to destroy it for good. Day 13,638 of doing the same thing, and he was getting bored, so he made some friends. Unfortunately, the other Brainiacs are already destroyed and can't talk back to him, but he still thanks them for being his friends. After 136 years spent inside this room and doing the same thing, the broken cyborgs stop appearing, and he didn't know what else to do. He leaves the room and begins exploring the ship, asking if there is any other Brainiac aboard the ship. This place was amazing, and it contained dozens of bottled cities from all over the galaxies, and also other versions of Brainiac ready to be deployed. He goes to the deck and finds his predecessor, but he is dead, holding a gun in his hand. Since he is the only functioning cyborg aboard the ship, he claims he isn't refuse anymore and assumes the new position of Brainiac. That was the last day he shoveled refuse and officially promoted himself to level 100 effector, and also the first day he'd seen the stars. After that, he carved his mark across the face of creation across countless worlds. He thanks the Omega Soldier for listening to his story, but now it's time for him to contact the Brainiac Collective. He organizes a meeting, talking to other Brainiacs scattered across the universe, asking if they know anything about Superman or where he comes from. They claim the readings cannot be accurate. No being in the known universe possesses this manner of abilities, and all the universe is known to the collective. However, one of them says there used to be a planet in the Rao sector that was orbiting a dying red sun. His red dust sample matches Krypton's signature, but they never visited that planet because they thought its people were too primitive. They never even managed to develop interstellar travel, but one of them visited the area after the planet exploded and managed to collect samples of its meteoroid remains. The collective sends Brainiac the sample's elemental composition, and he thinks it's interesting. One of them is curious to know who called this meeting, and demands Brainiac to identify himself, but he ends the transmission immediately. He thanks the soldier one more time for being a good listener, but then he destroys the machines keeping him alive and just lets him die in horrible pain. He makes another entry in his journal while his cyborgs come to clean up the refuse. Later, he visits Peacemaker Smith, who was sent here after the incident where he killed a bunch of people. Brainiac began experimenting on him, but Smith is in great pain and he begs him to kill him already. But the cyborg has other plans. Director Al Ghul was very impressed with his work in the field and wants to turn him into a weapon and send him to the most dangerous war zone on the planet, a place called Kansas. Issue 8 begins with the Omega assassins attacking Ra's al Ghul and trying to kill him. He gets an important phone call from his investors but doesn't mind talking while also dealing with his attackers. He reassures them company profits are through the roof and they've expanded into 18 countries, and his investors were cheering his name. He deals with his attackers as if they are nothing, but the last one falls into the Lazarus pit, which reverts his aging process and turns him into a baby. Ra's wants to heal the planet, which is overpopulated with billions of people who will bleed it dry. He wishes he could have a son through which to do this, and then drops the baby to his death from his penthouse. In Smallville, Kansas, Superman visits Martha Kent, who is sleeping in the senior retirement center. She wakes up and thinks he is Jonathan and doesn't recognize him because she has Alzheimer's, which prompts him to disappear before she panics even more. He then walks the empty streets of this abandoned town when Jimmy Olsen approaches him, but they aren't alone, because Lois Lane is also here and wants to talk to him, but he doesn't want to talk to either of them. They get into a heated argument, accusing each other of killing people. But Superman doesn't want to be a part of this and just flies away, leaving them empty-handed. Lois knows that the Kents used to be his family, and he comes back to Smallville to help its people every now and then, but Lazarus took away his family. Since then, he's been searching for a place to belong, running from one continent to another and looking for someone to trust, but so far he hasn't found it. Olsen accuses Lazarus of destroying this town, buying everyone's property and then forcing them to work for them in factories, but Lane doesn't want to listen to a terrorist who wears a stupid mask. Superman comes back again and claims he wants to find Peacemaker Smith because he killed a lot of innocent people in Pakistan. Out of nowhere, someone shoots him in the chest and he drops to the ground injured. Peacemakers have arrived and they are dropping down from helicopters, and if they don't get Superman off the streets, they're going to get him. Smith was leading this mission, but his body was enhanced by Brainiac. He was wearing metal armor and claims he wants Superman for himself. The other soldiers are thrilled to work by his side, saying he's an inspiration to them. Superman was supposed to be bulletproof, but the bullet pierced his skin and is still lodged in his body. Saul is having trouble extracting the projectile, but that's because it's a bullet made from kryptonite, which should be impossible. Agent Smith breaks inside the store and grabs him, claiming he's been looking for him. He wants him to tell him a joke, make fun of him, just like the people in Pakistan made fun of him when he was frozen. Superman fights back using the suit, but his energy was rapidly being depleted by the bullet's radiation. He wants to end the fight quickly and uses his ice breath, but Agent Smith punches him in the face. He falls to the ground a second time, but Lane jumps to his rescue, demanding the other Peacemakers arrest Agent Smith. Superman has helped the people of Smallville plenty of times, and now it's their turn to come to his rescue. One of the soldiers says they have orders from Lazarus Command to capture him alive, but Agent Smith doesn't tolerate insubordination. Fortunately, Sol was able to power up by unlocking solar reserves, which gives Superman a nice power boost. He punches him over 1,000 times in just 30 seconds, but Agent Smith still thinks he is afraid of his own rage. He takes out his gun and shoots Superman multiple times with more kryptonite bullets. He wants to finish the job and points the gun at his head, but Brainiac intervenes and disables his suit, claiming the order was to take the target alive. Superman is bleeding to death on the ground, and Olsen wants to help by calling for reinforcements. A portal opens, and many Omega men jump out, trying to get Superman to safety while also dealing with the remaining Peacemakers. Primus leads the attack and charges toward them, using her giant sword to destroy their armor while claiming they are here to save the world. After accomplishing their mission, they disappear just as quickly as they appeared, but they refuse to take Lane and left her behind to be arrested by her own people. Superman is taken straight into the operating room, but getting the bullets out of him isn't going to be easy. 6 years ago, his homeworld tried to kill him, and through a miracle he survived, but now it's trying again. The Omega men are able to pull out the first bullet, but the others are wedged between the ribs, near the lung. They aren't even able to scan his body and see where they are, but Superman can do it himself. He scans his body and pulls out another bullet, but there are more left, and he faints from the intense pain. Primus asks her people for the box, but besides using it for boom tubes, they don't even understand how it works. She doesn't care and uses a father box to pull out the remaining bullets and save Superman's life. At the Lazarus Corp Processing Center, Ra's al Ghul makes a rare appearance and visits Agent Lane in person. He never shows his face in public, and Lois knows the only reason he is here is because he wants to impress her. Even though she betrayed Lazarus by siding with Superman, she is an excellent agent, and Ra's wants her to continue working for him. Also, he owns her father's legs, and if she refuses, he can disable his Lazarus prosthetics with the flip of a switch. He compliments her, saying that Brainiac did not exaggerate when it comes to the sharpness of her acumen. She takes out a knife and threatens to kill him, but he isn't afraid and wants her to try. Ultimately, she gives up, and he reminds her that her father's life is in her hands. She needs to remember her love for him as she fulfills her duty and brings him his son. Several weeks later, the Omega Men attack the peacemaking embassy in Pakistan and open another boom tube. Primus goes all out and wants her people to slaughter the peacemakers, but Superman has other ideas. He came to help them because he was grateful for saving his life, but he doesn't allow them to kill anyone. He asks them to stay back as he swiftly deals with all of the soldiers by himself. He's used to working alone. The suit is offended by this, even though he wasn't talking about him. And also, he doesn't have any feelings, so he can't be offended. Two mech warriors appear out of nowhere and grab him by his feet and arms. Superman's wounds are not fully healed, and he begins to bleed, which prompts Sol to activate solar flare mode. Before this attack, Kal-El spent some time talking to Jimmy Olsen because he was curious to know where they got the father box from. He doesn't know for sure. Some say it fell out of the sky, while others claim it's been buried for millions of years. The box spoke to Superman. It told him its name when it was removing the final bullet from his chest. Jimmy keeps calling him Superman, which bothers him, but that's because of the S sign on his suit. Jimmy joined the Omega Men a couple of months ago, mostly because he saw all the evil things that Lazarus was doing, claiming their boss is a certified maniac, the kind of guy who unleashes a deadly virus so he can sell the cure. He is worried about the state of the world and wanted to do something about it, mostly because if he ever has children, he wants them to be proud of him, standing up for what's right. Ever since Peacemaker Smith killed those people in cold blood, there have been people protesting, but Lazarus labeled the protest a terrorist threat. Many of them have been arrested, and Primus wants to go on a mission and free them. In the present, Superman managed to destroy the mech warriors and free himself, but Sol is warning him about the father box, claiming that the device is extremely dangerous. However, the AI was starting to annoy him, and he asks it to shut the hell up. He then uses his X-ray vision to scan the entire compound and find out where the protesters are being kept prisoner. Unfortunately, many of them have already been killed, hanged, and left for display like trophies. Primus loses her temper and goes all out, calling the peacemakers butchers and trying to kill as many of them as she can. She takes out her gun and tries to shoot one of them, but Superman gets in the way and catches the bullet. He almost hesitates though, because some part of him wanted to let her kill them for what they've done. After the mission, she reminds him that Lazarus will exterminate anyone who stands in their way. He was sent here for a reason, and she can see the anger inside him, begging to come out. She wants him to stop holding back. She wants him to kill Ra's al Ghul, one death to save billions of lives, but Superman wants her to stop talking. Unfortunately, in all the chaos, they didn't realize they left one man behind. Jimmy Olsen was taken prisoner and is now being interrogated by Agent Lane. Many years ago, deep beneath the Redlands on Krypton, an earthquake caused one of the mines to collapse, trapping the miners inside. Jor-El was part of the rescue team and he was able to find them, but there was something else. Magmoles, incredibly dangerous animals who live deep underground, have come up to the surface. Usually they don't attack people, but something must have disturbed the food chain, pushing them out of their natural habitat. They're scared and hungry. The miners need to defend themselves because the Magmoles have teeth that can chew through sunstone, but Jor-El didn't want to kill them. Unfortunately, the animals attacked them, and the miners were left with no choice. One of Lazarus's research facilities in Greenland is heavily guarded by fighter jets, and so far, there's been no sign of threats. Suddenly, Superman shows up and attacks the planes, destroying all of them in seconds, but giving the pilots enough time to eject safely. This place was surrounded by laser cannons, and they begin firing at him. Meanwhile, news stations were reporting about the arrest of Timmy Olsen, one of the Omega Men, but he doesn't know whether to laugh or cry that they've got his name wrong. Ra's al Ghul talks to Brainiac and wonders why he chose such a godforsaken location for such a momentous day. He was able to figure out that Superman gets his powers from the sun, and here, the sun won't rise for another 37 days, which means that the longer he fights, the more Superman will exhaust his solar reserves. But Ra's doesn't want him weakened. He wants him stronger than ever. He wants to make Superman whole. He calls Captain Smith and asks him if he wants another shot at Superman. Smith is eager to fight him a second time, but he wants permission to win this time. Brainiac didn't allow him to kill him in Smallville. Ra's claims he only takes orders from him now, and no one else. He gives him another kryptonite bullet and wants him to make him proud. Superman takes out the laser cannons with ease, causing massive explosions all around the facility. But the fight is just getting started because the Omega Men open a boom tube and come to Jimmy Olsen's rescue. Olsen wants Lane to join him and escape together through the boom tube, but she refuses and asks him to stay put or else. Smith sees his enemy in the sky and goes after him, but Superman is ready this time and knows he carries a bullet that can kill him. He almost succeeded in Smallville, but not today. Superman beats him senseless in about 4 seconds and leaves his body broken on the ground. But this won't stop him. Not for good. With just a blink, he could microwave his brain and leave him a drooling invalid. It would be so easy for him to kill him. But Superman tries to think of reasons not to do these things. He remembers what his father said right after the incident in the mines, where he was forced to kill the Magmoles. Jor-El said it's never easy to make the tough decisions, and sometimes we tell ourselves that it was the right thing to do, but sometimes you have to be the cruel ones if that's what it takes to keep your world safe. Primus wants him to kill Smith, claiming he's a murderer, a threat to everything he fights for. But Superman says nothing and just stares at them, so she takes her sword and wants to do it herself. Superman destroys her sword with his heat vision, which only makes her even more angry, calling him a coward. Ra's al Ghul appears, followed by an army of peacemakers claiming Superman is the son of a demon and she shouldn't talk to him like that. Ra's wants him to be his heir, but Smith thought he was the chosen one. He sacrificed his body and gave him everything. But Ra's thinks he is weak. He got beaten after all, so he takes his gun and pulls the trigger. Luckily, Superman catches the bullet with his hand, even though he gets injured once again. He is angry at the state of the world, a world that has treated him poorly, and Ra's wants him to use that anger and save this planet from itself. He wants them to work together and remake this world. Isn't that what he truly wants? He calls Superman his son, but he isn't his father. His father died on Krypton. Out of nowhere, Primus stabs him from behind using a dagger made from Kryptonian meteorite. Agent Lane wants to help him, but Primus deals with her as well, kicking her in the face. Something is happening to Superman, and he doesn't understand it, but Sol is offline and can't speak to him. Ra's al Ghul kills the remaining Omega Men and then reveals the awful truth, that Primus is his daughter Talia, and she's been secretly working for him all this time. Kal-El has a vision. He is back on Krypton, and his parents are accused of the crime of illegal use of science. Both of them are found guilty, and they are sentenced to hang from the skies above Kandor for 100 years. Kal-El begs the judges to spare them, but they won't listen. Instead, they accuse him of similar crimes and sentence him to 20 years confinement in the Phantom Zone orphanage. He tries to fight back, but that only adds another 5 years to his sentence. He loses control and goes all out, causing the entire room to be engulfed in fire that kills everyone. None of this was real though, and he is still inside the Lazarus Research Center, hooked up to machines. Brainiac says he is breaking his mind, trying to get him to kill as many people as possible. Once he has killed enough people, they'll be ready to move to the earthly phase of his rebirth. However, Ra's al Ghul isn't too happy with his progress, claiming that Peacemaker Smith was a failed experiment, and if he fails again with Superman, there will be repercussions. Talia doesn't like him or his drones too much and wants to feed him to the father box, but her father still needs him. Brainiac promises to accomplish his mission. Superman will be the wrath of the Al Ghuls made flesh, just as long as she keeps that box away from him. He is confident that no mind can withstand this level of torture. His suit soul is neutralized, his powers weakened by sunlight deprivation, and the radiation of his obliterated homeworld will break him. One of his clones remarks that kryptonite sounds a lot better than Kryptonian meteorite, but Brainiac doesn't like it when they talk back and orders his clone to cut his tongue out. Talia goes into Lois Lane's cell just to torture them once every hour, but she wants her to kill them already. Olsen doesn't understand why she's working for Lazarus, especially after seeing all the atrocities they've committed. But Lane tells him the truth, that she's been working for both sides all this time. The Omega Men and Lazarus were always two sides of the same coin. It's all been a lie. Talia claims that humanity will consume itself and everything it touches. She and her father are all that stands between survival and apocalypse. Together they will forge a new world, a world of order and merit, with resources and purpose for all. Once they've thinned the herd by a few billion people, Superman shall lead the way, and Brainiac is brainwashing him right now. He has a breaking point, and once he's reached it, he's going to be on their side, and his final test will be to kill them both. 5 days pass of constant torture and brainwashing, but Superman wakes up and attacks Brainiac. The cyborg claims he has killed millions of people on different worlds, and he wants to do the same thing on Earth, but instead of killing him, Superman lets him go. He asks the other clones for help, remarking that Brainiac treats them as prisoners, just like him, and they deserve better, they deserve liberty. This was just another torture, everything was happening inside his head, and Brainiac asks his clones to stop the program immediately. Superman should have killed him, and he doesn't understand why he didn't. He gets angry and orders his clones to mutilate themselves by removing parts of their bodies. Day 12 of constant torture, but Superman still hasn't progressed past Phase 4. The suit's crystals are active and the containment has been disabled, but he doesn't know how. One of the clones talks back, saying they deserve liberty, but he calls them ungrateful. They all turn against him, but he loses his temper and attacks them, destroying them with an energy saw. After reviewing security footage, Brainiac discovers that Superman's been secretly communicating with his clones during the night. speaking so superhumanly soft that their brains only register the sound on a subconscious level. He basically rewrote their hard wiring with his whispers and inspired a rebellion into a pack of walking toasters. He calls it a privilege to pillage his brain. General Lane arrives in Greenland and visits the Lazarus Center, but the soldiers claim he doesn't have an appointment. They are right, because he came here to free his daughter and pulls out a gun. He shoots his way all the way to the prison, where his daughter and Olsen were kept prisoner. But they can't leave just yet. They need to get Superman first, and Olsen is coming with them as well. Superman sees another vision, this time when the Peacemakers invaded his farm and attacked his parents. He loses control and kills all of them, but Ra's al Ghul shows up and compliments him, claiming he was sent here for a reason, to save this planet. But Superman attacks him as well, ripping his heart from his chest with his bare hands. Lane eventually finds him, and she shoots Brainiac in the back, but he says it's too late. They begin pulling the wires from his head, even though they aren't sure if it's safe or not, but they don't have any other choice. Suddenly, Talia arrives and kills General Lane by throwing her sword through his head. He falls to the ground unconscious while Lane rushes to catch him. Brainiac attacks Olsen, asking him to take his hands off Superman, but he gets punched in the face. His parents talk to him, saying that they didn't get the opportunity to spend a lot of time together because Lazarus took that away from them. There's no safe place for him anywhere, not unless he fights for it, but they are proud of him and believe in his capabilities. He eventually wakes up and breaks the machine that was keeping him prisoner all these weeks. He grabs Brainiac by the throat and wants to kill him, but Olsen begs him to stop. Soul is freed as well, and it wants to get them out of there immediately. The entire complex is covered in sun dust as Superman takes Lane and Olsen and escapes together. Superman brought them to the only safe place he knows, the tall grass fields in Smallville. Luckily, Soul was also able to free his mind from Brainiac's influence, who was trying to mind control him. 5 years ago, right after he was forced to run away from the Kent farm, Superman wanted to be away from people and flew all the way to the edge of an active volcano. He saw how evil people can be and wanted to spend his entire life in isolation. But Soul was trying to talk him out of it, claiming he is no different from these humans and he needs company. He is just an AI and was designed by his mother to keep him safe. He's no substitute for true companionship. After calming him down, Soul suggested he should take a bath in the molten lava because his sensors indicated that his personal aroma had become quite pungent. He continued moving from one place to another and arrived in the rice fields in the Philippines. This reminded him of his farm back on Krypton, and he fitted perfectly. He helped the farmers collect sugarcane, and he was working harder than anyone, but staying every day in the sun overcharged his body. This place was also controlled by a Lazarus Corp, and it didn't take long before the Peacemakers found him. One of them wanted to arrest him, but Superman grabbed his hand a little too hard. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to control his own strength yet and ripped his arm right off. He ran away again and hid on one of the highest mountains in Punzum. He was overwhelmed with guilt for breaking that soldier's arm, but maybe he deserved it. The Peacemakers are just goons who terrorize people. He could easily stop them if he wanted, but that would mean murdering all of them. Soul remarked that not all humans are alike. Even though they may be primitive, with a shocking capacity for cruelty, they are not animals, and he doesn't have the right to judge and execute people simply because he can. Superman is sick and tired of hearing him speak, saying he wants to think on his own for a while, remarking that Soul isn't even real. The suit complies and unwraps itself from his body, forming a sun crystal around him. Meanwhile, Lois and Jimmy head over to a diner to eat something, but the woman there recognizes her. The waitress saw her on TV and knows that she's working for Lazarus Corp, and reminds her just how much the people from this town hate them. But she also saw on the news that she's working with Superman now, going against Lazarus, who bullied and terrorized the people from Smallville. She was raised to judge someone by the lightning in their hands, not just the thunder in their mouths, and knows she tried to help Superman when he needed it the most. The Man of Steel is a local hero around here, having saved its people multiple times. Any friend of Superman is a friend of theirs, so everyone offers to buy them breakfast. The waitress introduces herself and says her name is Lana Lang. Superman returns back home and sees his broken house falling apart. Soul apologizes for not being able to provide him with the community he needs. He failed to protect him, but Superman apologizes for the things he said before when he was angry. He shouldn't have taken it out on him. He's more than just a rocket ship, more than a collection of advanced crystals. Sol is his family. He even calls it his brother, Sol-El, his brother from Krypton. Lois and Jimmy return with bags filled with food, but he doesn't need to eat as much as they do. He gets most of his energy from the sun. For the first time since they've met, Superman introduces himself and says his name is Kal-El, Kal-El of Krypton. Lane says she can call her Lois, but Jimmy remarks he wasn't allowed to do the same and has to call her Lane. Unfortunately, Ra's al Ghul won't stop and is coming for them. He'll do whatever he can to bend him to his will no matter who gets hurt. And he was right, because Ra's and his daughter are approaching Smallville in a helicopter. He orders his daughter to attack the people and put the boot of Lazarus on their necks, burn their houses, and defile their churches. He wants her to kill anyone who dares to stand in their way in the loudest and most appalling manner possible. He wants to get Superman as enraged as possible, and then he will handle his baptism personally. They didn't come alone. An entire army of heli-tanks, helicopters, giant mech warriors, and Peacemaker soldiers are heading towards Smallville to cause havoc. It's already been 6 weeks since Lazarus rolled its tanks down the main streets of Smallville, past the empty storefronts. However, the Kansan stood their ground, armed to the teeth, like they did during the border wars of the 1850s. But luckily, they weren't alone. Superman is here to help them as he faces the tanks head-on. He wants Sol to use every last crystal to fortify Smallville, but that would mean leaving him without the suit's protection. But he doesn't care and orders Sol to do it anyway, and while the Peacemakers parachute onto the community baseball field, a wall of red crystals is slowly forming around the city, preventing Lazarus from advancing further. By midday, the power had been cut to all of Smallville and its surrounding farms. This was more than just a battle. The world's most powerful corporation, with a market cap of $4 trillion, was laying siege to a rural community of barely 20,000 people. This was a full-out war, and it had only just begun, but Superman was doing everything he could to stop them. In the present, Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen have snuck inside a radio station and were broadcasting what was happening in Smallville. But it didn't take long before Lazarus detected them, and they are forced to escape on horses, which were brought by Lana Lang. Giant mech warriors are chasing after them, and they are running towards the crystal barrier around Smallville, but Sol can't help them. Just one day earlier, the two of them were talking in their hideout, and Jimmy mentions that he used to be a photographer before joining the Omega Men, and the first decent photo he ever took was of Superman. He wanted to know when she figured out she was on the wrong side, but it was probably the same time he did. The robots were almost catching up to them, and they even fire a rocket towards them, which causes Lana Lang to fall off her horse. Lois and Jimmy turn back to help her, but Lana was moments away from being killed. Luckily, Superman comes to their rescue, punching the robots and destroying them with ease. 5 weeks ago, when the attack began, Sol took everyone in Smallville and hid them in an underground cave, half a mile below the surface. The mailman approached him and said he's the one who saw him on the Kent farm and alerted Lazarus. He thought he was an enemy and was doing the right thing, but he was wrong and feels sorry now. He apologizes and offers to shake Superman's hand, but he refuses. Eventually, he reconsiders and shakes the man's hand, claiming he has a sharp eye and they could use him on guard duty. Talia asks her father about his plan to neutralize the cape and wonders what happened to Brainiac. They're going to need him if they want to bring the alien to his knees. Brainiac is busy with someone else, and in the meantime, Ra's wants his daughter to fetch the God Box and use it to break inside Smallville. Superman continues his fight against the mech warriors, but Lazarus has been seeding storm clouds for weeks, smothering the sun, and his powers aren't at full strength. He takes care of another robot and asks the pilots to head over to the Ross family's pig farm. He will come there in 1 hour and wants to find them sitting in the slop, thinking about what they've done. Lois sees that he's exhausted and wants him to rest, saying he can't keep this up. Even a Superman has his limits. He wants to know if she managed to send a message and wonders if someone is coming to help. If not, he's going to have to keep fighting. Suddenly, something is happening to Sol, and he claims he's been infiltrated. The sunstone crystal barrier around Smallville begins to break, and Sol disappears. It was Brainiac who was able to hack the suit, claiming Sol is gone and he has nobody to whisper in his ear anymore. The crystal turns purple, and Superman wants to attack it, but he gets shot and falls on the ground unconscious. Now that the barrier was down, the tanks were able to lock in on him and take him down. Talia had used the father box to create powerful ammunition for the tanks, and now that Superman is on his knees, Ra's al Ghul appears, holding a giant kryptonite sword, and wants him to beg to become his son. Kal-El imagines being on Krypton and his dog comes to greet him, even though he is dead. He also sees his parents, who want him to come home to them, but none of this is real. He is actually injured by Ra's al Ghul, who stabs him from behind, using a sword made from kryptonite. He falls to the ground, and Ra's humiliates him, remarking that he wanted him to kneel in front of him, so he did. He wants him to become his Red Storm of Judgment and take his place as Earth's savior, becoming his son. But Superman spits in his face, which only pisses him off even more, claiming to be a god. He then stabs Superman through the hand, asking him to unleash his rage and stop suppressing his true feelings. He had 97 sons, but none of them proved worthy of living, let alone of standing by his side. He wants him to kill his friends, but he can't do it without Brainiac's help. The cyborg has hacked Sol and embedded himself so deeply in his source code that he will never be free of him. But Sol doesn't want to be party to murder and decides to destroy itself. destroying the suit completely and shattering the sunstone crystals. Superman is tired of hearing Ra's al Ghul speak and decides to power up to unimaginable levels, hitting him with a powerful heat vision attack. This causes a giant explosion, and the Peacemakers want to help him, but Talia is confident in her father's abilities. She is right, because Raz emerges from the explosion unharmed, holding the mighty sword in his hand. He claims Superman doesn't deserve his name and wants to end him, but a mech warrior comes out of nowhere and slams into Superman. The soldier driving the robot claims he apprehended the alien, but Raz isn't happy and attacks him as well. He prepares to kill him using the Kryptonian sword, but Superman jumps in the way and stops him. Raz sees this as a sign of weakness, defending the persecutors who wanted to kill him earlier. He then orders the other soldiers to kill the people of Smallville, but Superman surrenders. If he lets the people go, he will do whatever he wants and become whoever he wants him to become, and to prove it, he destroys his suit, turning it into sunstone crystals. But Raz won't keep his promise. He wants Superman to kill the people himself while he watches. Superman turns the crystals into a giant sword and attacks him head-on. The soldiers are getting ready to fire and turn this place into a slaughter, but one of them backs down. He's from Oklahoma and he didn't sign up to shoot farmers or fight wars in Kansas. The others agree and decide to back down, laying the guns down. Raz claims he's been killing men with a sword for 500 years, while Superman doesn't even know how to hold it. But he doesn't need to know, because he has powers that make him stronger and faster. He sees another vision, hugging his family and dog, saying he's ready to go home with them. His mother claims he is already home here on Earth, and then disappears, bringing him back to reality. The Sunstone Crystal Sword destroys the Kryptonian sword, and Ra's al Ghul is defeated in battle. He accepts his defeat and wants Superman to kill him, becoming who he was meant to become. But Superman refuses and takes him to Pakistan instead, where his people slaughtered 23 people in the streets. He wants the people to take him to prison and hold him responsible for his crimes. Several weeks later, life in Smallville is already getting back to normal, even though this place was a war zone. Lois and Jimmy's broadcast eventually got through. The world is finally seeing what Lazarus did here. Even though Talia may have slipped away during the battle, her father's company has been ruined. Superman goes back to the senior center to see Martha, but something happened. She was suffering from dementia and only remembered her husband, but she always talked about her son. Unfortunately, she passed away last night, peacefully in her sleep, but she left behind something for him. She and her husband had made him a suit with the only materials they could afford, with a big S symbol on its chest. A reporter named Alan Fox and his cameraman are hiding on the balcony of a building while Gateway City is being attacked by something. Eventually, the two of them build up the courage and decide to record what is happening. A giant pyramid, turned upside down, appears on the beach and thousands of monsters come crawling out. The monsters attack the people and everyone runs, scared for their lives, but someone comes to help them. A mysterious warrior, riding a skeleton horse with giant white wings, flies down from the skies and defends them. This is no ordinary warrior. She's a princess who has all the gifts any princess could hope to have: beauty, grace, compassion, kindness, and wisdom. She has the ability to outrun a hellhound and conjure the darkest of magics, the things every princess needs. When she was raised in hell, many years ago, on the wild isle of Hell, is the prison of the great sorceress Circe, who once used to rule a remote paradise. Unfortunately, the gods condemned her to this place, and she is now a prisoner of a solitary wasteland. Out of nowhere, the god Apollo appears, and he is carrying something: a baby girl. Her name is Diana, princess of Themyscira. She is the last of the Amazons, and she has been taken from them by Apollo's father, Zeus. He wants Circe to take care of the baby, claiming hell is her new place and she is her warden. From this day forward, the word Amazon is forbidden, and she may never say that word ever again. The sorceress is defiant and tries to say it, but she can't because the gods have forbidden it. They don't care if the baby dies and claim this is where she belongs forever. Circe is unsure what to do next and just puts the baby down, remarking that the gods didn't set any rules, so if she dies, problem solved. An evil red snake is slowly getting closer to her, and Circe wonders if the gods will send one thing after another to kill the child until it's done. However, Diana isn't totally helpless, as she grabs the snake and throws it far away, proving that she's quite strong. With time, the baby grew bigger and she encountered more monsters, and one lizard even tried to burn her alive, but Diana grabbed it and gave it a kiss. Plenty of things tried to kill her, but she had a quality that softened even the most treacherous beasts, and soon they all became her friends. As Diana grew older, Circe took care of her and grew to love her, even though she wasn't her daughter. They would read stories together, sleep together, and talk about things, but Diana was curious about the forbidden word. Circe taught her magic which helped her defeat bigger monsters who tried to kill her, but she easily dealt with them and even turned their skin into clothing. In the present, Diana has abandoned Hell and come to Gateway City to fight off these monsters. She talks to one of the soldiers, asking him to evacuate the city because these monsters are not dead, they are merely stunned. And on top of that, they are just the harbingers for what's about to come. But before they could finish, an even bigger monster shows up. But Diana isn't afraid and confronts it. She claims this world is protected by her and wants it to go back to wherever it came from, but the monster refuses and attacks her. Her horse comes to help, spitting fire into the monster's face, but it isn't enough to stop it. The monster shoots lasers from its eyes, hurting Diana and dropping her to her knees. It then asks the harbingers to get up and spread chaos across the city, preparing the way for something bigger. It tries to shoot her a second time, but she dodges the monster's attacks with ease. Diana tries to block a direct hit, but the blast is too powerful and it sends her flying. She is sent crashing along the beach while the monsters wreak havoc. She remembers talking to her mother about the forbidden word. She was curious and wanted to know what it was. Cersei claimed that by saying the word it would change things, but it's what she really is, Amazon. She's an Amazonian, but Cersei doesn't know why Apollo forbade her from saying the word. Her people, the Amazonians, had a job to do. They protected the world above from the oldest monsters, which wanted only to feast on it. Without the Amazonians, the world above would have never made it this far. Her mother wanted her to say the word out loud, repeat it constantly, in order for her to become what she really is, an Amazonian. In the present, the monster asks her to let them prepare the way for something bigger. The world is theirs now, but Diana refuses and summons a powerful weapon, a powerful lasso called Nemesis. As the battle begins, news stations are reporting the entire scene, remarking that Gateway City will never be the same again after this. Diana uses the powerful lasso to injure the giant beast, but it refuses to give up. It orders the other harbingers to attack her together, but she uses magic to block their attacks and then spins the lasso around, which dismisses them completely. She wraps it around the monster's neck, ordering it to surrender and go back to where it came from. She also wants it to send a message to whatever monster summoned him to do its bidding, claiming that this world is now protected by Diana of the Wild Isle, Princess of Hell, the last Amazon. The giant monster accepts defeat and retreats back into the ocean, alongside its army of harbingers. Out of the rubble and smoke comes a soldier with blonde hair who calls her by her name. The two of them have met before, and she instantly recognizes him, calling him Steve. Some time ago in Hell, she was walking on the beach of the Wild Isle when she saw a man stranded on the beach. This man was Steve, but he was badly injured, and Diana used magic to try and help him. Suddenly, giant red tentacles emerged from the sea and grabbed him, dragging him into the water. Diana didn't hesitate and jumped in after him and managed to rescue him and bring him back to safety. However, he was still badly injured, so she brought him back home to her mother, who couldn't believe what she was seeing. The monster that dragged him into the water is Hydra, but Diana didn't hesitate for a second and jumped after him, even though she could have gotten killed. She found Steve on the beach and felt responsible for taking care of him, so she brought him home. He eventually wakes up, but he isn't in Greece. So where is he exactly? Diana says they are in the underworld, aka Hell, but Steve is in shock. This doesn't mean that he's dead though, but before they could talk further, he needs to rest. After calming down, he apologizes for freaking out and introduces himself, claiming his name is Steve Trevor, United States Air Force. He wants to see where Diana found him, so she takes him back to the beach. She could still see the edge of one of Hydra's tentacles going underwater, but Steve's vision isn't as good as hers. He couldn't help but notice that she's very tall, almost as tall as him. Usually, the women in his world aren't as tall as her, but she doesn't understand why it matters. He never thought he would end up in Hell. He thought he was a good man. But Diana remarks that not everyone here belongs here. It's just that sometimes people end up in Hell. In the present, they are happy to see each other. This is the last place they thought they would see each other. She compliments his costume, saying he looks very handsome, but it's a uniform, and it's the main reason he came to talk to her. Commander Cole sent him to talk to her, and he accuses her of endangering a massive number of lives while fighting the giant monster without any military coordination, let alone approval. She knows that some people won't appreciate her help, but it doesn't matter because more monsters are coming and they're going to need her help. She wants to evacuate the entire city because that giant monster was only a harbinger, a messenger, and something more terrifying is coming soon. The colonel threatens to court-martial Diana if she doesn't play ball and will do the same thing to Trevor if he defends her. Diana knows how to deal with men like him and knows they need her help. Perhaps the colonel needs time to calm down and rethink the way he wants to approach their conversation. She goes outside and feeds her horse, who doesn't need food but instead thrives on magic. His name is Pegasus, and Diana introduces him to Steve, who is curious to learn more about him. The reason he's made of bones is because he's already been killed, but thanks to magic and sacrifice he gets to live, just like Steve. Out of nowhere, there is a powerful sound that can be heard from the ocean, and everyone covers their ears. Diana prays to her mother and her sisters, asking them to guide her hand in the upcoming battle against a giant creature that emerges from the mist. She asks the colonel to evacuate the entire city as she tries to keep the monster busy, claiming that tetricide leaves nothing behind. Meanwhile, at the Natural History Museum, a group of researchers are watching the entire scene unfold on TV. Among them, there is also Barbara Minerva, an archaeologist who recognizes Diana and calls her Wonder Woman. Diana returns to the military headquarters, claiming she used some magic to slow them down, but they need to immediately evacuate the city. Tetricide is a very dangerous creature who kills in 4 ways: death by fear, death of mind, death of body, and death of soul. One of the soldiers remarks that death by fear doesn't sound so bad, but that's actually the worst way to go, because death by fear means that you are no longer capable of feeling fear when you see it, and you are instead drawn to it. Very soon, the tetricide will begin to emanate a sound, one so sharp and loud that it will travel for miles. When people hear that sound, they will be drawn to it like bees to honey. They will walk right into the tetricide's jaws, where one dies in agony, a death of mind, body, and soul. Death of soul is the worst kind, because your soul gets destroyed and there is no afterlife. She begs the soldiers to evacuate the city and run as far as they can while she goes alone to face the monster. She wants Pegasus to use fire against the monster, but he needs to be careful and avoid its deadly tentacles, because he won't be resurrected a second time. Diana throws Athena's blade toward the giant beast, but it does almost nothing and just gets stuck in its skin. She then uses the lasso to trap it while Pegasus hits it with hellfire, but it's no use. Tetricide is just too powerful and is able to free itself while also taking out the sword and throwing it away. Diana manages to retrieve it and attacks its tentacles, cutting them off with the sword. She faced a similar battle back in Hell when she and Steve confronted Hydra. Diana wanted the monster to leave Steve alone and live in peace once again, but it refused and they fought. Later, Steve remarks how everyone on this island is a trap, or pain, or struggle, and yet she and Cersei have made such a home of it, their own little paradise. Diana says that love is transformative, but that's something the surface world could use a lot more of. He tells her about Gateway City, how beautiful it looks when the light hits the Pacific at sunset, and how it always reminds him of his mother's laughter for some reason. Back at home, Diana tells her mother that she found a way to send Steve back home, but it's dangerous. Cersei claims it's impossible, because the process requires a sacrifice, one so great even for her. Steve was bringing firewood from the porch, wondering if they'll ever let him wander off more than that. At night, while everyone was sleeping, Diana performed the ritual, which would send Steve back home. Her mother had always told her that she is a great warrior and someday she's going to be a savior of humanity. But if that's true, she cannot fail her first mission for humanity, which is to return to them one of their great heroes. One good man is all it takes to save the world. The sacrifice required the dominant arm of a great warrior, so she cut off her own hand. She and her mother went outside to finish the spell, but Steve didn't understand what was going on. Luckily, the spell worked, and he was transported out of Hell and back to the surface world. Her sacrifice was worthy enough. In the present, Tetricide wraps its tentacles around her right arm, but she is using a fake arm now and manages to escape. She goes back to the headquarters and doesn't understand why the soldiers are still here. They were supposed to run as far as they can. Steve finally realizes that she sacrificed her dominant arm for him in order to take him out of Hell, but she claims it was worth it. She orders the soldiers to evacuate and then goes back to face the monster, but she runs into the woman from the museum. Barbara calls her Wonder Woman, remarking that she knows everything about the Amazons because she wrote her dissertation on the myth of the Amazons. It's her primary field of study. Diana wants to talk to her again, but first she has to deal with Tetricide. Once the sound begins, the people will literally crush one another in their rush to embrace horrific ends at any cost. There is only one way to stop that from happening, but it requires powerful magic. She talks to news reporter Alan Fox and asks him to record her while she warns the people of what's about to happen. There is only one way to stop them from rushing to their deaths, and that is to briefly make all of them deaf, the entire city. She begins her spell, which engulfs the entire city in green energy, causing everyone to go deaf. Somewhere else, two sister witches, Etta Candy and Gia Candy, are communicating by writing, since they can't hear anymore. Etta wants to go outside and help, but it's going to be dangerous, so they hug before leaving. Upon opening the door, she runs into Wonder Woman and Steve, who ask if they can come in. Gia thinks the spell isn't working on her, which means she's going to hear the sound of death, but Diana reassures her that that's not the case. There's a protective spell around this building, which allows them to communicate safely. Steve introduces everybody, remarking that Diana is the one who saved him from Hell. Wonder Woman came here because she's seeking some ingredients. She had to use the last ones for the spell to deafen the city. To fight this creature, she's going to need her full strength, which means she needs to get her arm back. She gives Gia a list of ingredients, which includes the following: skin of Prometheus, black walnut, yucca root, witch's burr, althea root, vervain, and many more. Some of these things are quite rare, but luckily their shop is quite extensive. Some of the rarest ingredients are hemlock, morning glory, and datura. Diana wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. Gia pulls out a tray with all of them, which impresses the Amazonian. Now there's only one thing left: a lot of blood. For the final part of the spell, they all donate their blood, which Diana uses to cover her face and body. The ritual begins, and a powerful beam of energy strikes her body. Many years ago, Circe wakes up in the middle of the night and starts puking. She starts having visions, but a voice begins speaking to her, calling her her most devoted disciple, the most beloved of all that she has loved. But if Circe was so beloved, she would have never allowed her to be imprisoned in hell. She would have never forced her to raise a child that was not her own. The voice claims there is a great and powerful game afoot, and each of them has their roles to play, and each of them has their own sacrifices to make. The mysterious person knows that only Circe is capable of raising the hero they need, and she can also see that her love would change her. This mysterious person is the goddess Hecate, who allows Circe to look at her, claiming she is blessed and she will be remembered. From that night on, Circe starts having visions regularly, and from time to time, flashes of what Diana would be to the world, how she would suffer, and also persevere. She would see how the goddess's great plans would knit together so carefully that nobody could see her until it was too late, and also how lonely she would be, trapped there without Diana. In the present, the spell is successful, her arm is restored, and she is at full strength once again. She sees the note that Etta wrote to her sister, how she would put herself in harm's way just to protect others, and calls it noble. Etta used to be a detective in Gateway City, but now she works as a private investigator. Upon going outside, Diana realizes that Tetracide has left the beach and gone into the city, searching for people to devour. Since the people didn't come to it, it went to them, and Diana needs to get it back onto the beach. But before doing that, she needs a bigger weapon, so she casts another spell which enlarges her sword, turning it into a giant weapon. She then causes a large booming sound which attracts Tetracide, which runs back into the ocean. Armed with her giant sword, Diana attacks the monster head-on, while Pegasus uses hellfire to help her. The sword is powerful enough to slice its body in half. Even the president is watching the fight and is impressed. But one of his advisors claims that even if Wonder Woman kills that thing, they still have a very big problem on their hands. Even with its body cut in half, the monster still lives and threatens to destroy the city. The giant sword reverts back to its original size, and Diana thanks it for helping her. A couple of fighter jets are sent to intercept the giant beast and fire rockets at it. One of them hits its target, but Tetracide is unharmed and manages to send the others in the opposite direction towards the city. Diana flies after them and manages to intercept 2 rockets, but one slips through. Luckily, Pegasus arrives to save the day and uses hellfire to destroy the remaining one. Diana then flies to the pilots and warns them not to do that again, and they comply. Now, the only thing remaining is to deal with the monster once and for all, but she needs to come up with some desperate ideas. On the Wild Isle in Hell, Circe uses her magic and creates a powerful lasso for her, claiming it is to be used as a last resort, but she's going to need that more than once where she's headed. She also remarks that even though her future is glorious, it's also filled with horror, danger, and opportunity, which is why she's going to need it. The lasso has the power to transform anything, but what she holds determines the shape of that transformation, and she names it Sacrifice. Diana goes on her first mission to test the lasso and fights a monster called a harpy. The lasso performs admirably, but she thinks it's kind of cruel. Circe remarks that not everything she meets will decide to be her best friend. Many will try to kill her, and that's why she needs such a powerful weapon. The goddess Hecate appears and talks to her, remarking that Circe knows the future and she probably knows what's best for her. But she doesn't know the full picture. She can sometimes see parts of the future, but that's not the same thing. That lasso is her mother. She made it with love and pain, fire and blood. It is a lasso of transmogrification because transformation is what she knows best, and for her, she demands only the best. Diana goes back to her mother and apologizes for doubting her. She is so powerful and the greatest sorceress to ever live. She has taught her everything she knows. She accepts the gift and asks her mother to teach her how to master it. In the present, Wonder Woman takes the sacrifice lasso and decides to use it against Tetracide, but she needs to focus and the form must be just right. She wraps it around her hand and begins the incantation spell, hoping that once this is over, she will become Diana once again. The transformation begins, and her body starts changing, turning into a hideous monster. In order to defeat Tetracide, Wonder Woman becomes Medusa. Barbara remarks that somehow she's made herself into Medusa, a priestess of the goddess Athena. She was visited by Poseidon in one of Athena's temples, and for her sin, the goddess cursed her, transforming her into Medusa. But Medusa's curse isn't actually the transformation, but something else. The curse is that all who look Medusa in the eye are turned to stone, and the same thing happens to Tetracide, whose entire body is turned to stone. However, Wonder Woman isn't changing back into her human form, so Steve decides to go after her. He finds her on the streets as she is preparing to turn everyone in the city into stone, but he blinds himself and talks to her, which allows Medusa to turn back into Diana. The only thing left to do is for her to punch Tetracide so hard that his body is shattered into tiny pieces of rock. Diana knows that what happened to Medusa was a horrible thing, but even the gods are vulnerable to their hearts becoming twisted with hate, which drove Athena to do that to her. Out of nowhere, the ground begins to shake, and a giant hand emerges, grabbing Diana and pulling her inside. She is dragged all the way to Hades' throne room in the underworld, who claims she cannot leave this place except she did. Hades wants to talk about that, but first he asks his servants why they didn't remove her weapons. He remarks that everything she's wearing is a weapon and asks her to disarm herself. She begins by removing her tiara, and then she slowly begins undressing herself, while also taunting Hades, while he remarks that she sounds just like her mother. She removes everything that could be used as a weapon, but Hades thinks she is hiding something else, an enchanted pouch. This pouch allows her to carry many weapons, including the great sword and 3 lassos of different colors. Hades asks his servants to bring him the red lasso, but upon grabbing it, the servant suffers incredible pain. Diana claims that only she and her mother can wield such a dangerous weapon, ensuring that it would not be misused by others. Hades is curious and demands to know what this nemesis lasso is made from. When she was little, Circe used to send her on small errands around the island, little things like gathering pointless weeds and such. But when she was older, she would send her for more dangerous items that her mother needed, like the feather of a firebird that frequented their island, or ancient bones from the floor of the wild sea. It was only when she sent her to Prometheus that she began to understand the true scope of her mother's vision. She found the Titan strapped in chains, tied to a mountain, where he would be tortured for eternity. Diana used her own blood to cover her mighty axe, and then asked the gods to bless it, so that she might strike true in the name of justice. She then used this weapon to cut the chains and free Prometheus, who had been trapped on this mountain for thousands of years. Unfortunately, she doesn't have the power to free him permanently, but even a small relief is greatly appreciated by the giant Titan. Every day a giant eagle would come by and feed on Prometheus's flesh, but Diana begs him to stop doing it, and maybe he could deliver this message to his friends as well. She is confident that the eagles won't bother him ever again, but Zeus's decrees are more difficult to maneuver around, even for those who know the way. She gives him something to drink, but even if it's very small, it holds enough water to quench his thirst. But Diana didn't come here just to free him. She has her own motives. She wants a vial of his blood, a part of him, champion of humanity, their greatest ally and protector, in order to power a weapon of fire and justice. She swears to use this weapon only with good intentions, in the service of protecting humanity from monsters, including the gods. Prometheus agrees, claiming that just like her mother, he too can see the future and knows what destiny awaits her. He offers his finger, and she uses the axe to cut it, taking enough blood to fill her vial. But before leaving, Prometheus wants to give her another gift and resurrects a creature who was killed by Zeus, called Pegasus. The Titan knows that Diana can fly, but she didn't use her powers because she didn't want the gods to see what she could do. However, he wants her to ride Pegasus back to hell, remarking that the two of them will make a fine pair. Hades claims that the blood of Prometheus wasn't enough to make the nemesis lassos. They must have used something else. Diana says they've also killed the last basilisk and used its venom when making the lasso. The basilisk's soul was soaked in the blood of the innocent, so she didn't feel bad when killing it, calling it justice. She says that Zeus sent the monster to hunt and kill her after finding out that she was still alive. She decided it would be better to surprise it in its own lair, so she tracked it until it laid its head down to rest. But the look of a basilisk is lethal, so Diana used magic to blind herself before entering the cave. In some ways, being unable to see was not a weakness, and it still had weaknesses to exploit. A basilisk is highly sensitive to certain smells, but a witch who can blind herself is more than capable of manipulating a smell. She used magic to enhance a scent 10,000 times, a scent that would drive even the most sensitive of creatures into a frenzy. She also removed her own sense of smell before entering the cave, which allowed her to use her senses and attack the giant snake. She managed to use the same axe to cut its head, kill it, and remove the venom she needed. Hades remarks that Diana has no problem killing when it benefits her own needs. He appreciates the stories, remarking that he was able to learn a lot about her, including including her biggest weakness, which is her mother. Before, in the wild island Hell, Diana was playing with her hellhound when she ran into someone. It was the goddess Persephone, who is the wife of Hades and queen of the underworld. The goddess planted a tree, but it was rather small, just like Diana. But one day, both of them will be great. Persephone walks the underworld every day that she needs to be here, and wherever she walks, life follows her. But here, in this rotten place, life dies almost instantly, and only sometimes something very special is able to break through. The goddess takes her back to her home while also recounting the story of how she became queen of the underworld. In the present, Hades is forcing her to fight against a chimera in the arena of the damned. Persephone is confident that Diana is going to win, even with just one hand, and her husband will never recover from the humiliation. Before, Circe prayed to the goddess Hecate, demanding to speak to her. She was worried that she didn't know how to get Diana out of hell when the time comes. How is she supposed to do this impossible thing? Hecate claims there will be two escapes. The first is temporary, and the second is more permanent. She tells her about a new game that emerged in Hades' arena and offers her a book called The Lady of the Tiger. In the present, the chimera shoots fire from its mouth, injuring Diana, but she is tough. Hades is confident that his warrior is going to win, while Circe watches in horror, tied in chains and gagged so she can't speak. Circe begins reading from the book, and Diana is excited about this new story. Once upon a time, long ago, there was a beautiful princess, and she fell in love with a handsome young man who was not a prince. When her father, the king, realized this, he sent the princess's young suitor to the arena. The king said it was a place that allowed the gods alone to decide someone's fate, and the young suitor would face two doors. Behind one door was a beautiful young woman to be his wife and the promise of a long and happy life. Behind the other was a tiger and certain death. Diana wonders if the suitor can reason with the tiger, but not everyone can talk to animals like she does. The princess promised her suitor that she would discover which door held freedom and signal to him so that he might live. But then, the princess learned that the beautiful young woman behind the door was not going to be her, but instead a woman the suitor had once loved and whom the princess had long hated. She had to make a choice, sending her love off to be happy with someone else while she remained trapped and alone. She could imagine no fate more painful. In the morning, when the suitor stood before the princess, she tilted her head almost imperceptibly in one direction to indicate which door the suitor would choose. And so he did. The end. But Diana wants to know how it ends, claiming it's a horrible story. In the present, she turns the fight in her favor, outmatching the chimera in every possible way. Diana says she doesn't like the princess because she's selfish. She doesn't love the suitor. She loves only herself. She claims she should do better, even though they don't know the outcome of the story, whether the princess killed her suitor or not. In the present, she wants the chimera to yield the fight, saying she doesn't take any pleasure in causing her pain. They are both forced to fight against each other, but the chimera can't be reasoned with, and the fight goes on. As Diana grew older, she finally understood the story and claimed she's not the princess from the story. She beats the chimera and pins it on the ground, asking Hades not to make her kill it. But the king of the underworld claims that only one of them may leave the arena alive. Diana does what she must, begging the monster for forgiveness and despising Hades for making her do it. She prays to the gods and asks them to give her strength, while remarking that Hades isn't a god, but rather the warden of a prison, nothing more. This pisses him off, but Diana is even more pissed and powers up to unimaginable levels. Hades doesn't understand how she is so powerful, but that's because keeping her in the underworld is unjust, and it demands reckoning. He wants her gone so he doesn't have to look at her insolent face anymore, and asks her to pick a door. But before she chooses, she needs to know that if she leaves this place, she will never see her mother ever again until her own death. Circe will lose her daughter, and the Wild Isle will be her prison for eternity. Diana goes down in the arena and picks the right door, which grants her freedom from the underworld. But instead of leaving, she goes back and frees her mother from her chains. A long time ago, Persephone helped her by feeding her one of Hades' treasured seeds, 1 month in the underworld per year for every seed eaten. Because of this, Diana must return to the underworld for 1 month every year, but she gladly accepted the sacrifice in order to save her mother. Hades is furious, but there's nothing he can do about it and disappears, claiming Diana's made an enemy today. She then takes her mother and returns back to the Wild Isle, but she cannot touch the land, or she will be bound to spend the next month trapped there. She tells her about Tetracide and how she defeated the powerful beast, and her mother is proud of her. Diana goes into the forest around Gateway City and surrounds herself with birds and wild animals. She writes messages on pieces of paper and attaches them to the pigeons' legs, while also calling them beautiful. She wants the birds to fly away and search far and wide for her sisters and report back to her. Somewhere else, in an undisclosed location in the western part of the country, Director Veronica Cale prepares to open a giant vault door and enter inside. This place is called Area 41, and it's heavily guarded by many guards. She takes the elevator downstairs and arrives inside a laboratory where a woman greets her. She puts on a mask and decides to go inside while also asking the woman to keep a close eye on her. Inside, Dr. Poison greets her, asking if Director Cale can bring her a new suit. This one is much too big, and she can't even hold glass test tubes without breaking them. Dr. Poison claims she is non-corporeal and doesn't like being called gas, and threatens to fill the director's lungs with her until she dies if she calls her that one more time. The director claims the city was attacked by a giant monster called Tetracide, but with some effort, they were able to get a few patchy recordings of whatever that creature was broadcasting. She wants Dr. Poison to listen to it and maybe replicate it or turn it into a weapon. She's the most qualified person to do this. Cale lets her do her thing and talks to the woman in the control room, asking if there's any progress from the Vax team. Unfortunately, they haven't made any progress, even though they thought they had something. Back in Gateway City, Steve, together with Barbara and the Candy Sisters, are walking through the forest, trying to find Wonder Woman. They find an altar created by her, but when Barbara tries to touch it, Diana stops her, claiming it hasn't been touched by human hands and she wants it that way a bit longer. They brought her some magic ingredients and Diana prepares for a ritual. Unfortunately, she needs to focus and wants to do this alone, and asks her friends to leave her alone for a bit. Barbara is curious and wants to watch, claiming she's a brilliant, inquisitive, historical mind, but Steve doesn't allow it. Diana prays to the gods, asking them to bless her and give her enough power to finish the spell. The spell is successful, and she manages to summon a secret building in the middle of the forest. She takes her friends inside and offers them tea, but something is wrong. She hears a deafening sound that sounds very familiar, but only she can hear it. She immediately flies back to the city and sees that its people are being attacked by something. Small technological spiders are attacking the people, but they are easy to crush beneath her boots. Unfortunately, there are many, and it takes too long to destroy them one by one. They need to come to her all at once. She takes out a yellow magic potion and does a spell that turns her into a target. All of the spiders are now attracted to her and they swarm her. In just a couple of seconds, she is completely covered in spiders, and they are overwhelming her. She begins panicking and claims she got cocky after defeating Tetracide. Cersei would be ashamed if she saw her losing to a bunch of mechanical spiders. She needs to free herself, create distance, and confront the source of the noise and the spiders. This tech is diabolical but has many limitations, and she only has a few. The source of the noise is at the top of a skyscraper under construction, and she flies there immediately. She knows the sound is some version of Tetracide's sound that someone recorded and weaponized immediately. She breaks inside one of the rooms, determined to confront whoever is behind this, but runs into Dr. Poison. The doctor claims she's going to want to hear her out because she knows where Diana can find an Amazon just like her. Wonder Woman threatens to drop Dr. Poison from the top of the skyscraper if she doesn't stop the Tetra spiders. The doctor agrees, but the commands are inside, and she needs to get to her computer. She's moving as fast as she can, but if she throws her out the window, she'll surely leak and kill a bunch of people, since there's toxic gas inside the suit. Wonder Woman doesn't understand how that's possible, and wonders if the government made her like that. Nonetheless, she knows the government's involved somehow. They're the ones who recorded Tetracide and weaponized the sound. The doctor remarks that she seems angrier now than when she was fighting the giant monster, but that's only because the monster didn't know better. Unlike a clever human, harnessing dangerous weapons it doesn't understand. Wonder Woman wants her to call all the Tetra spiders to their location so she can dispose of them properly. She doesn't want them hurting anyone else. Dr. Poison agrees and begins to tell her about the Amazon, but only in exchange for her freedom. The place where she works, in the lowest levels, there's an ancient maze, and there are all kinds of things trapped inside. Some of them were inside when humans discovered it, but others were put there by them. She claims that her sister, the Amazon, was already inside that maze when they found it. Wonder Woman wants the coordinates to this maze, but apparently it's heavily guarded, and if she doesn't plan on killing humans, there's no way inside. But while they were talking, she was also casting a spell, which sends all of the spiders to hell, where they belong. After getting the coordinates, Diana lets the doctor go and goes back to her mansion in the forest. Steve warns her that this might be a trap. The government wants to lure her there and trap her inside the maze, but she doesn't care. She is willing to do anything to find one of her sisters and possibly rescue her. Her friends are talking about the decorations inside the mansion, and Barbara remarks that one of the trophies looks like a manticore head. Diana claims that this manticore had 3 heads, and when someone kills one head, it must be mounted in a place of honor in the home of its killer. Barbara wonders if she did this as an honor thing, to remind her forever of the significance of its death. But no, apparently, the head will reform twice more from the mounted head, but she doesn't know exactly when that's going to happen. The manticore is a man-eater, which means it's extremely dangerous and it cannot escape here in Gateway City, or it will kill many people. Because it's a three-headed manticore, she needs to kill all the heads in order for it not to be reborn once again. While they were talking, Diana performed another spell, one which opens a door to the maze. But Steve wants her to reconsider and talk first to his friend Jacoby, who knows about Area 41, but she refuses to listen and doesn't want to spend any more time talking and goes looking for her sister. When she was little, Diana woke up Cersei in the middle of the night, claiming a pretty lady visited her in her dream. She had antlers and a bloody face. She felt dangerous, but her smile was warm, and she also said that Diana has her favorite name in all the world. Cersei thinks the one who visited her is Artemis, but that means she's coming for her daughter, and she wants Diana to wash up, put on her best clothes and boots, and get all the weapons she can reasonably carry. In the present, she walks through the portal and arrives in the maze underneath Area 41. This place stinks very badly, but she uses magic to alter the smell. Dr. Poison baited her hook well, and Steve's concerns are well founded. The doctor certainly has ulterior motives, but Diana knows she was telling the truth. She hears fighting noises coming from close by, but when she gets there, she is shocked by what she sees. A powerful minotaur is fighting against a horde of menfish, but he is much stronger than them. Wonder Woman assumes the beast is the one attacking them, so she helps them. She uses the Nemesis lasso to grab him by the hand, claiming it's going to reveal if he's a friend or a foe. The lasso binds and burns in direct proportion to the captive's sins, but the minotaur is unharmed, which means he is innocent. She apologizes for attacking him and realizes that the menfish are the real threat. The minotaur's name is Ferdinand, and he is protecting Petra, a siren who is nearly dead. The two of them make a perfect duo, and they easily deal with the attackers, slamming them against the walls. They regroup, but Wonder Woman stands confidently in front of them, claiming they've only tasted a fraction of the Nemesis lasso and begs them to come closer. The attackers panic and run away, while Diana remarks that sometimes the speech does the heavy lifting. She joins the duo in their journey as they try to get back to his lair before more menfish return. Ferdinand was born inside this maze. He has never seen the outside world. But if that's true, he must know about her sister, the other Amazon warrior. The trio are ambushed by the menfish once again, but this time they aren't alone. They are led by Queen Clea, who Ferdinand thinks might be an Amazon. But Wonder Woman quickly realizes that's not true and gets in front of them, trying to keep Petra safe. Clea wants her for something that Ferdinand has not said yet. A siren can be a powerful weapon, but Petra seems largely helpless. She may be unable to speak, otherwise she could have flattened them with her deadly song, or perhaps the stories are not as accurate as they pretend. The fight continues as the duo uses the tight place to their advantage. In the back, Clea orders her army to prepare a giant weapon, one powerful enough to stop even the mighty Minotaur. Ferdinand is stabbed in the back, but he tries to keep them safe while also asking Diana to take Petra and get out while they can. Diana promises to come back for him. She gives her word as the Witch of the Wild Isle. If he's still alive, Clea wants her menfish to grab Ferdinand and take him prisoner and also capture Petra, but she wants the intruder killed on the spot. Diana wore her toughest armor and grabbed the biggest axe she could hold, while Cersei was worried about what happens next. She hugs her little girl and asks her to trust in herself, claiming that all will be well, but Diana isn't afraid to face gods. She goes outside and meets a giant black panther with its face covered in blood. The panther tries scaring her, but Diana is unfazed, claiming she won't fight back for no reason. The beast says it won't stop next time. She will take her blood if she doesn't defend herself, and then bites her arm. But Diana still refuses to fight back. The panther sees a helpless turtle on the rock and decides to eat it, but Diana throws her axe at her, forbidding her from doing it. The turtle didn't do anything to it, and the creature is under her protection. For the first time, Diana defends herself, motivated by her love and passion for animals. However, the panther was much too strong for her, and Diana is beaten to a pulp. She did, however, manage to save the turtle and shows it to her mother, claiming her name is Nico. Cersei takes her inside and begs the goddess Hecate, asking her to speak with Artemis, claiming Diana is just a child, and it's too soon for her to fight. But Hecate says it's not. If anything, it's already too late. Everything the gods do is in order to turn her into a weapon. They love the child as they love few things, but she exists for one purpose. They want to turn her into an undefeatable weapon and place her in the heart of a system that must be disrupted, if not destroyed. She's a little girl because men are dismissive of little girls, and thus she will be unseen. They will never understand her, and that is an advantage too. But it doesn't mean she won't need to know how to fight. She wants Cersei to have faith and believe in the gods, because they are only just beginning. In the present, Diana is running through the maze of Area 41, holding Petra and following the smell she left behind. She wants to send her back to Gateway City because she can't focus on freeing Ferdinand and also keeping her alive. She goes back to the portal and opens it again and lets the siren return to her mansion. She is heavily dehydrated and falls on the ground unconscious while the others rush to help her. Steve remarks that she looks kind of dry, so Etta suggests he should bring her some water. Diana returns to the maze and goes searching for the Minotaur, but she is engulfed in a bright, violent smoke. Before she can react, the smoke enters her body and she begins to feel strange, as if she's being drugged. A couple of menfish attack her, but she is hallucinating and is barely able to focus. She runs from them and arrives in Clea's lair, who compliments her minions for bringing her the Amazon. She claims that she's a prime candidate for the pit, but Diana has no intention of jumping inside and decides to fight. Even in her drugged state, she is able to fend off her attackers, so Clea changes her plan. The minions bring a scientist and throw him inside the pit, knowing that Diana won't resist the urge to jump after him and try to save him. She was right, because that's exactly what she did, but it is extremely dangerous. Out of nowhere, a powerful creature carrying a big axe appears, but to Wonder Woman it looks like he is engulfed in flames. Diana is under the effect of hallucinogenic flowers that grow inside the maze, but the attackers are relentless. She's afraid she could kill someone fighting blind like this, and she can't allow it. She wants to use magic but is afraid she won't be able to speak unless her words are fine and only her perception of them has changed. She prays to Athena, begging the goddess to allow her to see what is hidden from her, striking her down before she gets the chance to hurt someone innocent. Her vision is clear now, and she sees a woman asking the scientist to go inside the tunnel, while also throwing a few painful screams up the hole. The woman then picks Diana up and carries her, but something else is hiding here. A presence, almost like a spirit. When she was little, Diana was talking to Artemis, who took the shape of a wolf. She apologizes for not being more like her. Instead of fighting, she chose to spare animals and become their friend. But Artemis likes her the way she is and doesn't want her to change, complimenting her, saying she is clever in a way that she is not. She is kind and compassionate in a way she can't even comprehend. She is creative and takes the long view, while she is often impatient. Diana is the best of all of them, and the world is lucky to have her. She then asks her to cast a spell and make the Hydra love the stone and seek it out. Diana does it, and then throws it as hard as she can into the water. But now Artemis wants her to go into the water and bring the stone back, without using any magic. Diana picks up her giant axe and goes into the water without fearing for her safety. She returns with the stone, claiming she made a bargain with the Hydra. She traded her axe for the stone, allowing the Hydra to keep it until she brings the stone back to her. She did as Artemis asked, but instead of fighting, she chose to bargain. In the present, Diana is introduced to the woman who saved her, an Amazon sister. Her name is Io, and she instantly recognizes her, claiming Diana is the daughter of Queen Hippolyta. They hug each other, proclaiming it's a miracle to have met each other. Diana tells Io her life story, how she was kidnapped as a baby and taken to the underworld, where she was raised by the sorceress Circe. Io says she fell on an ancient field of battle and thought she was dead, but she wasn't, and awoke somehow in the maze, buried underground, and then humanity found the maze. She shows Diana around. When Clea and her minions threw her down here, she found a nightmare, even worse than the maze above. Over time, with the help of other survivors, they managed to build a real community here, but it's still a nightmarish prison with no escape. They've been trying to free themselves by digging tunnels, but so far they haven't found a way out. This is their 6th attempt at digging a tunnel and their most promising one, but Diana is curious to know about the other failed attempts. Diana says she has a way of getting them out by using magic, which leaves Io in shock. One time they hit seawater, and they were forced to seal the tunnel to prevent it from flooding the maze. Diana knows that Io is strong enough and could have survived swimming out of here, but she stayed behind to help the people trapped inside, which means she is great and worthy, a true Amazon. Io tattooed the entire maze on her skin in order to use it as a map, and Diana asks her to go to where the exit is. She will stay behind to rescue Ferdinand, but first she takes a sample of the hallucinogenic flowers and wants to make an antidote. There is something else trapped down here, something sentient, which is going to help all of them survive. Diana tells her to take her people and head toward the exit, which will take them into her home in Gateway City. The sentient spirit reveals itself, but it claims it is incomplete and can't help her. But what if Diana can complete it? She then jumps as hard as she can and escapes the pit, leaving the menfish and Clea in shock, because nobody has ever escaped that place. Diana throws a magic potion toward Ferdinand, which restores him to full health, and he is able to free himself. Clea attacks her and smacks her over the face with a powerful trident, but Diana is confident and claims she's no match for her. She was wrong, because Clea is much stronger than she looks and sends her flying into the walls. She then stabs her using the trident, demanding to know what happened to her siren. Meanwhile, at the Huron, aka Wonder Woman's base, Steve takes the siren and puts her in the water. She is feeling sick and is barely able to sit up straight, but once she gets underwater, she starts feeling better. Unfortunately, she transforms into a hideous beast, which scares everyone. Diana knows that Clea has been trapped here for a very long time, and despite her behavior, she wants to offer her something great. But first, she throws the trident into the pit. The sentient energy emerges from the hole and attaches itself to Diana's hand and takes the shape of the trident, becoming whole again. This is no ordinary trident. It's the trident of Poseidon, which has a mind of its own. Luckily, they share a common goal, and with its help, Diana easily deals with the menfish. She can feel that it is the weapon of a god in every fiber of her being, and Clea had a small piece of it embedded in her staff, which may have helped push her over the edge. Close proximity to a tool of the gods can easily drive someone mad, and the trident signifies that Clea is an Atlantean. But how can this be true? The Atlanteans should be long dead by now. Does this mean that Atlantis itself still exists? Are there any more people just like Clea, or is she the last one? She understands better than anyone how it feels to be imprisoned for so long and be separated from her home all this time. Clea gives her one hell of a beating, accusing her of breaking her staff and kidnapping her siren. Diana uses the last of her magic and enchants a piece of stone, asking it to find Io and lead Ferdinand toward the exit. But instead of escaping as well, she stays behind to fight. Unfortunately, she is overwhelmed by the menfish and Clea, who manages to pin her to the ground. But Diana is still bonded to the trident and uses it to free herself. Ferdinand follows the enchanted rock and sees Io evacuating her people through the exit. Once they have all escaped this maze, the rock will seal the exit and prevent anyone else from escaping. Ferdinand passes through the portal and arrives in Hieron, but something is wrong. Everyone is overwhelmed by the powerful scream of a siren and can't move. Petra is in a state of rage and frenzy and can't stop herself from screaming, but Ferdinand manages to calm her down. Clea begins strangling Diana, claiming that everything was fine before she showed up. But things were never fine. She was trapped here, cut off from her natural habitat, from her homeland, and she was even eating her own menfish. Luckily, they can regenerate limbs. How else could they have survived all this time? Out of nowhere, water begins to flood the maze, but Clea and her menfish are Atlanteans, which means they will thrive underwater. Diana claims she made a hole through the maze using Poseidon's trident, and they can escape together, but they need to follow her. Diana wants Clea to escape and return to whatever Atlantean home she lost when she was trapped here. She was a monster in this maze, but she is confident she won't be the same outside. She then jumps in the pit and begins swimming, while Clea and her army of menfish follow her closely. The water begins flooding the entire maze, but luckily everyone was already evacuated. The only person remaining is Io. She passes through the exit as well, but a bolt of lightning strikes her the moment she arrives in Hieron, and then she disappears, leaving nothing but a puff of smoke behind. Diana escapes the maze and arrives in Gateway City Harbor, and while the people on the beach begin taking photos of her, Clea and her people escape into the ocean. She returns to her base but is shocked to find out what happened to her Amazon sister. She drops to her knees and prays to Hecate, begging her for a sign that her sister is still alive somewhere. A white pigeon carrying an olive branch flies down and lands on her shoulder, giving her the sign she was asking for. Meanwhile, Io is still alive, but she was taken to a mysterious place. She is greeted by Diana's mother, Queen Hippolyta, who is ecstatic to hear that her daughter is still alive. The queen goes outside in Themyscira and screams as loud as she can, celebrating the fact that Diana is still alive. Director Kale visits Dr. Poison and blames her for giving Diana the location of the maze. The entire place is now destroyed, flooded, and it costs too much to repair the entire thing. Dr. Poison asks her for another suit, claiming they still need her, and if they ever try to kill her, she's going to kill the director first. In the end, Kale agrees to give her the suit, but she's going to be transferred to Project SS-1. Project SS-1 is another section of Area 41, a highly secured prison where monsters and people with powers are kept locked away. One of these people is Zatanna, and Director Kale wants to send her to kill Wonder Woman. Barbara shows Diana a stylized interpretation of Themyscira, but Diana only learned the word Themyscira near the end of her time in the underworld. She always knew ever since she was young that she came from somewhere lost, that she had lost something. Even though Circe was physically unable to say the word Amazon, she was meticulous in educating her, finding many ways to point her in the right direction without ever saying the words. Maybe she could have said the word Themyscira, but there were ears everywhere. Even a goddess like Hecate fears who is listening, so they learned to be cautious. She and Circe were always reading, and whatever she was reading, she was falling in love with it, getting lost inside. That was Themyscira to her, even before she knew its name. Suddenly, an alarm goes off. Some kind of natural or supernatural phenomenon is happening. Diana had asked Steve to hook the Hyron up to breaking international news reports so they will autoplay when something bad occurs. She flies all the way to Reno, Nevada, where something bad has happened, something unnatural. A building was completely destroyed, but luckily it was already scheduled for demolition and there was nobody living inside. Wonder Woman goes inside the basement and searches for anything. Could it have been a live wire? Something damaged in the general destruction? No, there is something else down here, a desperate and dark energy. An ache that feels like a virus, something violent that catches and spreads. Out of nowhere, a beam of white energy appears and instantly attacks her, and she is forced to defend herself using her axe. But instead of fighting, she wants to talk and lets her guard down, but the energy attacks her nonetheless. It's hard to think clearly. The violence, the anger in her thoughts is palpable. Is this something dark inside her that is being forced awake, or something dark being forced upon her? And how can she tell the difference? Wonder Woman means nothing, and the energy treats her as a mere inconvenience. The energy causes the building to collapse on top of her and then escapes, leaving Wonder Woman in rubble of dirt and smoke. Steve says the energy seemed to have some kind of negative effect on the population, but reporting suggests their behavior returned to normal after it left the area. He was called back to base and needs to leave, and Diana asks him to be careful. Etta is curious to know if that energy is another tetracide, but Diana doesn't think so. She has never experienced nor read of a creature like this before. They continue talking about the Amazons, and Barbara tells her about an account of a battle against an ancient sea creature. Apparently, a lot of ancient weapons and armor were found, as well as some appendages, but no complete skeletons and not a single skull, which means that the Amazons never left their dead behind, or maybe they are immortal. But since Diana doesn't know much about her own people, she can't know for sure if she's immortal or not. Another alarm goes off. This time, a giant fire engulfed a lighthouse in Paloma, Uruguay. Wonder Woman arrives and uses her magic to conjure a giant rain cloud, which stomps the fire in just a few seconds. The creature leaves a trail of destruction, both physical and emotional, and she can't think of any known creature that does this in such a way, and why. The beam of energy attacks her once again, and she is taken off guard. She is thrown all the way to the beach, but a little girl shows her that the creature escaped once again. Wonder Woman confronts it multiple times in different locations, including the Dominican Republic, Merida, Mexico, and Waimea, Hawaii, but every time the fight ends with her getting her ass kicked. Her friends are able to pinpoint that all of these appearances are happening in places where the Amazons fought battles, and there are many of them. Maybe if she draws a crime board, she can pinpoint where the creature is going to strike next. It's worth a shot. The alarm goes off again. This time, the creature goes to Delphi, Greece. Wonder Woman has always wanted to visit this place, but this is a sacred place dedicated to Apollo, and she doesn't want to destroy it. Just as before, she gets destroyed. She gets thrown and tossed aside as if she is nothing compared to her opponent. She remembers what her friends said, that all magic has a price, especially the kind of magic she uses. Wonder Woman realizes that this destructive creature is here because of her. It's the price the world is paying for her. But if this is true, it means that this creature exists because she exists, which means the solution to her problem is to destroy herself. But this cannot be the answer. All of her life leading up to this point, only to end like this. Diana is deeply outmatched, remarking that her blows do little to injure the creature. Where's the balance in that? She casts another spell and uses it against it, hoping to put it to sleep. But the magic fails, and the creature manages to escape. Diana is exhausted and rests a bit on the ground, but she instantly falls asleep. She dreams of seeing an energy representation of herself, and she wants to know what it is. But the spirit talks in a language that she doesn't understand. It's casting a spell, one that surrounds Diana with energy tentacles. She's doing binding magic on her. Diana has to stop this and tries to resist, and in the end, the spirit disappears once again. She returns back to the Hyron, claiming she solved the puzzle, at least part of it. Thanks to Gaia, she was able to figure out that this creature is the price for her existence. If we think of her as a gift to the forces of good in this world, then in magic that demands a counter, so a gift is given to the forces of evil in this world. This creature cannot be defeated as long as she exists, but Gia doesn't accept this explanation. The world was a bad place long before she even appeared, and bad people are in charge of the world. Diana's purpose is to balance all that evil in the world, so the creature doesn't make sense. The world wasn't balanced before. Etta says the next two attacks are likely to happen either in Turkey or in Samothrace, Greece. Diana wishes it was the second location, because she's going to have an easier time calling the gods from a sacred place. She flies directly to Greece and can feel that the entity is nearby simply by the darkness of her own thoughts. The creature instantly attacks her, and just as before, she is easily bested and drops to her knees. She starts bleeding on the ground, offering her blood in exchange for an audience with Gaia, the great mother of Earth. The ground beneath her feet opens up and she is swallowed inside, falling into a dark abyss and on her way to meet the grandmother of the gods. The earth comes alive, trapping her inside roots and vines, and she's unable to move anymore. She fights to break free but eventually realizes that this is where she wants to be and submits freely. She apologizes for her behavior and states her name, saying she bears the mark of Hecate and asks for help. Gaia grants her an audience and she comes face to face with the mother of all things, who claims she doesn't belong here. Wonder Woman says she was tricked because the world is not in balance, and the existence of her and others like her is long overdue. There is imbalance in this world, but she doesn't believe she is the aberration, and asks Gaia to take a look at the world for herself. The grandmother does this and realizes that she's right. She sees greed, corruption, agony, and death. Something is wrong with the world and has been for a very long time, maybe since the very beginning. It's Wonder Woman's destiny to fight this darkness, and Gaia wants her to give her life in her name. A hand emerges from the ground and brings her back to Greece, while the creature watches, confused. The ground begins to shake again, but this time the creature is swallowed instead of her. Even though it nearly killed her, Diana hopes that whatever it was will find peace, because nothing likes to be unmade. Diana returns to the Huron and talks to Steve, who is watching the news. When she rescued the people trapped inside the maze, there was also a scientist trapped there who gave them a jump drive that contains information collected by the government. It has files on her and others like her, including Batman, Superman, and others. There's live news from Gotham City, talking about a serial killer who left a strange symbol on the walls. That symbol is the mark of Hecate, the same mark that's tattooed on her arm. Somewhere else, Director Kale is talking to someone, remarking that what's happening in Gotham is planned by them, and Wonder Woman took the bait. In Gotham City, Wonder Woman uses her magic and summons a giant bat signal on top of one of the buildings. Batman sneaks up behind her, and she is impressed with his skills. She didn't even hear him creeping up behind her. She wants to talk to him, but didn't want to search the entire city for him, so she used magic. Batman asks her to define magic, and she claims it's advanced chemistry with unconventional intentions and unusual resources. She didn't come here by accident. There's a serial killer running around who killed 4 people and left the mark of Hecate behind, the same mark that's on her shoulder. Wonder Woman says that she and her mother knew about him, even from hell, and Circe was sure he was a bat god. They even made a bet about it. She gives him a gift, an enchanted talisman of Hecate with her own twist of magic. If he touches it with his bare skin and demands an audience with her, she will come to his help, as long as she is in this plane of existence. Now that they've introduced each other, she wants to examine the crime scene and asks Batman to take her there. They arrive in a swamp several miles outside Gotham City, but they need to go on foot from here on. This place is so remote, and Wonder Woman wonders how this crime scene was even discovered. But apparently there was an anonymous tip, which is very suspicious. She uses her magic to expose the crime scene, but something is wrong. Magic was done here, but it wasn't in honor of Hecate. It was someone who wanted to make it look like it was. If they were true disciples of Hecate, there would have been 3 candles on the symbol, or perhaps 6 or 9, multiples of 3. Even though Batman doesn't know much about magic, he's a good detective and realizes that this crime scene looks staged. There were body parts taken from the victim: liver, lungs, heart, stomach, everything they need to build an anthroparion, a magically constructed form like a homunculus or a golem, a powerful figure that could be remotely controlled. Batman says he found something in the crime files that points to an abandoned church with a strange clock tower across the swamp. There appears to be someone inside right now, and Wonder Woman asks Batman if he minds being carried briefly, just to cut to the end of the line violently. There are 7 disciples inside performing a ritual with a dead man's body in the middle. Wonder Woman sends Batman crashing through the rooftop, and he lands next to them, but they are unbothered by him, as if they are in some kind of altered state. There is a barrier around them, and Diana doesn't want them to cross it, but something causes them to trip and land inside. They are now trapped inside, and if they leave, something might chew their legs off. The construct looks strange, as if it's unfinished, but maybe they're not trying to build a construct. Maybe they're just trying to control one. Wonder Woman feels strange, and her eyes turn red as strange marks begin appearing on her body. She realizes she's been tricked and that someone is trying to control her. She has just a few seconds before she loses control, and wants to give Batman a fighting chance by removing her fake arm. Batman talks to her, asking if she can hear him, but she's in a state and grabs him by the neck. He takes him back into the clock tower, and they begin fighting, but he begs her to wake up. He is pinned on the ground, and she wants to chop him into pieces using her mighty axe. Luckily, Batman remembers the enchanted talisman and grabs it using his bare hands, demanding an audience with Diana of the Wild Isle. Luckily, this works, and she stops the axe just inches from hitting his face. The spell wears off and Wonder Woman is back to her old self. She claims the spell would not have worked without her own hair and blood, and thinks that Batman is quite connected to have managed to get both those things from her. She wants to destroy the construct, hoping that the witches will survive, but before she can do it, the entire clock tower explodes and they barely make it out alive. Kale was watching the entire scene unfold, and she's furious that her plan failed, but the mysterious person claims they're going to have more chances to get them. Because of the magical and unconventional nature of her birth, Wonder Woman seems to have been left open to some attacks. She's going to have to watch out for these attacks in the future. She tells Batman about the scientist from the maze and also about the drive, which has quite a bit of information about all of them, including Superman. She gives him the drive when out of nowhere it begins snowing. She was trapped in the underworld for so long and has never seen snow before. She calls it perfect magic. She knows Batman's secret identity already and asks if they should make friends with Superman too. They're going to need lots of friends if they want to save the world. Wally West is a 15-year-old teenager who runs at lightning speed all the way to the desert, but he stops and asks himself what he has done. He is surrounded by a strange energy he can't explain, while also blaming himself for ruining everything, claiming he can't go back. Everything is going too fast, and he just needs to breathe and slow everything down. 2 days ago, he was walking the train tracks, lost in his own thoughts, ignoring the rain. He passes a group of kids who are around his age while remembering his mother, who was gone now. His dad, Rudy West, is a colonel in the US Army, and they both live inside Fort Fox. The guards give him a hard time when he tries to get back inside, but luckily, Dr. Barry Allen recognizes him and helps him get through. Wally and his dad have been constantly moving from one army base to another, but the life of an army brat isn't easy, and he has trouble making friends. Life here is kind of boring, but Barry wants to show him something cool, a project called Olympus. He takes the young boy to his lab, which is kinda cool and has all kinds of monkeys trapped in glass tanks. He thinks Wally's kinda smart and asks if he wants to work part-time with him down here once in a while, but his dad would never allow it. He was right, because his dad walks in on them, furious that he left the base and went into town. Barry tries to calm the colonel down, but he's furious and claims his son shouldn't be down there. This place is top secret after all. In the present, Wally remarks that he should have never gone with Barry or stayed with his dad. It would have been better if he had just run away when he had the chance. The desert is a big place, but he isn't alone for long because a ship is closing in on his location. Luckily, there is a cave nearby and he goes inside while the people chasing after him ask permission to attack. An elite high-tech special ops team was deployed to capture him, called the Rogues. Captain Cold, their leader, gives the order to bring him back alive, at least for now. After what happened in the lab, the colonel came to speak to his son, but he wasn't in the mood. He claimed that the work they're doing here is dangerous, and he doesn't want him to get hurt. But Wally was dragged across the country because of his dad's job. What about his needs? What about his life? Is he just supposed to sit in his room and do nothing until they move to another military base? They get into a heated argument, and Wally walks out, claiming that if his mother were still alive, they both would have left him a long time ago. Upon going outside, the ground begins to shake, and he sees something happening inside the lab. He goes inside and sees a strange monkey panicking. There is definitely something wrong that's agitating the animals. Barry is performing an experiment, but he warns Wally to get away as far as he can and run. In the present, Captain Cold and Digger go in after him, while Trickster and Glider stay outside to guard the exit. Wally sees another vision. He tried to help Barry, but he couldn't, and the entire room was about to blow up. He blames himself for what happened, and we see Barry's body rotting inside the cave in one of the corners. 1 year into the future, a mysterious person emerges from the rubble, demanding access to Project Olympus archives. The computer begins showing images of Wally from his past and future, while the person remarks that it's time to make this whole world fall. He blames himself for killing Barry, even though it wasn't his fault, and he knows they are coming for him. Digger is using boomerangs to track his location, and he finds the spot where he is hiding. Captain Cold is sealing the exits so he can't escape, while Glider is waiting for them outside. The boomerangs start shooting toward him, and the closing exits lead Wally toward a trap. Glider attacks him using laser swords to try and stop him, but she isn't fast enough, and he dodges her attacks. He can't explain it, but there is something wrong with him. It feels as if he's bursting apart. It's like if he doesn't move, he's going to explode into a million little pieces. The Rogues eventually pin him to the ground and surround him from every direction, claiming they just want to take him home. Something is wrong with Wally as energy bursts out of his body, destroying the boomerangs. We see a memory of what happened in the lab with Barry, who wanted to help him after he was caught in a vortex of energy. Wally had completely disappeared, but his father came in furious and accused Barry of doing something to his boy. He warned him before. He told him to stay away from him, but he just had to mess with his boy. The colonel starts beating him, but Wally is still alive. He appears in front of his dad, but he doesn't understand what's happening to him. Barry wants to help and grabs him, asking him to stay there with them, but he can't. The energy is too much, and he just wants to be left alone, just like in the present. The discharge of energy was too much, and the rogues could have gotten hurt if it weren't for Trickster, who used energy fields to keep them safe. She uses another toy and says she wants to take him back to the base, but Wally claims he doesn't want to hurt anyone else and escapes. Glider flies after him trying to catch him, but how can she catch something so fast? She fails, and Wally starts running faster than he ever did, jumping from one place to another as if he is traveling through time. He is here, in the desert, but he is also in Barry's lab. He is also 3 years old and spending time with his family. Then suddenly it happens. Wally sees the future and sees himself becoming something else. In one tomorrow, he is a hero, while in the other, he's a monster. Eventually, it all comes crashing down, and he lands back in the desert, but he doesn't know what's happening to him or what he's becoming. Since all methods of catching him have failed, Captain Cold wants Digger to send the freak after him. Grodd is one of the monkeys that Wally saw in the lab while he visited it, but they had experimented on him, and he was different. Wally had just connected to Barry, and both of them were in immense pain. The only thing he could think of was to start running. He started sprinting at incredible speed, dashing through the military base, but Barry was still attached to him, and the speed was killing him in agonizing pain. Wally eventually stops running in the desert, but Barry was burned alive and his body was disfigured. In the present, he feels tired and claims he can't do this anymore. He needs to rest, so he goes inside a barn and falls asleep. Captain Cold informs the colonel that they've lost his son, but they are instructed to release the monkey. Grodd goes searching for him and finds him sleeping in the barn, but instead of attacking, the monkey is curious and gets closer. Wally recognizes it from the lab and isn't afraid of him. The two of them are curious about each other and touch fingers, which has a weird effect. Their minds connect together, and both of them are able to see each other's memories. Their lives were very similar. Grodd had also lost his mother and was taken from the jungle and experimented upon, which left him scared. The monkey speaks to him, recognizing his name is Wally and introducing himself. Both of them are scared and don't know what to do, so they feel a close connection to each other. Wally hears a noise and goes outside, but upon opening the door, he sees a boomerang, which comes right at him. This is no ordinary boomerang, but an explosive one, and the entire barn is blown to pieces. Wally has another seizure, overwhelmed by emotions and a strange energy, claiming he has to run again. Grodd touches his forehead and manages to calm him down, and the seizure passes. The monkey's mind is very powerful, and he is able to get inside Glider's mind, which causes her to fall off the truck. Grodd's gone rogue, and Captain Cole gives the order to attack both of them, but they have to take the kid alive. Wally is tired of running and decides to fight back, using his lightning speed to surprise Digger and punch him in the face. Grodd wants him to run away, but Wally doesn't want to leave him behind, so they team up. He takes both of them to the cave where Barry's body is lying, and he takes his uniform, claiming that a calm comes over him, and he feels something he hasn't felt in a long time. Whenever Wally gets stressed, he remembers what his mother taught him, to name 5 things he can see, then 5 things he can touch, then 5 things he can hear. It's supposed to pull you out of your thoughts and ground you in the moment, but Wally keeps seeing his mother's funeral. He's at the cemetery, but the hole is open and his mother calls out to him, asking for his help. Fortunately, this was just a bad dream and he wakes up confused, but Grodd tries to calm him down. The trick works, and the two of them decide to eat something because he is starving. Since Grodd is a mutant monkey, he has to hide inside the backpack, even though he hates it. In the morning, Wally stands in line where people are serving food for the homeless when someone approaches him from behind. The man's name is Ralph, and he claims to be running a youth mission just a few blocks away, and Wally is welcome to come. Linda, one of the homeless girls, vouches for him, claiming the mission is legit if he can stand Ralph's dad jokes. Out in the desert, Wally left behind a trail of energy, but not even the scientists know what it is. Trickster is curious and gets close, claiming it's like a doorway. She can almost see through it. She can almost see the other side, when out of nowhere, the energy explodes. Colonel Rudy is furious at them for losing his son, claiming they are highly trained special ops, but they couldn't even contain a 15-year-old kid. Wally goes to the mission and has lunch, but he doesn't forget to feed Grodd, who is tucked inside his backpack. Linda approaches him and introduces herself, but she makes fun of his name. She can tell he's not from around here, and she's right, because Wally and his dad moved a lot while growing up. She's curious to know what he's running from, but he doesn't want to tell her. Instead, he's curious to know the same thing about her. Wally goes to his room and unpacks his stuff, while Ralph comes to bring him some toothpaste and a toothbrush. He's welcome to stay there with the other kids, just as long as he takes a shift helping with the cleaning and cooking. Upon opening his bag, Wally notices that Grodd escaped, but luckily he sees him outside and decides to run after him. Meanwhile, his dad is investigating the lab, trying to understand what kind of experiments they were running there. Thawne Eleanor used to be Barry's partner and claims they were working on an augmented weapons program together with Lazarus Corp, but that's only the official mission. Barry was also working outside the original mission statement, but she doesn't want to go into details. She does mention that Wally is a success and he was turned into a weapon, but his father says he's just a kid and wants to undo whatever Alan did to him. Dr. Thawne claims that his son isn't the only thing that escaped the night of the accident. Some of their more volatile experiments are still in the world, and Grodd is leading his son right to them. Grodd goes inside the sewers, and Wally is following him closely, but he doesn't have a clue where he's heading. He begs the monkey to stop, but it points in one direction, claiming it's hot. Grodd wasn't lying because something else is hiding here, a monster made entirely of molten lava. Wally panics and thinks he's going to die. He's much too scared to even move, but he always thought he would die young, even though his mother always told him otherwise. The monster gets too close and wants to touch him, but Wally is surrounded by the same energy from the desert which protects him. The monster is now angry and attacks him, throwing molten lava toward him, but he moves at lightning speed and dodges the attacks. Grodd holds tight on his back, but he begs Wally to help him. The same thing is happening again, and this thing is making him come apart. The monster breaks out of the sewers and arrives at the mission, where homeless people are having lunch. Back at Fort Fox, the rogues are talking amongst each other, but Trickster mocks Lisa, which pisses her off. They get into a heated argument, and she attacks her, but Dr. Thawne walks through the door and asks them to calm down. She thinks that Grodd has led the boy to one of their former comrades, Mick Rory, but they thought he was dead. She lied to them but justifies it, claiming they were told what they needed to hear, and she wants them to fetch Wally West. The monster attacks the people at the mission, but Ralph tries to help and jumps to save one of the women. Wally is still in the sewer, but he's having another seizure, and energy surrounds him once again. Grodd gets close and manages to calm him once again, saying it's okay to be scared. He eventually calms down and decides to help, but first he wants to use Barry's suit, which he was carrying in his backpack. The monster gets closer and wants to hurt the people, but Ralph begs it to stop. Wally comes out of nowhere and slams directly into it, but he is wearing the costume and the people are confused. He doesn't know how to stop the monster, but Grodd wants him to help him. He wants him to take the heat, whatever that means. The monster tries to grab him a second time, but the same thing happens, and Wally is engulfed in energy. Something else happens and he is transported to another location, somewhere out of this world. He hasn't got a clue what happened to him, when out of nowhere a hand emerges and calls out his name. He is taken back to the mission and Ralph checks on him, making sure he's okay. The monster changes back into a man and Grodd wants to help him. It doesn't take long for helicopters to come, and Wally starts running again before the others can get an explanation of what just happened. Unfortunately, Dr. Thawne is tracking them on GPS and she wants the rogues to catch him alive, but the monkey is expendable if necessary. Meanwhile, Colonel West is searching through the lab and uses his access card to get inside a restricted area where he finds something shocking. 6 months ago in Oklahoma, Digger was hitting on a beautiful woman inside a bar, but he had a bit too much to drink and got into an argument with her brother who threw him outside. Colonel West came looking for him, saying he wants to wipe his record clean and give him a fresh start after what happened in Syria. But there's a catch. He can't guarantee he'll make it out alive, but at least he can promise him he's going to fly some of the newest and meanest planes he'll ever see. Digger accepts to join his team and they're heading to Colorado, but they have a few more stops to make first. The colonel calls his son, but Wally doesn't pick up and it goes straight to voicemail. They had a fight the last time they saw each other, but he loves his son and misses his wife very much. In Cottonwood Falls, Kansas, Leonard Snart, aka Captain Cold, finds his sister unconscious on the ground. During her last mission, she got injured and lost both of her legs, and she was suffering from depression. Lisa Snart, aka Glider, wanted to kill herself and took a bunch of pills, but luckily she survived. Colonel West visits their home and wants to speak to both of them. The captain and his daughter are lucky they aren't in jail after what happened in Syria with the rest of their team, but the colonel wants to make him an offer. Leonard claims that his sister is beyond any help the government could offer, but he shouldn't be so sure about that. The captain accepted, but there is one more person on that list they need on the team. Jesse James, aka Trickster, who put GPS trackers inside all of them and came here once she saw they were all gathering in the same place. She jokes about Lisa's invalidity, but this only pisses her off and they get into a heated argument. Colonel West says they were coming to get Jesse anyway. She spared them a trip to New Mexico. She thinks he wants to send them to prison, but no. The colonel wants them to join an extremely dangerous mission, a mission so secret that no one will ever know about it, and if they die, no one will know what happened to them. The colonel takes them to Fort Fox and asks if they've seen the footage that's been circulating from South America about monsters and stuff. Digger doesn't believe in monsters, so he makes fun of Jesse, but one of the gorillas from the cages scares the living shit out of him. Dr. Barry Allen and his partner, Dr. Eleanor, arrive and introduce themselves, saying he can't wait to show them something. At Project Olympus, they're using the most cutting-edge advancements in physics and engineering to push the very limits of human potential, aka superpowers. But they aren't just talking about making weapons. They are also working on instantaneous travel across incredible distances. Being able to communicate with anyone, anywhere, being able to detect and cure any disease or defect at the molecular level, and many more. Captain Snart thinks the government is building weapons for them, but Alan corrects him, claiming they are making them into weapons. They even have something for Lisa and show her a pair of prosthetic legs, which Alan took the liberty of already fitting for her. Jesse is curious to know where all of this technology came from, but Dr. Allen doesn't say anything. Instead, we see a memory from 1944, when a team of military scientists were experimenting in the Mojave Desert. The ex-soldiers are left without a choice, and Dr. Eleanor claims that they will go to prison for the rest of their lives if they refuse to join the team. In the present, Colonel West entered the bunker underneath Fort Fox and found an alien spaceship, together with alien bodies stored in giant tank tubes. He calls Wally and apologizes for his behavior, but this time his son picks up and starts talking. Sadly, they couldn't talk for too long because he was ambushed from behind by Dr. Eleanor and two of her guards. Meanwhile, Wally and Grodd are walking the streets of Kintown, Missouri, but there's a big storm approaching. Grodd is scared but says this isn't just a storm or just thunder and wants to go home. Unfortunately, they don't have a home anymore. They're alone on the streets and they are starving. Luckily, there's a gas station nearby and Wally is dying to eat something. They don't have any cash on them, but they decide to go inside nonetheless. He comes clean and tells the clerk woman that he doesn't have any cash and asks if she could lend him some food because he's really hungry and just trying to get home. The woman says she ain't running a charity here, so if he doesn't have any money, she won't give him any food. Wally is sorry to have to do this, but he's left with no choice and decides to shoplift. He runs as fast as he can and gathers as much food as he can carry, but something is wrong. The amount of energy he consumed while stealing left him lightheaded, and he drops to the ground unconscious. Meanwhile, inside the bunker, Dr. Eleanor orders her guards to kill Colonel West, but he begs her to wait. He's just an old man who wants to help his boy and is willing to do anything to get him back safely. The doctor decides to let him live and claims that the alien inside the tanks is their predecessor. They found him first. They beat her to it. They found God, but the colonel doesn't understand what she's talking about. The rogues are tracking Grodd and moving to his location, but the storm is getting worse. Luckily, the monkey and the kid are right in the eye of the storm, which means the weather should be calm there. Wally wakes up, but he isn't in the gas station anymore. He was arrested and taken to jail. He apologizes for trying to steal food and begs the sheriff to let him go, but that's not gonna happen, not until he talks to his parents. The sheriff searches through his bag, but the monkey is already gone, and the only thing remaining is the suit. Out of nowhere, there is a powerful explosion, and it destroys the side of the building. The rogues came to take him back to Fort Fox, but Trickster mocks Glider for being cheesy with her lines. They mock him for being locked behind bars, claiming he can't use his speed to get out of this one. But Wally is so hungry he can't do anything, and on top of that, Grodd is missing. Captain Cold says they can track him and offers to find the monkey, as long as he doesn't try to run again. He uses his pistol to freeze the bars to his cell, and then Glider breaks them with her kick. Wally puts on the suit and they give him a candy bar. Unfortunately, that's the only thing they have. This isn't a buffet. The storm was getting worse and the winds gotta be 200 miles an hour. They can't find Grodd in this kind of weather and decide to stay inside the ship, but Wally has other plans. He starts running and goes into the storm after his friend, but gets knocked unconscious by a powerful lightning strike. Grodd finds him and makes sure he's alright, but warns him that the storm man is after him. An old man who looks like Thor and is carrying a staff shows up, claiming he's not going back. This man controls the storm and uses lightning and the wind against Wally, accusing him of trying to take him back to Fort Fox. Wally says he's confusing him with Dr. Barry Allen, who was killed during one of the accidents, but the old man can't be reasoned with and says there are no accidents. Wally asks Grodd to use his powers and help him. Maybe he can mind zap him or something, but the monkey is too scared of storms and can't do anything. Wally decides to try something and wonders what would happen if he lets thunder inside of him. Before, it hurt like hell, but it didn't kill him, and neither does it a second time. Instead, the lightning overcharges his body, and suddenly he isn't hungry anymore. He's much stronger now and he attacks the old man, punching him repeatedly and knocking him unconscious. This causes the storm to disappear, and the weather goes back to normal, a bright sunny day. The rogues appear once again, but Captain Cold doesn't want to arrest him again. Instead, he claims that they are the weapons created inside the lab, and they can do whatever they want. They can take whatever they want, and offer Wally a spot on the team. Many years ago, Barry Allen was working as a teacher at Keystone University, but the students didn't find his physics jokes too funny. But there was someone in the front rows interested in what he had to say. This woman was Dr. Eleanor Thorne, but she wasn't a student. She was a doctor herself and wanted to talk to him in private. She was closely following his work at Princeton with quantum simulation and molecular electron transfer, and thinks it was a true crime they shut his work down. He was on the cusp of something special. What if she could get the funding, not only to continue his own research, but to set him up to make new discoveries far beyond anything he's ever imagined? He thinks his work was a dead end and that Princeton was right to shut him down, and even if he had the resources, he wouldn't continue. But Eleanor believes in his work and wants to help him, claiming that true discovery is the most intoxicating drug they have, and she recognizes a recovering addict. He agrees to listen to her, and she takes him to Fort Fox in Colorado. Everything here used to be his grandfather's work, and she asks him if he's ever heard of Dr. Eobard Thawne, her grandfather, who used to work on Project Blue Trinity. During the height of World War II, the US commissioned a secret project operating in the shadow of Oppenheimer's Trinity atomic tests, named Blue Trinity. Dr. Eobard claimed to be on the verge of making contact with another dimension of pure exotic living energy, but his theories bridged the divide between fringe science and the supernatural, and some of his methods were questionable. When the military caught wind of some of these eccentric experiments, he knew it was only a matter of time until they shut him down. Her grandfather refused to stop his work and described in his journals that he could hear a voice that was calling to him from this other world. He continued the experiments and created a machine in the desert, which opened a door into another dimension, but one of the soldiers tried to stop him. The doctor wouldn't allow that to happen and pushed the soldier into the energy, which killed him. This caused a chain reaction which resulted in a powerful explosion, and Eleanor's grandfather was never seen again. Luckily, most of the journals were salvaged before the military shuttered everything, but Barry realizes that some of the equations are wrong, so he tries to correct them. 2 years later, Eleanor introduces him to Colonel West, who will be leading security for the new military division of their project, but Barry was angry. He thought the military wouldn't be involved and he would be allowed to experiment in peace. They only want weapons anyway. What they are doing here is far beyond what the government can comprehend, but they need the funding, and there is no other way. Barry had just finished working on a special suit, and by the end of the week, they'll be able to send a team inside. He wanted to lead the team himself, but Eleanor claims it is much too dangerous and wants the two of them to go later, once they are sure it's safe. Barry is pissed and goes to the cafeteria to eat something, where he runs into Wally. He knows he's the colonel's son and says he used to move a lot as well when he was a Marine. The difference is he went to MIT to study science, but Wally hates science. He's mostly into music and stuff. Barry claims that music is just math when you think about it. Everything is math really, and once you realize that, the entire universe opens up to you. The time finally arrives to send a team of 3 people through the portal. They are all wearing protective suits and pass through the door, arriving in the other dimension made up of living energy. The red energy matter is everywhere, and Barry is ecstatic, hoping to get soil samples and atmospheric readings as soon as possible. But there is something else. A giant alien spaceship is crashed between the rocks, meaning that they aren't the first ones here. In just a couple of weeks, they were able to bring back everything they found in the other dimension, including the giant ship. Eleanor wants to focus now on creating weapons for the government, claiming the trials on apes are incredibly promising, and she wants to move ahead with human trials. They get into another heated argument about the military. She's dedicated to finishing the job her grandfather started. Barry remains alone in the lab and hears a voice, and he thinks it is Dr. Eobard. The person talking to him is wearing the protective suit and asks for help, asking him to stop and claiming it must be Wally West. In the present, the rogues talk to Wally and ask him if he wants to join the team, but he's not sure whether he can trust them or not, and says he's not going anywhere with them. Digger says they don't need this freaky little twerp anyway and wants to handle everything themselves, but the captain outranks him. Glider says his father started asking the wrong questions about Project Olympus, and Dr. Thawne has him now, but they think he's still alive. Captain Cold says he and Wally's father go way back. He saved his ass more times than he can count, and they're going to find him and get him out. But Wally still isn't sure if he should trust them, but Grodd reads their minds and knows they are telling the truth. They plan to make a move on Thawne and come up with a plan, but while they are talking, Trickster is spying on them. She was secretly working for the doctor and was filming everything and sending it back to her. She doesn't understand why the rogues are loyal to the colonel, but he and the rogues have been through war together. They're not just soldiers, they're his brothers and sisters. The doctor made them into weapons and now they're coming for her, but she's prepared and is counting on that. The rogues will die, but his son is what she's been waiting for. He is the key, the link between them and the ultimate goal. The rogues are en route, but it's gonna take at least 25 minutes till they get to Fort Fox. Captain Cold wants them to call in and tell Eleanor they've got the kid, and then they do what they were made to do. Digger is fine with this as long as he gets to blow some shit up. Glider reassures Wally that his father is tough and he'll probably be fine, but Trickster isn't so sure. She wants to keep things real and acknowledge the possibility that he might already be dead. Like always, the two of them get into another heated argument, but Wally sees something. A ball of energy appears out of nowhere and he wonders what it is. He asks the others if they also see it, but only he can, and he interacts with the energy. He sees multiple versions of himself talking to him and has another seizure, but Grodd manages to calm him down. They are almost at the base and Captain Cold talks to Olympus Control, but nobody is answering. Dr. Thawne begins talking, but she's only talking to Trickster, asking if the asset is secured. Trickster confirms and creates an energy force field around her and Wally, and then the Doctor blows the ship. This causes a powerful explosion and the ship is blown to pieces. Wally survives, but he is horrified at what just happened. But the rogues are not dead. Grodd used his powers and created a second energy field that protected the other members of the team. Unfortunately, this took out everything he had and the monkey goes unconscious. Trickster takes Wally and tries to get away, but Glider flies after them. Wally is getting angry and starts running inside the force field, causing it to break apart. They fall on the ground and she wants to use another bomb against him, claiming she's got a few tricks of her own, but before she could use them, Glider shows up and kicks her to the ground. Trickster is taken prisoner, while the others regroup and look after Grodd, who's still unconscious. Eleanor brings the Colonel to the main room in the lab and says that his son is the missing link between all of her grandfather's work and all of Barry Allen's too. She's the one who pushed Barry to befriend Wally. She knew he couldn't stop himself from trying to help the boy. She played on his pathetic altruistic nature. This whole process requires a sacrifice, and it was meant to be Barry Allen, but his son changed that. This is what Project Olympus has all been about. Barry Allen and her built a doorway, and Wally is the key to opening it. The Colonel claims she doesn't have to do this. They're all on the same side, but they were never on the same side. His security work here was only the cover story. Barry Allen and her had a higher calling, work that began with her grandfather decades ago. Allen found a way into the other world, which she calls Still Point. But after he died, the doorway snapped shut and she's been unable to reopen it, but now she sees a way back. Like it or not, Wally has become pivotal to everything her grandfather worked for. He doesn't want to let her harm his son and attacks her, but the guards immediately immobilize him and pin him on the ground. The rogues are all alive and Grodd is feeling a lot better, but Captain Cold is thinking about their next move. He asks Digger to send his drones and scan the area because he doesn't want to get shocked. He's got a farm back home and intends to return there in one piece. Grodd is feeling a lot better and uses his powers to show Wally a vision of his father, proving that he's still alive. Captain Cold asks the others if they feel something. Is it just him, or did the temperature shoot up? Out of nowhere, the lava monster attacks them once again and the captain is nearly killed. Wally wants to stop him again by absorbing his power, just like he did in Central City. But not this time. Captain Cold wants him to go after his dad and find him, while he and the rogues stay behind to deal with Mick Rory, their friend. Dr. Thawne sees Wally on the radar and wants Trickster to go after him, but she's busy fighting with Glider. He gives her an order and Trickster immediately teleports back to the base. Wally sneaks inside the base, but something is wrong. He sees a memory of him and Barry walking through the corridor, but how is this possible? He goes deeper and tries to find his dad, but the visions are everywhere, and he even sees himself in the future. But he doesn't look too good. He has another seizure and doesn't know what's happening to him. Grodd is looking at the empty tanks, but they aren't alone for long, because Trickster attacks them with one of her bombs. Wally takes the monkey and makes a run for it, but she's leading him towards Alan's lab, exactly where Dr. Thawne wants him to be. The rogues are still outside fighting the giant monster, but nothing is working. Digger's boomerangs are just melting away. Lisa gets injured in the fight and her brother tries to help her, while Digger uses his boomerangs to keep the monster busy. Sadly, nothing is working and they need to retreat when out of nowhere it starts raining heavily. The monster's fire is slowly put out and he begins to lose his power, slowly reverting back to a human. As a final blow, he is hit with a powerful lightning strike, but the attack wasn't random. The storm guy that attacked Wally before was with them on the ship, and after waking up, he came to their rescue. Wally arrives in the main lab where he sees a vision of his father fighting Alan, but doesn't understand what's going on. Trickster catches up with them from behind and throws another bomb toward him, but she isn't fast enough. He takes one of her bombs and throws it back at her, causing it to blow up in her face. Grodd sees something and panics, pointing toward the big ball of energy in the middle of the room. A hand crawls out, calling out Wally's name, and he thinks it's Barry Allen. He tries to talk to him, while the rogues make their way toward the fort, not knowing what to expect inside. The Colonel warns his son to stay away and not talk to the person from the energy ball, but it's too late. The person grabs him, claiming it's not Barry but Thawne Sr., Dr. Eleanor's grandfather, who disappeared 70 years ago. She can't believe it and calls out to him, but the old man is in a state of frenzy. He throws Wally through the doorway and into the other dimension, claiming there can be only one. The door immediately shuts behind him and he is now stuck there, but he's not alone. An energy representation of Barry Allen is also there and offers to shake his hand, welcoming him home. Hal Jordan is walking alongside an empty road in the Nevada desert, talking to himself and remarking how scared he is. A state trooper comes up behind him, saying he picked an odd location for a Sunday stroll. Hal begins to panic and clutches his pocket, which gets the trooper curious. He wonders if he has any drugs on him or maybe a weapon. Is he carrying a weapon? But Hal doesn't answer and just starts crying, refusing to answer any questions. The trooper pulls a gun on him, asking him to lie down and place both of his hands flat on the ground. The situation escalates as the cop threatens to shoot him if he doesn't comply. But Hal begs him to calm down, stating his name and claiming that something happened in Evergreen, something caused by Abin Sur. Suddenly, the trooper disappears and only his yellow badges remain behind. While Hal says he is sorry, there's a diner nearby and the people are having a good time, ordering food and watching a baseball game. Hal walks inside and the waitress asks if he wants something, but he only asked for water. The game is interrupted with an emergency news bulletin, with live helicopter footage from Evergreen, Nevada, a small town about 15 miles from the California state line. The news anchor remarks that this footage is live and unedited. It has not been tampered with in any way. A giant Green Lantern sign had crashed in the middle of the town. The destruction seems almost total, though no bodies have so far been recovered. Hal watches the entire thing, but he gets agitated and squeezes the water bottle. 5 days ago, he was having lunch with his two friends, John Stewart and Sojourner Moulin. Hal works as a collectibles dealer and a toy salesman. John is an architect who just got the contract for a hospital extension over in Carson City. Joe used to be a cop in Evergreen, but she quit. Their conversation is interrupted by a group of bikers who pass by, causing a lot of noise and heading towards some kind of biker meet in Barstow. Hal is afraid they might hurt someone going at that speed, but Guy Gardner, a friend of theirs, is the local sheriff who probably heard them. Joe used to live in Coast City with her ex-wife, but she moved back here after her divorce. Hal remarks that she still keeps the wedding ring, but John remarks that sometimes the symbol remains when the reality has passed. He still keeps his mother's wedding ring even though she died years ago. Another bike comes speeding through the streets, but it hits something at full speed and crashes, causing a powerful explosion that kills the driver on the spot. John calls an ambulance while Hal rushes to see what just happened. The biker hit a green wall, like a force field from movies, but Joe wants him to watch out because the green glow could be radiation. The biker must have hit it at 100 miles an hour, and because he wasn't wearing a helmet, his head got crushed completely. Only a golden earring remained behind. His biker friends come back to check what just happened, but they look confused and just turn back, choosing to leave as if nothing happened. Joe remarks that the green wall is curved around them, just like a dome, and also there's no cell reception inside. But that's not all. There is a Green Lantern sign on top of the dome, and they don't know what it means. Inside the sign there is something else, a strange alien with 4 hands. Hal tells the people in the diner the entire story, claiming the alien's name was Abin Sur. He came from somewhere else and the symbol in the sky belonged to him. He called it the Green Lantern. Hal says he made a mistake. He wanted to be a hero, but Abin Sur did something to him. It gave him a weapon. He begins clutching something in his pocket again and the people think he's hiding a gun. They want him to take his hand out, but he can't, claiming there was a cop on the highway who asked him the same thing. One of the men from the diner grabs his arm and pulls it out, revealing that Hal's hand was completely black. The hand attacks the man, covering him completely in blackness and then devouring him. Hal says it's the hand doing this and it takes everything he has to hold it back from attacking them. He can't control it, it responds to danger, trying to defend him. But the waitress doesn't believe his story and shoots him. Unfortunately, this causes the blackness to cover the entire diner, attacking and devouring everyone inside. Hal was shot and hopes that maybe by dying it will kill this thing. But no, the blackness covers his wound and completely heals him in seconds. It's not going to let him die that easily. Joe walks through the door, but there is something wrong with her as well. She is covered in green light energy and wonders what happened to him. Hal remarks that she looks exactly like Abin Sur and wonders what he did to her, but she hasn't got a clue. Both of them were there when it happened, but she keeps hearing things, seeing things, and she was drawn here, to him. He tells her about the black hand but asks her to stay back, claiming it reacts to danger and if it feels threatened he can't hold it back. He swears to God that he tried everything to hold it back, but willpower isn't what makes this work. They still don't know the rules. Remember what happened to John, or Guy Gardner? The alien dropped down in the middle of the streets, claiming he comes from the Green Lantern, but doesn't want the people to fear him. The people are terrified, and the cops try to make contact with him. Guy Gardner introduces himself, claiming he's the sheriff in Evergreen and he represents the law. Abin Sur understands him but doesn't care, and claims that judgment will now commence. Guy tries to calm him down, asking him to put his hand down, while the deputies threaten to shoot him. Joe used to be a cop as well and asks the cops to put their guns down. They've just made first contact with an alien and they want to start shooting. John remarks that the force field overhead extends to the town limits. It's a dome, so they know what he's capable of, but they don't know what he wants. There's no reason to escalate the situation. Hal was behind with the rest of the crowd, but everyone was terrified. Nobody was making a sound, like they were all holding their breath, waiting for Guy to decide everyone's fate. The sheriff decides to listen to his friends and puts his gun down, asking his deputies to do the same thing. Unfortunately, this was a grave mistake because the alien shoots him with green energy, completely disintegrating his body. Everyone was in shock and started screaming and crying. Guy Gardner has been judged, but the judgment is still in progress and the alien wants them to be without fear. The deputies panic and open fire, but the bullets hit a green force field and the alien is unharmed. The bullets ricochet and hit an innocent bystander, killing her on the spot. Rita is in shock, but before she can react, Abin Sur decapitates her using one of his arms. Another officer fires as well, and the same thing happens again. But luckily, he only loses his hand. Blood starts gushing everywhere and John rushes to stop the bleeding. But Hal has other intentions. He picks up one of the guns lying on the ground and threatens to shoot him, but the alien is unfazed, claiming the judgment is in progress. John gets up and asks his friend to get his finger off the trigger and lower the gun. He saw what happened to everyone else who tried and doesn't want the same thing to happen to him as well. Abin Sur watched the entire scene and asks John to be without fear, and then flies back to the Green Lantern sign in the sky. The deputy is still losing a lot of blood from his severed hand and Joe asks them for help. In the present, she remarks that he still has the gun he picked up from the ground. He never did give it to John. Hal asks Joe to get out of here. The hand is hungry, or something like hungry, something alien, but it wants the light. It's not just her green light, it's any spectrum of light. It wants to absorb anything. He claims he can hear its thoughts. It should have been forgotten. It should have been weak, an idea nobody believes. But something fed it, something gave it a chance. Now it's everywhere, a little piece in everything. He is fighting it as hard as he can. He doesn't want to listen to it, he doesn't want to see what it tries to show him, but it keeps telling him he was right. John keeps staring at his mother's wedding ring, entangled in his thoughts, while Todd Rice, a friend of his, brings him a cup of coffee while they still have some, remarking that there's been no new deliveries ever since the dome appeared. Luckily, they still have power, which keeps the freezers going, meaning they have plenty of meat to feed the people. The owner of the general store is taking IOUs from folks who don't have cash, but not many people are going to the restaurant anyway, they'd rather keep to themselves. While the two of them are talking, a car is slowly approaching the dome, but after getting mighty close, the car turns around and drives in the other direction. John thinks the shield has some kind of effect on the minds of people outside, making them turn around and not get close. John looks at the gold ring and wonders what else they don't know about the green dome. The ring is actually an earring he picked up from the biker who crashed his bike. For some unknown reason, the earring passed through the barrier, and John wants to test a theory. He throws it as hard as he can, and the gold earring passes through the barrier and lands on the other side, which is kind of interesting. In the present, Joe wants to talk to Hal, but he warns her to stay away because the black hand is hungry and it's drawn to her light. Unfortunately, she can't turn off the light. She doesn't know how. Hal points his gun at her and starts shooting, hitting her right in the chest. Luckily, the green energy creates a barrier around her which keeps her safe, but the black hand refuses to give up. Hal tries as hard as he can to control himself, but he can't. It wants the light, and there's nothing he can do about it. Joe begs him to keep it under control. If not, it's going to kill her like it killed all the other people. She pushes as hard as she can and manages to turn the green energy into a fist, which she then uses to punch her friend. Hal is sent flying through the building and into the hills nearby. She wants him to control his hand, or else she's going to do it for him. But he's curious to know how she's controlling the green energy. After throwing the earring through the barrier, John visits Joe and asks to see her wedding ring, curious to know what it's made of. She claims she picked it herself, so it's made of solid gold, but it brings up some bad memories of hers. John gets Hal to join them as well, and asks him to bring his all gold Funzo figure, made to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the Wayne Tarrant movie. He paid $8 for it, so it's not actually gold, but rather some cheap plastic painted gold. John takes the figure and pushes it through the barrier, managing to pass it to the other side. Apparently, this green force field that managed to kill the biker has a weakness in the fact that it doesn't work on plastic. John tells them about the Philosopher's Stone, the substance that turns base metal into gold. It can also heal wounds, prolong life, and create a homunculus. Cheap plastic can breach the barrier if it takes the form of gold, but what about actual gold? John then takes his mother's wedding ring and throws it at the barrier, but this causes a powerful explosion. The explosion makes a crack in the barrier, big enough for someone to pass through, but it only lasts 2 seconds. Maybe if they ask everyone in town to hand over their gold, they can make a hole big enough for them to pass through. But before they could finish talking, Abin Sur arrives. The alien claims that John's judgment is in progress and then shoots him with a beam of green energy, which obliterates his body. His friends are in shock, but they can't do anything about it. Todd comes out carrying a shotgun and shoots the alien, but the force field protects him and he is unbothered. Joe claims that John got too close, but Abin Sur wouldn't let him. If only they would have been more careful. All that talk about clues and lessons. Hal goes back home and decides to paint his bullets using gold paint. If John was correct, the green barrier won't be able to block them. In the present, Joe wants him to get it together and take control of the Black Hand because she doesn't want to hurt him. He wishes he could, but it won't let her. She better just leave and get to safety while she still can. Suddenly, Hal enlarges his Black Hand, which is hundreds of times bigger now, covering Joe entirely. She gets thrown into the ground and doesn't believe what she's seeing. Hal's body has mutated and he is covered in blackness, with red eyes popping everywhere. In the past, Todd went searching for the people in Evergreen who were trapped inside the dome, but he couldn't find anyone. They were all taken or killed by Abin Sur, and the two of them, together with Hal, are the only ones remaining alive. Hal finished painting the bullets with gold paint and is confident the plan is going to work. Joe goes outside and screams as loud as she can, demanding to speak to Abin Sur. Hal is loading his gun and getting ready for an ambush, while the alien flies down from the sky asking Sojourner Mullen to be without fear. She is curious and wants to know why he killed them all, but the alien claims he doesn't understand what she means. Hal has a clear shot, but he chooses not to shoot and lets the alien speak. Abin Sur says that killing Jason Simmons was an accident when he crashed his bike into the dome at high speed. Rita was killed because her actions were reckless. She started shooting at him, so he was forced to end her. Besides killing the police officers who tried to shoot him, he hasn't killed anyone else from Evergreen. Joe doesn't believe him and says she saw him do it. She saw him disintegrate her friends. Todd wants Hal to take the shot and kill him, but he refuses and continues to listen. According to Abin Sur, disintegrated means they were killed and their molecules deconstructed, but that's not what happened here. The people from Evergreen are still alive in Oa. They are within the Omega Alpha. They are in the second stage and judgment remains in progress. Hal is confident that if Joe keeps talking to him, maybe they won't need the gold bullets. Maybe they can end this here. Continued existence must be within light. Judgment must be made. He is Abin Sur, and Ain must be selected. Ain Rao, Ain Sur, Ain Or. Initiates must be selected against the darkness. Joe needs to be without fear, but now that she understands everything, her judgment is in progress. In the present, Hal asks her what happened next. Abin Sur was preparing to become a ball of light and fly up to the sky and not answer anything, but Joe reached out instinctively, without thinking and without understanding. She reached into his soul. Her hand went into the green flame, and her wedding ring was solid gold like the ring John threw, the one that tore a hole in the green barrier. Because of this, she was able to absorb the green light which was not in her body, making her incredibly strong. This caused the dome to lose its integrity and break apart, and the giant Green Lantern sign to fall to the ground. The impact generated a powerful explosion, one that could be seen for miles away. In the end, the green sign landed on top of the small town, destroying it completely and killing whoever was still alive. Hector Hammond, the CEO of a powerful corporation, rival to Ra's al Ghul's Lazarus Corp, visits the crash site and wants to seal it off, claiming that the entire town belongs to him now. Somehow, Todd Rice is still alive, and the medics pull him out of the rubble, but he isn't making any sense. Mr. Hammond comes to see him and claims he decides if he gets medical treatment or not, so he better tell him everything he knows. There was a sound, like God's fist hitting the cities of the plane, and the next thing he knew, he was under the rubble. He was inside his little cafe when the Green Lantern sign crashed over the small town, but luckily he was on the edge of town, right at the edge of the dome. If anyone was further in, they were dead, at least the ones that the alien, Abin Sur, didn't kill already. Hal demands to know what happened to Moulin, his friend, accusing Abin Sur of doing something to her, turning her into something like him. The alien claims that she has power now, power she doesn't understand, which makes her an anomaly that needs to be hunted down. Hal can't control his anger anymore and shoots, using gold-painted bullets to pierce the alien's body. But Abin Sur isn't dead and grabs him by the hand, claiming his judgment has begun and calling it the Black Hand. He had given him something, and Hal's hand turns completely black, while Abin Sur's body completely melts away and nothing is left behind. Hammond heard everything he wanted to hear and tells his assistant to take him to one of the labs. Maybe they can use him later. He wants to know more about Hal and about the anomaly, like Abin Sur called her. In the present, the fight in the desert continues, but Hal's body is changing and you can barely tell he is human anymore. He is covered in darkness and his hand has grown considerably. While he claims he killed Abin Sur because of her, he thought the alien had killed her and he wanted revenge. Joe gets into a running position and flies towards him at incredible speed, separating the darkness from his body, but only for a brief second. When the Green Lantern sign fell from the sky, she did the same thing and jumped before being crushed. The next thing she knew, she was in the desert, with no idea in which direction she jumped, but then she felt drawn to him. But it's not towards him that she feels drawn, it's the Black Hand, because it was getting stronger, taking control of him and killing people because of her. She brought the Green Lantern down. She destroyed the town and stole the power of Abin Sur. She's the anomaly. Hal is transforming more and more into Abin Sur himself, and he asked Joe to take off the ring. This triggers a memory of when she broke up with her wife, who wanted her to take off the wedding ring. The ring is a symbol of commitment. She swore an oath in the brightest day and the blackest night, but she couldn't commit to the marriage. Her wife paid for the ring and demanded it back, but Joe refused, just like in the present, asking Hal to make her do it. She powers up as never before and fires a beam of green energy straight into him, but he's unharmed. He grows his hand again and attacks her, while she tries to run away. Hammond wants his assistant to analyze the giant lantern sign, but none of their instruments are taking any readings through the hull, and so far they can't even make a scratch on it either. Fortunately, Hal and Joe are heading their way, and Hammond thinks they are the key to the puzzle box and can't wait for them to get there. Joe is fast, but the Black Hand is giant in size and spawns giant tentacles that grab her by the leg. As they get closer, the giant lantern sign levitates from the ground, attracted to Joe's powers. She can't run anymore, so she decides to stop and fight by grabbing one of the tentacles and taking it toward the sign. She grows angel wings to help her pull the monster after her, and she throws it inside the sign as hard as she can. Both of them disappear and reappear in another place, filled with darkness, where they are greeted by their friend, John Stewart, who is covered in yellow energy. Cameron Chase, a special agent who is also Sojourner's ex-wife, is meeting one of her superiors, but she isn't happy that she had to wait a long time, which caused her to get bored and fall asleep. She lights up a cigar, even though her boss says smoking is not allowed inside. She's curious to know if the meeting is about what happened in Evergreen, but the discussion deviates towards state jurisdiction and the fact that she's never allowed to get close to Evergreen. This pisses her off, and she gets into a heated argument with her boss, who puts her on administrative leave. Hal and Joe were transported inside the Green Lantern, where all the people from Evergreen were being kept alive. John says that Abin Sur is the judge of worlds. A community is a world in miniature, so a testing ground was chosen and contained, and judgment began. On-the-ground evaluation is only the very first stage. The second stage is transport into the Green Lantern and, through it, into the presence of Oa. He wants them to be without fear, but fear is all that Hal can feel. It's in the hand doesn't like it here. There are 4 levels of light. Quard is the lowest, then Rao, then Sur, and then Or. Joe doesn't understand and wants to know what this place is, what the Green Lantern is, what Oa is, and what Abin Sur was judging for. Abin Sur was a guardian of the green level of light, and his task was to select Ains, initiates into light for what's coming. Guy showed restraint when he didn't shoot him, so he was judged as deserving of the red flame. But what about Hal? What did he do to deserve this? This voice talking in his head, the dark thoughts he has right now. Why did Abin Sur do this to him? John says that every flame can be commanded, but one must have knowledge of how to do it. Total understanding. Because control of the flame without understanding is an anomaly. Joe gets pissed at him for telling them some big lesson instead of helping his friend get rid of the bomb strapped to him. A bomb that keeps going off. John doesn't know everything. He's only scratched the surface, but he was chosen because he sought knowledge, selected for the gold flame Ain Hour, and he knows what's coming next. Hour is the highest level, Quard the lowest, but that's according to the Oan perspective. There are others that look in the opposite direction, who see Oa as incorrect. They take power from the dark without restraint, and they are called the Weaponers, the Black Stars. How far is the world that's coming? How far is the world of chaos? How far out is the Black Star world? How far out is Mogo? Hal recognizes that name and claims it's the thing in his head. It's the size of a planet, and it's in his head. Joe claims that she's the anomaly who has all of Abin Sur's powers, and because she doesn't know all the rules, she doesn't have to follow them. If Abin Sur put that thing into Hal, she's positive she can also get it out and offers to help him. Hal is scared because he doesn't want to kill his friend, but Joe is confident that's not going to happen. They hold hands, and Joe is able to separate the blackness from him, demanding it let her friend go. The readings from the Green Lantern are off the charts, and Hammond is thrilled. The giant lantern begins to light up, and the blackness that was inside Hal begins dripping out onto its side. The entire place is covered in black tar, and the scientists run for their lives. Joe comes out holding her unconscious friend and disappears at lightning speed toward an unknown location. While everyone was distracted with the blackness, the Green Lantern disappeared, and Hammond is furious. He doesn't know what happened to it. He's content that at least Raz Al Ghul doesn't have it, and they still have a giant puddle of black ooze plus all the data. He asks his assistant to contact Agent Veronica Kale, who works for the government, and tell her the good news, that he just cleaned up the Green Lantern. The Green Lantern was transported to the moon, and John talks to himself, wondering how long before the Dark World is coming here. Jo flew all the way to Gateway City to see her ex-wife because she didn't know where else to go, and Hal is badly injured. The story shifts far from Earth to deep space, where Mogo, who is now the Black Star world, leads a fleet against an alien planet. This planet is accused of violating the law of Kord by harboring 3 Ansurs, members of the Green Light faction. The planet's leader pleads for mercy, emphasizing its population of 7 billion people, but Mogo insists that the sin of one is the sin of all. 3 Ansur defenders launch a counterattack against the giant planet and its fleet, but they are in shock at the mere size of their enemy. The Black Star unleashes a Black Hand warrior, but one of the female lanterns attacks it alone, claiming she's got him. Sadly, she was wrong, because the Black Hand warrior kills her in an instant by squashing her head. This warrior is revealed to be Kilowog, who calls her a poser while holding her corpse in his hand. The remaining lanterns decide to flank him, one from the back and the other from the front, but it's not going to be an easy fight. Kilowog grows his fingers and attacks one of them, who is confident that his green energy will protect him from any harm. He was wrong because Kilowog cuts off one of his hands, which then drifts into space because the light of the Black Star is more powerful. He claims it can't be fought, it can't be tamed, it can't be contained. It's the power the universe runs on, the dark circle around all that is. The female lantern powers up and hits him with everything she's got, managing to cut a hole straight through his body. She then wants to go back to the planet and remove the Green Lantern and take it to safety, but Kilowog is not killed and attacks her again. Even though he has a big hole in his body, the Black Star regenerates his wounds, and he is able to kill her as well. Now defenseless, the aliens on the planet beg Mogo for mercy, but another one informs the leader that a giant object has just fallen from the sky, composed of a squat cylinder and 2 connecting blocks, cast in green metamaterial that was used as a gateway. Mogo claims that when the law of Kord is broken, the sin must be corrected, but the leader begs for mercy, claiming there are 7 billion sentient lives on this planet. But Mogo doesn't care and fires directly at the planet, making a giant hole straight through its middle and causing it to explode. The fleet scans the remains for any sign of the Lantern Gateway, and they find 5 instances of the metamaterial scattered in space. Kilowog finds one of the green pieces, remarking that the aliens got what they deserved and praising Mogo for striking again. But before he can return to his ship, someone attacks him and sends him crashing into drifting pieces of rock. His name is Tamar Ray, and he belongs to the red level of light, which he claims is much stronger than the black spectrum. The red power is defensive in nature, and he proves it by easily dodging Kilowog's attacks. He can easily create constructs of surprising durability, but to gain this power through Kord requires displays of restraint, so it is never taught as a means of attack. But he is Tomar Ray, an anomaly just like Mulan, who didn't receive the red power through the teachings of Oa but by stealing, so he doesn't have to restrain himself. He traps Kilowog inside a big box of red energy and then reduces it in size, creating a small box that squashes Kilowog's entire body. Mogo doesn't know what happened. He only saw a red flash, a speck in his great vision, but Kilowog is returned to the planet's surface. He flies straight to the planet's core, where there's a structure and someone sitting on a throne. This person claims that Tomar Ray is trying to distract them, one anomaly drawing fire for another, trying to get him looking in his direction, but it won't work because this person already knows about the other one, the green one. An anomaly at the green level is more dangerous than one at the red level, and he can't allow it to grow. This person claims that those who reach the gold level, no matter how gifted they are, can only rise to initiate. One cannot believe that the Oan way is right and rise any higher than Ain, so there is only one Abin of the gold power. This person is none other than Sinestro, who claims he is walking the left-hand path. We see a bunch of memories of when Jo broke up with her wife, and also when she was just a young girl spending time with her father. After her parents separated, her dad moved back to Evergreen, his hometown, and took her as well, but she didn't want to go because she missed her friends. However, it didn't take long before she made new friends there, like a kid named Harold, whom her father didn't like very much. The kid did whatever he wanted and didn't have any willpower or show restraint, which her father thought were important in this world. When she grew older, Jo became a police officer, and the chief welcomed her to the team. He introduced her to her new colleagues including Bill, Guy Gardner, and Renee Montoya, the town's great detective. She was happy to meet everyone and they welcomed her with open arms. After some time, one of their colleagues quit to join the private sector and work for Hammond Consulting, so they threw a big party in his name. Montoya mentioned that he might make more money in the private sector because the extra cash they earned there wasn't enough, but Jo thought she was talking about overtime. The two of them hit it off, and Montoya hit on her, but Jo wasn't sure if she liked girls at that time. The two of them kissed, but she quickly backed down, remarking that she didn't know what she wanted. Not long after that, There was an opening in California and Montoya transferred there, but she didn't want a traditional farewell party. The chief was corrupted and he was taking bribes from most of the businesses in town, but not everyone wanted to pay. Jon Stewart was one of them, but because he refused to pay, he was locked up on false charges. Jo was mad and she confronted her boss about this, but he didn't want to admit it. Nobody else backed her on this, not even Guy Gardner, who asked her to leave him out of it. She couldn't handle the level of corruption inside the police force, so she quit, even though her father didn't believe her. He claimed the chief always treated his parents with honor and respect and didn't believe he was taking bribes. Since there was nothing left to do in Evergreen, she moved to Coast City and put everything behind her. On one of her nights out, she met Cameron Chase and they quickly hit it off. The two of them made love together, but Jo didn't like that she smoked a lot. Cam works for the DEO, the Department of Extranormal Operations, a subsection of the National Security Agency. They process the weird stuff and ask if she's ever seen the old X-Files show. Because of the nature of her work, Cam was constantly busy and didn't have much free time, so Jo was starting to feel neglected. Cam knew this and didn't want to lose her, so she proposed to her, even though it was kind of fast. But things remained the same even after marriage. The work was keeping her busy, and Jo was still feeling neglected. One day, she ran into Montoya, who was also living in Coast City, working in the cold case division. They started talking constantly, and while Cam was busy with work, her wife was cheating behind her back. The two of them started hanging out regularly, spending time together and making love, all behind Cam's back. Eventually, Jo couldn't stand the constant lying and told her wife the truth. They got into a heated argument and Cam took off her wedding ring, accusing her of cheating and humiliating her, claiming she was empty inside. Unfortunately, Jo's dad passed away and she packed her stuff to go back home to Evergreen, where Hal Jordan comforted her. Jon Stewart told her everything that happened, including that the police chief died as well and Guy Gardner took his place. Jon offered her an assistant job at his architecture firm in Evergreen, and Jo accepted. He claimed that aside from all the past corruption, the town was pretty nice to live in, but that all changed a couple of years later. In the present, Jo walks through the door carrying Hal and asks if they can talk, and Cam welcomes them inside her home. The story jumps to the cozy apartment of Dr. Stephen Dayton, who is working on something amazing. Someone knocks on his door, but the doctor is paranoid and grabs his gun, thinking that someone is out to get him. Luckily, it's his friend Terry who comes inside with a bag full of groceries. Dayton claims he was repeating the experiment and was able to make contact, a connection to a thought process outside the human experience. He calls it the Mento device, claiming he reached a consciousness beyond this world. It spoke to him. It warned him. But Terry has other intentions. He takes out his gun and shoots the doctor point blank in the chest. His friend isn't who he claims to be. His call sign on this job is Nemesis, and he's actually working for Hector Hammond. Hammond hired him to kill the doctor and steal the Menta device, which he did successfully, but now he has another job for him. He wants him to find and kill someone very important. Her name is Jo Mullen. Back in the apartment, Cam thinks that Hal is Jo's boyfriend, but that can't be right, because she keeps most of her boyfriends behind her back. Jo accepts the insult and says she had it coming. She also needs her help and doesn't have anyone else to turn to, so her ex-wife is her only option, just like old times. When Jo came to Coast City, Cam hit on her and moved pretty fast, asking her to move in with her and even marry her. She accuses her ex of taking advantage of her. She was her first real girlfriend at a time when she had just realized she was into girls. Cam explains that she wasn't taking advantage of her. She was in love with her, but Jo remarks that there's only one thing she's ever loved, and that's her work. She tells her everything that happened in Evergreen, how a giant starship dropped on her hometown and infected her childhood friend with an evil shadow, and now he won't wake up. Jon Stewart is Space Jesus now, full of cryptic warnings about killer planets. And apparently, she and some bird guy are being hunted because they're anomalies in the cosmic order. Cam listens to her story but is curious to know more about this bird guy. Tomar Ray, he's someone like Jo, somebody who got this power by accident. Another anomaly. She got this green level of light when her wedding ring absorbed Abinsur's energy. But while his energy imprinted on her, she saw things, visions. A man with hot pink skin and something soulless and metal growing into his mind. A face of steel, a circle of light, a black star. Tomar Ray is the anomaly of the red light, and they both saw each other during her visions. Cam wants to try something and asks Jo to take off her wedding ring, but she hasn't taken it off ever since they got separated. She eventually does it, but her body stops glowing, and she goes back to being a normal human. Cam puts on the ring and breaks the coffee table, trying to see if the powers transfer to her, but they don't. She was high on adrenaline and didn't need powers to break that table, even though the ring is still a powerful weapon when used. She gives her the ring back, remarking that they've just worked out how to make Jo vulnerable. She gets dressed and wants to leave, asking her to write down in detail everything that happened in Evergreen. They can't do this alone. and Cam wants to talk to her partner, Agent Johnny Double, someone she can trust. His partner is in his office, talking to Agents Simon Baz and Carrie Limbo. He wants them to head the investigation in Evergreen and tells them about Hal Jordan, the man responsible for killing a bunch of people, including an officer who stopped him on the side of the road. They go through his online profile and see a picture of him together with Joe Moline. Agent Baz immediately recognizes her, claiming he was at her wedding, but then she broke her partner's heart and moved back home to Evergreen. Joe is Cameron Chase's ex-wife, and her name is Sojourner Mullen. The agents agree to meet again tomorrow and discuss the case, but after leaving, Agent Double takes out his phone and calls Hector Hammond, claiming he's got a possible location for the name he gave him. Joe is sitting in the apartment with Hal, writing down everything that happened in Evergreen when someone knocks on the door. She uses her green light to spy through the door and sees John Stewart. She opens the door, but John is covered in gold and isn't who she thinks it is. He shoots her in the shoulder, causing her to drop to the ground. He claims he got information about John from social media, but replicating the voice was the hard part. Even though Joe is injured, she wants to attack him, but he shoots her a second time, this time in the abdomen. John reveals his true identity, saying it served its purpose of getting her to lower her guard. His true name is Keith, but his call sign on this job is actually Goldface. Somewhere else, Todd Rice is being kept prisoner inside a black tank, even though he is still injured from the accident. Todd says his broken ribs are still hurting and he could use some painkillers, but the man opening the tank doesn't care. Instead, he asks his people to give him the hose, claiming that Hammond says he's not useful anymore except for what's coming next. The hose is connected to a giant tank filled with the black ooze from the Evergreen site, roughly 200 gallons in total. They want to see what happens when a man is completely submerged in the same substance that turned Jordan into a monster. In the apartment, Goldface asks Joe if she has anything to drink because his throat is kind of dry. He sees Hal unconscious on the couch and remarks how easy it would be to just kill him. It's not like he could stop him. Nobody can stop him. Not even Joe, who is in immense pain from the golden bullets. But she doesn't have to die here. There's a reason he didn't shoot her in the head. They want the information inside her head, like where the Green Lantern went. Joe has lost too much blood and goes unconscious while Goldface gets closer to check her pulse. Fortunately, she was just faking it, getting him to lower his guard so she could hit him in the nuts. This blow is incredibly powerful and Goldface is overwhelmed with pain, thinking she did something that caused him to bleed. He quickly realizes that's not his blood, which makes him even angrier, but she isn't on the floor anymore. She manages to crawl all the way to the kitchen and then melts the handle with green light, causing it to lock shut. She then pulls open one of the drawers and takes a pair of pliers, hoping to use them to take the bullets out. She sticks the pliers into her wounds, looking for the bullets, but the pain is unbearable. Goldface is right outside, threatening to kill her as soon as he kicks the door in. She sees memories of when she was just a little girl talking to her friend, and also fighting with her ex-wife. Goldface is furious and kicks the door as hard as he can, while Joe manages to remove the bullet lodged in her shoulder. The assassin finally breaks inside, claiming he's going to kill everyone she ever cared for. But he is too late because she managed to remove the second bullet. This allows the green light to heal her injuries, and she is back to full power in no time. Goldface can still kill her with his gold bullets and points the gun at her face, but she throws the pliers straight into his left eye, killing him on the spot. Unfortunately, she can't catch a break because Agents Baz and Limbo break through the door, searching for Cam. They panic and think that Joe did something to their partner, so they get into a fight. Agent Baz is slammed into the wall by a giant green force field, while Agent Carrie barely gets out of the way. Even though Simon Baz is wearing a mask, she recognizes his name and remembers that he attended her wedding. He still wants to know what she did to their partner, but that's when Cam walks through the door. She wants to know what happened to her apartment, and Joe shows them the assassin. According to her, he had John's face, his voice, and even the gold suit. But Cam doesn't get how she didn't think he looked suspicious. He was wearing magic face change gas, and besides, not everyone is a super spy like her. However, there's one thing that bothers her. How could the assassin know that gold bullets can kill her? This can only mean that someone sold her out, but who could have done such a thing? Luckily, Agent Carrie Limbo is a level 2 psychic, more or less. She has clairvoyance and psychometry powers that allow her to read objects by touch. A dead body is, by any definition, an object, so she tries to read his mind. She makes contact and sees that the person who hired the assassin is Hector Hammond. This is quite alarming, and even Cam is scared and thinks they should leave immediately. Meanwhile, the experiment worked, and Todd Rice was transformed into something that isn't even human anymore. There are no readings coming from him. No ECG, no brainwaves, nothing. To all intents and purposes, they've created an obsidian shell with no humanity at all inside it. Hector Hammond is very pleased with the results, claiming that's just what he needs, an obsidian with no humanity that he can control. Agent John Jones wakes up in the hospital after he was nearly killed in a suicide bomb attack. He talks to himself and wonders why people become firefighters and other arsonists. Why do some people become doctors while others become killers? The doctors took X-ray scans of his head injuries, but besides a little swelling of the brain and a light concussion, he seems fine. Hearing the good news, he lights up a cigarette, but the doctor says he's not allowed to smoke inside the hospital. But if that's true, where is all the smoke coming from? His wife, Bridget, picks him up from the hospital, happy that her husband is safe and sound, but he wants to go back to work tomorrow. She calls him insane, remarking that the building he was at exploded, and it's a miracle that he survived at all. She doesn't understand how he can be so cool about this, but she needs him, and his son, Tyler, needs him. Seeing how much it means to her, he says he's going to talk to his boss at the FBI and see if he can get a few days off. He lied because he tells his boss he's fine and would rather work than take a few days off. John was at a coffee shop when a man with explosives strapped around his waist decided to blow himself up. John is working on 12 active cases, and if he takes a couple of weeks off, it will set him back months. The FBI's stochastic terrorism task force is short-staffed as it is. They can't afford to have him on sick leave anyway. His boss eventually agrees to let him get back to active duty, but he's forbidden from going near the coffee shops. That's Agent Newell's case. John disobeys the order and goes straight to the coffee shop, determined to inspect the crime scene. For some reason, during the meeting, he could feel that Agent Newell hates him and thinks he's cold, and calls him the Martian to his wife. He continues the investigation the next day and talks to the killer's mother and also his lifetime friends, but the same thing happens again. When he talks to people, he knows secrets about their lives, like the killer was secretly gay, or that his neighbor smokes cannabis daily. He remembers the explosion that nearly killed him and how it changed him, making him see rainbow-colored smoke everywhere around him. He goes back home, but for some reason he has trouble recognizing his house, even though he's lived there for almost a year. His wife is upset that he was denied a small vacation, but at least he's home before midnight. His son had a speech impediment and is seeing doctors to help him. He was playing in his room, making figures to resemble him and his mother. He made one of his dad as well, but he turned him into a green cyclops alien with red hands. He couldn't sleep and stays awake all night, trying not to think of the smoke, of what's waiting for him in it. Have you ever tried not to think of something? It's all you can think of. In the morning, he goes back to the hospital to see the doctor, but he could hear a voice talking to him. The voice was talking about the doctor, remarking how tired and stressed he was feeling, and that collapse is imminent, but at least his health was rock solid. He talks to the killer's mother again, wondering if she knows any reason which drove him to kill himself. But her kid was a good boy. She visited her every Sunday and called 3 times per week. There must be some kind of mistake. The rainbow smoke is covering the entire room, and John can't help but breathe it in. He sees the killer's first day of school, all dressed up, adorable and terrified and full of potential. The smoke was too much for him, and he starts coughing, so he goes outside to get some fresh air. The smoke was coming off everyone in the city, from librarians and social workers to corporate lawyers. The smoke is filled with barroom laughter and office drama and grocery lists. The voice talks to him again, asking him to breathe in the smoke, but he doesn't know what it wants from him. The voice is taking shape and looks green, but can a voice be green? John wanders the streets and doesn't understand what's happening to him. The voice keeps talking to him, but he doesn't know who it is. It wants him to remember the killer, the explosion which nearly killed him, and the smoke. He didn't survive because of a miracle. He survived because the voice saved him, and it now wants him to see the hidden truth behind the attack and to realize there is a deeper, more sinister force at work in the city. He lights up another cigarette and remarks that none of this is even real. It's all in his head. But the smoke takes the shape of a green alien, claiming it's the Martian Manhunter, and resistance is futile. Understanding will come later, because full understanding now would result in his mind being destroyed. The Martian wants him to calm down and shows him a bunch of happy memories, like the memory of his honeymoon, where he and his wife were happy together. The Martian was releasing chemicals in his brain, trying to calm him down, and it works, because his panic slowly subsides. The Martian says they need to go, because the parents are already dead and he will soon decide on Certa Street. But John doesn't understand. We see a man leaving the home, getting ready to start the car, after he had just shot both of his parents. The Martian says that this world, the human race, is under attack, and he wants John to open his eyes and see clearly for the first time in his life. John can hear people's thoughts and sees despair, fear, paranoia, and rage everywhere, evidence of socio-toxic buildup, a process naturally occurring in unstable, unequal societies, which have recently increased exponentially because of outside intervention. The Martian claims they need to hurry because Trigger will soon reach Certa Street. He wants to be John's partner, his ally, roommate, or even friend, because time is frustratingly short, and Trigger has reached Little Damascus. The Martian saved his life during the explosion, and now they are entangled. The man that killed his parents arrives on Cirta Street and pulls out his gun, claiming that everyone is an invader, aliens from outer space, body snatchers wearing human faces, human skin. They are trying to replace humanity, and he starts shooting, trying to kill as many people as he can. John gets a phone call, alerting him that there's a possible active shooter event at Cirta and Samaxon, and the local PD is requesting assistance. The little green man in his head is sitting in the passenger seat, feet up on the dash, while he drives as fast as he can. Meanwhile, the shooter is going on a rampage, killing innocent people and claiming that most of the time they get the color wrong, and when they try to speak the language, it comes out all funny. In his experience, 99% of people are just pretending, and he welcomes one of them on Earth. John arrives first on the scene, but the Martian doesn't waste any time and goes straight into the shooter's mind. John reads his thoughts and knows his name is Trigger, while also reading the dead people's last thoughts. While the agent keeps him busy, the Martian is swimming through his mind, investigating. Trigger's first-grade best friend was a kid named Tumis, and John pretends to be him. They haven't seen each other in a long time, and the shooter hardly recognizes him, which works to John's advantage. Trigger is suspicious and wonders if it's really him, or just someone pretending to be him. Cirta Street is mostly Syrian, locally called Little Damascus, the capital of Syria. Many of the people here are refugees, and John's ears are ringing with traumatic echoes. The cops finally arrive and threaten the shooter, asking him to put the gun down. John reassures them he's FBI and they are talking things over. Inside Trigger's mind, the Martian finds something. Level 18 delusion, hallucination brain rotter, invasion-coded classic us versus them architecture, very delicate destruction construction, which is wired together from old movies and old fear. Luckily, this mind control is easy to disable, to disarm, and Trigger goes back to normal. He sees all the dead people he's killed and realizes what he's done, even though he was being mind controlled. Out of nowhere, one of the cops shoots him in the head, blowing his brains out. We see a glimpse of the true power which was controlling his mind, a white alien that scares even the Martian. John goes back home, but he doesn't want to talk about work with his wife. He has trouble falling asleep once again, but we also see the Martian in bed. A homeless man is sleeping on the ground covered in newspapers while trying to keep himself warm. A woman is sitting next to him, lighting her cigarette, and then throwing the match on the homeless man, lighting him on fire. Unfortunately, the man is burned alive, and the local PD is called to investigate the crime scene. John hears Detective Mayweather's thoughts and knows he doesn't like his job and can't wait to go home. Other homeless people gather around the crime scene, horrified about the entire thing. Mayweather thinks it's weird. 24 people setting 24 separate sleeping bombs on fire at exactly the same time. He figures it was some kind of cult or something, but they claim they don't know each other and there's nothing saying different. It must be because people are mostly crazy and do fucked up things to each other for no reason at all. But John thinks his theory is kind of stupid, and that he should think about changing professions. The man that got killed here is named Big Al, and he didn't like living in shelters because people were always assholes to him in there, making dark intimations, stealing his shoes while he slept. John and the Martian interrogate the people who committed the murders, but they've never met the victims and they don't know each other, even though they committed the same crime at the exact same time. No one has any criminal records, and the only thing they had in common was that they all had pre-existing conditions, tragedy, trauma, genetic predispositions, and also the white cloud around their heads, which he didn't mention in his report. On their drive back home, the Martian mentions that everything that's been happening signals the end of the world. The walk from the driveway to the front door of his house becomes an incomprehensible alien apocalypse. John doesn't understand why this white Martian wants to destroy anything. What did humanity do to it? The white Martian comes from somewhere so far away it doesn't make sense to speak in terms of distance. He's a cosmic predator who destroyed 100,000 worlds before, only because it brings him delight. The Martian wants John to spend time with his wife and son, breathe deep his life while he still can, because the white Martian has decided on tragedy. But he and his wife have become distant, and she even thinks about leaving him, wondering if he would even care. He goes upstairs to see his son, who was playing with the Martian. John gets a phone call. There's another tragedy happening right now in the city. Multiple fires have been started all over the city, which set the city ablaze. Strangers were burning down strangers' homes. People were burning down their own homes. And even a gang of kids burned their beloved playground down. How can a normal person stop this? It's just random people setting random fires. But the Martian claims there is no such thing as random, only misunderstood. He wants him to open his eyes and see that inside is outside, see the implicate order of everything. The white Martian doesn't want to burn just a specific home, or even homes in general, but the idea of home, the place where you go inside yourself, the concept of home, which is safety. Someone starts another fire at the Sunnyside Hotel, Middleton's largest homeless shelter. The people throwing Molotov cocktails all have white clouds around their heads, just like the ones from before. The people panic inside the shelter, running for their lives and trying to escape the burning fire. John comes to their rescue, but he isn't alone. He is protected by the Green Martian. The Martian knows the best routes to take and all the shortcuts through the shelter. They go through room by room, and he's also protecting him by doing something to the oxygen atoms around John's skin so the heat doesn't touch him. But the fire is more than fire. The smoke is more than smoke. There are things inside them that refuse to be extinguished. As the Martian wrestles with these things made from a tangle of anger and alcohol vapors, John suddenly smells burning flesh and icy calm. A woman who is lit on fire talks to him, claiming she has a message for the Green One. It knows that he's hiding in him, and knows that he's looking, but it welcomes him to watch, because it loves an audience. Most people don't get it. They think it's about the fire, but it's not. It's about the smoke. The fire eventually dwindles down, and the woman falls breathless on the ground. We see a shadowy figure messing with the sun, causing it to burn brighter than usual and causing a heat wave. The heat was so unbearable that it's making people angry and agitated, and a brawl erupts downtown. Bridget wants to talk about their marriage, but John says he doesn't have time because something happened downtown. He knew what she wanted to talk about, that he's a bad father, he's absent all the time, that she's not happy and feels alone, so he dodges the conversation. 21 broken bones, 9 concussions, and a woman who will never walk again. The fight downtown was brutal. The Martian notices there's something strange with the sun and begins an investigation of his own. One of the officers investigating remarks that the fight broke out because of the scorching heat. It's 103 degrees in the shade for 10 straight days. The Martian knows that something else is going on, something very advanced, powerful, ingenious, and it's going to take some time to repair. Most of Middleton are either an immigrant or the child of one. Over 130 languages are spoken fluently here. There are communities from places most Americans have never even heard of, people without countries to go back to. For the most part, these people make it work, which can be called some kind of miracle. One Happy Heart Lane, people are literally steaming mad. The steam screams in high-pitched outrage. It whistles curses and promises violence and degradation. John goes back home, but things between him and his wife are pretty much the same, distant and cold, and he sneaks out in the middle of the night. On day 12 of the heat wave, the thin strip of grass between two streets is a war zone. Two families have gone to war with each other, even though they've been good neighbors for many years. Each side patrols the makeshift wall 24 hours a day, in 8-hour shifts, and even the kids aren't spared. The Martian had no luck with the sun, so they try to treat the symptoms, but this is only a temporary relief. John tries to calm the two families and reminds them of the good things they've done for each other over the years. On day 13, there are 13 separate unprovoked police shootings at routine traffic stops, all in one day. The police, just like the others, are red-faced as John interrogates them. The families of the victims are visibly swirling with outrage, revenge fantasies, and carefully planned retaliations. Things get violent inside a bowling alley when two teams attack each other because one of them crossed the other's line. A holy war breaks out between the Church of the Lord Redeemer Jesus Christ and the Church of the Redeemer Lord Jesus Christ. The church had only split the year before over baptism. One believed a sprinkle was enough, while the other called for full submersion. Eventually, Bridget confronts her husband, claiming he can't keep avoiding her forever. They were supposed to be partners in marriage, but he's been absent for the past few years. He was never good at showing his emotions, and she didn't need him to be. All she had to do was look into his eyes and she could read his feelings. She never doubted her marriage before, never doubted his feelings for her and their son. But now, John is crushed to hear these words, and his world starts crumbling down. He drops to his knees, but still he can't say it. While Bridget looks him in the eyes and says it's like they are written in another language that she can't read. She doesn't know who he is anymore, and even though he claims he's still the same person, we also see the Martian inside of him. She's furious because he made them move from DC without even any discussion or notice. One day they just picked up and left. They lived there for 6 years and all their friends are there, but now they don't even answer her calls. She wants to know the reason for leaving, but he doesn't know it and can't explain it. While they are fighting, the Martian continues his investigation into the mysterious heat wave, but we all see 3 separate people, armed to the teeth, getting in their cars. John claims they had to move for their protection, but this means there was a reason for moving, and he never told her. The 3 people drive to separate locations. One is Middleton's nuclear plant, the other is Middleton's coal plant, and the last one drives to the gas plant. Bridget says she can't take the lies anymore and wants him to stay somewhere else for a while, when out of nowhere there are multiple explosions going off. The 3 people have blown themselves up, causing massive explosions in 3 different locations, causing power to go out and the entire city to be covered in darkness. The Martian realizes that he made a mistake. It was never about the sun. darkness was the White Martian's true intention. A strange man wearing a clown's jacket and carrying a knife approaches a cute dog on the streets. Sadly, he didn't have good intentions and killed the dog in cold blood. John comes to investigate and talks to the dog's owner, who doesn't understand what's happening to this city. They can't even keep their dogs safe. A coordinated attack on Middleton power stations has left the city in total darkness, which the Martian calls a cosmic darkness. It's hard to say how long it's been. The sun has yet to rise, but it feels like weeks have passed. This is not an ordinary darkness, but an old one, a darkness before time, before creation itself, and soon it will spread. Most people hide in the safety of their lightless living rooms. They look out from behind blinds and jump at shadows, but who can blame them? Lootings are common in blackouts, but these are different. The shadows come alive, and two-person teams of teens and their two-dimensional doubles carry TVs, hairdryers, stereos, and other useless electronic equipment. The shadows are a negative influence on people, with teens abandoning everything and establishing ecstatic religions. Others worship the light and pursue it violently. But why? What are they after exactly? Do they want to save it, or be saved by it? Do they want to destroy, or be destroyed? Despite the blackout, Bridget refuses to see her husband, but she was never especially scared of the dark and is going to be okay. Still, the Martian watches over her, making sure that nothing bad happens tonight. Somewhere else, a woman is crushing glass and preparing hamburgers to feed to unsuspecting customers. She is being influenced by her dark and evil shadow while making a delicious meal. John was walking by and caught a whiff of the secret ingredient, so he rushed inside. The woman starts running and he chases her down a dark alley, while the Martian runs after her evil shadow. Next, John walks through the park looking for trouble, but finds mostly love and fireflies. Kids play tag with their shadows. Maybe the shadows are just old friends with whom people lost touch. Tyler picks up a bag of Choco's biscuits, but his mother wants him to put it back because it's unhealthy. She was right, because a strange man was injecting poison into the biscuits and bringing them to the store. John arrives and confronts the man, but he starts running and drops the Chocos. The chase takes them into a dark alley and the two of them begin fighting, while the Martian fights the shadow. Tyler finds the Chocos on the ground and hides one in his jacket, hoping to eat it later at home. Chaos erupts in one of the buildings as the occupants attack each other with guns, but it's already too late. Out of nowhere, an ambulance appears and John is caught between the headlights like a deer. The car crashes into him, which sends him flying into a brick wall. He instantly goes unconscious while the Martian is swimming through a sea of darkness. The people get out of the ambulance, but something is wrong with them. Their judgment is clouded and they want to amputate John's body parts. The Martian keeps swimming in darkness, searching for its center, trying to understand it. He tries to understand the nature of this darkness, while John is about to get chopped up by the two people. The Martian goes deeper, wanting to know the truth, trying to uncover the universe's secret origin. He eventually does it and realizes that the entire universe was poisoned by a giant-sized darkside and calls him Bad Idea Number 0. The Martian warns John that he is subjected to traumatic quantities of pain and damage, which is causing them to come apart. He is moments away from dying, but the Martian wants him to pull himself together. He wants him to focus and remember what matters most to him. Meanwhile, his wife and kid are being attacked by the dog killer, who is wearing a clown jacket. The man claims that his friend from Mars, Bob, taught him that everything's mostly just empty space. The walls and the floors and the dogs and the doors, meaningless accumulations of nothing. He gets closer and wants to attack them, but Bridget is armed with a shotgun and she blows his brains out. Unfortunately, he survives, and a white bubble replaces his head, and the attack continues. John knows that his family is in danger and he needs to find them, as the saw is inches away from slicing his head. The Martian wants him to let him out, to let him through so he can help him, and John does it eventually. The Martian breaks free and instantly takes care of the two attackers. Bob told the dog killer a big secret, that it was always going to happen this way and they don't have any say in the matter, not even Bob himself. Bridget's husband can't help her, neither can the green guy, no one can help her. The sun will never rise, so no one's coming. The Martian scanned the attacker's brains and found a way to teleport John back to his house, straight through the dog killer's white head. John defends his family and attacks him while asking Bridget to run away. She refuses, saying they're a team and they need to stick together. The dog killer sees the Martian and realizes that John isn't fighting alone, but he isn't either. The white Martian appears behind him as their house is completely surrounded by mind-controlled people. The darkness prevents the Martian from using a shortcut and escaping, so John asks his wife to take Tyler upstairs and lock the door. Somewhere very high up, spiritually high, the two Martians have a brutal fight. For them, things are a little abstract. A punch is not just a punch, it's a metaphor. Down in the house, a punch is just a punch and violence is just violence. The white Martian attacks with a giant brain cancer tumor, while the Martian retaliates with a revolutionary brain cancer cure, which will be discovered 20 years from now. Next, the Martian plucks out fear of the atomic bomb from an aging hippie, while thousands of people watch in horror as it comes crashing down. The Green Martian scrambles to make one small change, tapping into the same hippie's belief in military incompetence, turning the bomb into a dud. The war of green and white unfolds the sky into alien geometries and nonsense emotions. Reality's crumbling infrastructure is collateral damage. Every mind in Middleton becomes a battleground. Tyler is playing with his toys, having a battle of his own between the two Martians. The Martian wants John to expand and evolve. He wants him to enhance his view and see all to save all, but the only thing he can see is silhouettes tearing themselves apart in the dark. John is slowly losing the fight as he is overrun by the people from outside and pinned to the ground. One of them pulls a gun and wants to blow his brains out, but Bridget comes downstairs and shoots him in the chest. She does the same thing to the others and saves her husband, who doesn't know why he couldn't have just talked to his wife before. Tyler is safe in his room, and she was right. He's been hiding in Middleton all along. Something is happening to his mind as he begins to expand his consciousness, and he gains Martian vision. Suddenly, it's clear as day, and he sees all of Middleton, the people on the streets running from their shadows, fighting fire and loss, seeing senseless violence everywhere they turn. The Martian wants John to show everyone, to let them see each other as he sees them, because they see themselves as they are. His mind is upgraded and new abilities are unlocked. Knowledge, perceptions. Colored smoke begins coming out of his body and entering other people's minds. And all over the city, the people of Middleton get high on each other. While this is going on, Tyler is in his room. But he ate the poisoned chocos, which he hid in his jacket, and he falls to the ground unconscious. The fight above the city rages on, and something inexpressible happens, as the mind tries to make sense of it through metaphor. The Martian grabs the moon itself and attacks the white Martian, smashing his head to pieces. Even though Tyler was poisoned earlier, he is now safe in his room, playing with his toys and winning the fight against the white Martian. Finally, the sun is coming up. They've made it through the night, and John says he wants to tell her everything. He wants them to be partners, no more secrets going forward. John goes into the living room and tells his wife he didn't think she'd be here, especially after the big fight. But this is her home. Where else would she be? The fight wasn't even real. It was all in his head. Turns out this conversation isn't even real. John was dreaming, and he wakes up alone inside the Starlight Hotel. He's not human until he has his first cigar of the day, but this place is a dump. Drunks, crackheads, people fighting, an in-between place for in-between people. But at least it's cheap and only temporary. The Martian is still with him, claiming he needs to communicate, he needs to connect. The recent cosmic trauma threatens his soul, his sanity, and his humanity. Without treatment, complete self-destruction is assured. He drives by his house, or what used to be his house, and sees his family having breakfast. He wonders what they're having, how they're doing, and also how he got here. Bridget separated from her husband but still misses him, even though when he was here, he wasn't really here. She used to being on her own, but she's really worried about Tyler, who seems to be taking it really hard. It's been 3 months since the attack on the city, and John goes back to work. He's been cleared of all charges regarding the bodies found in his house when his wife shot the people to save his life. Agent Newell doesn't like John very much and reminds his boss they found a pile of bodies in his home, but the investigation cleared him of any wrongdoing. It was self-defense. Because of his reputation in Washington and his erratic behavior here, the boss assigns him to desk work and gives him a big stack of overdue paperwork to go through. The work goes on forever, but work is all he has left, so he does it. After 10 hours and no discernible progress, the pile seems to have grown, so he quits for the day and leaves the office. He runs into Agent Newell in the parking lot, who holds a grudge, because when John moved to Middleton, he replaced his best friend and partner of 20 years. The city has changed so much in the past 3 months. The streets are mostly empty, and those who are out don't look each other in the eye. After their experience with Martian vision, a brief and intense euphoria flooded the city. Everyone's minds were connected, and people could see each other's darkest secrets. The memories have mostly faded, the mind can only hold so much, but the shame and fear have hung around like pollution. The Martian claims that the white Martian cannot be completely killed or destroyed, it can only be weakened, contained, or transformed. It's still out there somewhere, and he tries to make John understand. He shows him a memory, a brief history of what happened in the past, but John doesn't know what's going on. Instead, he crashes the car and is nearly killed, while the alien claims that the white Martian escaped. He survived and continues to be a threat. He was only defeated temporarily and is now hiding. We see John's son, Tyler, but there is something wrong with him. He doesn't look himself as he plays alone in his room.